with the comedy provided by.
Good evening and welcome to Radio Cayman's continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl in the Cayman Islands. So right here on Radio Cayman, we will be broadcasting throughout the night into the morning as well. If you listen to Radio Cayman during the course of the day and preceding days as well, you would have heard all of the talk about preparation. You would have listened to the press briefing that was held this afternoon as well, all in preparation. We are now in real time, folks. So, all of the things that we were talking about preparing for, we have to put them into practice now. Hopefully, everyone is sheltered in place as well for your own safety. And you're getting two for the price of one.
No. We charge now 4 times for two.
Four times for two.
This is government
evening
economy
as well. Because my co-host here in the studio is none other than Mr. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, and I'm going to throw the mic over to him for him to have a few words as well. And I'm certainly looking forward, to being in the studio with him. Yeah.
It's an honor always, Mr. It kind of reminds us of elections coverage over the years, right? And, from what we did the 2009 election and all since. And now here we are, hopefully not giving people timely, accurate, informative information, but a calm and soothing approach so that they don't feel alone. They feel a sense of comfort. I shared earlier, and I'm glad, your comments about over the preceding days, the heat warnings, the heat preparation. But my heart goes out to all those individuals who are away from their families, either because of their job obligations or their community commitments. They've stepped away. I'm sure their minds and hearts want to be, with their loved ones, but they have to be where, they're required. And that level, I think as Dr. Gent referenced earlier, the level of community engagement is something that is evident in Cayman. It exists elsewhere, but we can see it so magnified where people step away from their homes. It doesn't matter if they don a uniform or they just lace up their sneakers and they go. I think this is the testament to who we are as a people. May it be a reminder of what we want to be, respecting the stock from which we come, but an appreciation for how much more we can and should be doing to be, as you share, our brother's keeper.
Yes. And before we go over to Dr. Nick Gent, just want to mention the fact that there was a hiccup this afternoon or this evening in relation to the Water Authority. And there were, I guess, several conflicting messages that went out. We know that unexpectedly the water throughout many parts of the island, I saw comments in relation to the water pressure being low earlier and everything. And I just want to say to people, be patient. Everyone is out there trying their best, making every effort, but there are times when some things may go awry, and we have to bear with those as well. I think the situation has been righted now, and we will ensure that we get accurate information out to you in relation to the availability of water and when the water will be turned off as well, which we can just segue Dr. Gent right into the conversation as well, and the importance of water. This morning I guess I was a little bit professorial in terms of saying to our audience, we use this phrase potable water and basically, what it means, because sometimes we have a tendency to use these and assume that everyone knows what we're talking about. So let's bring you right into the conversation, Doc.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, we're trying to avoid words that can't be that might be misinterpreted these days. So I tend to talk about drinking water and washing water as a simpler way of putting it. But yeah, it's probably our biggest single concern in terms of health. People being able to access clean water to drink. People are sometimes quite surprised about how much water they need to get through a single day. And maintaining that basic hygiene. So it's good that people are putting as much water aside as possible. On the other hand, we'll probably be having enough falling from the skies, which are going to make us uncomfortable in another way. And I think we're assessing that the flooding is probably going to be our biggest concern over the next 48, 72 hours. So some water's good, some water not so good.
Well, I think, we recognize that our seafaring heritage tells us water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. That's why you preserve what you have, you protect it, you conserve, but then you also acknowledge that there has to be a healthy respect. The issue this afternoon with the water authority, and for many, there's a water company, a private entity that serves sort of the Western Peninsula. The water authority serves the remainder of Grand Cayman and the Brac. And I don't know, but a question that I was asking, just for discussion. All of us are now tapped in, no pun intended, to the water supply. I like what I did there. And, he's laughing. Must be a good show. And I liken it to the internet usage sometimes of the year when all of a sudden we're grabbing up all the bandwidth. So I wonder from that perspective, is this a teaching moment for us as a country to say, hey, what happens if we all, pull into the water supply? Does that bring an issue? Is there a capacity issue? No questions about the staff and the team, their competence, their dedication. And that aside, it's about the other things. And then to Dr. Gent's point, what are we doing to make sure that we are providing, not at last minute? Many of us have waited and we're probably outside now, boarding up for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the water resource in total, I think, something that we're going to have to think about for the future. The island's growing. There's a lot of things like the tourist industry that actually demands large amounts of water for very bits of recreational activities or comfort of people and things like that.
Right.
So that's going to be key. But you're right about this issue. When we've got a major incident like this going on, the temptation is always to try to think, put a good spin on it. Everything's been perfect. We've done it wonderfully. Actually, the important thing is you make notes about what went wrong, because you'll never get it 100% every time. And little things like that, they're the important things to debrief about and be honest about and try, could we have predicted it? Does it have an implication for other things? The other supply issues about how we're managing them and how we might need to put some order in the past, smaller population, bigger infrastructure relative to the population size.
Right.
So that demand could have been managed. And maybe we've just got to that tipping point. So we've got to do something a bit different next time.
This is, and again, sir, I'm happy to sit to your right. I want to say I'm your right.
No problem. You grab the mic whenever you want.
I will. Thank you, because I appreciate this opportunity, and I'm hoping that the conversations tonight not only help us to get the coordinates, help us to feel, informed, not so afraid, but may cause us, as I find, the more you think and talk, sometimes the more engaged and then the less distracted and fearful you become. But whether it's a capacity issue on bandwidth for internet or water supply, Dr. Gent, you referenced development and the tourists. Now, I gather that a lot of tourists have been evacuated, hotels are taking people, so that demand isn't there now. Are they still on the island and elsewhere? The question then, to your point with the tipping point, have we reached that? And do we now need to say, hey, you know what, 100,000? We need every 50,000. Some people, oh, no, we need another 100,000. But if so, it isn't the size of the space, it's the ability for the space to accommodate at that point. What is it that you talk about, the carrying capacity?
Yeah, we've still got a lot of tourists on island, by the way. They've not all flown off into the distance. Those that wanted to, we think, have managed to get flights. Some of the hotels, and particularly some of the people living in the Airbnb kind of accommodation have been moved elsewhere. But the majority of the bigger hotels are open, and they've got good standards of build for. And so a lot of tourists are joining us here, and we wish them well, and hope they can enjoy a good holiday despite.
Yeah.
Well,
I've been trying to get some figures actually from someone in relation to the number of departures that we've had. I think the minister for tourism at the press briefing may have mentioned something like about 1,000. I believe, but
But
we'll
there
wait
was
and see.
there was just sort of, I think, about 9,000 tourists on island before that. So still the vast majority here, and they're determined they're going to have a good holiday despite. And thank you for trusting us.
Yeah. Our building standards are high, relatively speaking, right?
Yeah.
But if I may then ask two things in relation to tourists and accommodation and capacity in terms of population. When we say 9,000 tourists, are we calculating 9,000 people who have visited, or is that 9,000 hotel rooms with people in it? And could it include us going away to the hotel for a long holiday weekend and we're still there? Do we know if that number is distinguishable?
Yeah.
I think those figures come actually from the Department of Tourism, but using the arrival data, so that when you complete those forms, you're going to indicate whether or not you're a resident, a citizen, or a tourist. So those are fairly accurate.
As I understand,
extremely accurate.
And with that, then, sort of, thank you, sir. Supplementary, Madam Speaker. With that in mind, we understand from some people who thought, hey, those hotels are built strong, right? They're up high. I'm going to go get a room there for the week. And they were turned away. People who are living here.
That's
given that, so in your capacity, official or unofficial, do you have any insight? Because there are some people who say, listen, I'm in a low-lying area. I still got space to max out the credit card. They're going down to stay at the hotels. And they are built, presumably, to exacting standards. But they were turned away.
Firstly, the building standards, I believe that the building code we're currently using is based on the South Florida one. And
I think we put the IBC in place, right?
Yeah. I mean, which is good, because we're talking about a part of the world that has got a high standard of protection for its citizens and is sharing exactly the same weather patterns.
Yeah.
So
and they learned their lesson after Andrew as well.
Yeah.
So that they made their building code much more robust after that also.
Yeah. Good example of learn the lesson, move on. But in terms of what you're telling me about the tourists going to the hotel, not something I've come across. Again, something I'll take a note of. In my head, I've got sort of two versions of that. One is that the hotels will have an extra load in terms of keeping people safe, and they've got a duty of care to those people who've already got a contract with them for that. So I can understand that. And they've not just said, hey, go to the airport, get out of here. They said, we're going to do our best to make your stay comfortable, safe, and everything else. So I can understand them not wanting to potentially take on more people. The other, I think, in fairness, also we should think that we've been in a reasonably long period of warning and informing people about what is happening, and we should hope that people will use their own networks and be able to reinforce their properties, if particularly areas where it's low-lying and flooding, being able to use their networks of maybe staying with friends, colleagues, and of course we've got a very extensive network of shelters as well. So there is a large public service provision for them, but it's again one to think about and debate afterwards. I think. Yeah.
But then the hotels also have their staff to consider. So if they have guests, they have to have a staff complement to maintain, to serve, and so on. Yeah. And I'm hoping that through you, we can determine, not just for now, but as you said, point of reference for future, whether hotels, condos, or and hotels in particular have said, hey, you're now staying at a hotel, you have to go. B, if you're on an island and the person wishes to, can afford to, is willing to pay, none of those issues are in play. Have they been denied? And if so, under what grounds, right?
Sure.
Can I also, just for our listeners, we're speaking to Dr. Nick Gent, who's the Chief Medical Officer, but then you said the hats, so that they understand there are other roles that you play in this whole thing, so that when you're speaking, maybe we don't appreciate the different hats you're wearing. So when you shared what you just did, that goes beyond the CMO, or does that fall within?
It does, and I've got to be a little bit careful about this. I mean, there are, obviously, I'm part of the major incident response. I see things that are going on.
Right.
Some of these areas are politics. That's not my role. I'm a Caymanian civil servant. I'm the people, elect their representatives. Their representatives set policy, and civil servants like me implement that policy. We give advice to our politicians, but there are issues. And it's why I'm being a bit cautious about that question you asked.
I should follow suit, huh?
It's perfectly reasonable for me to say things like, look, I can understand what some of these issues might be, but you can be back and say, "Oh, come on, you should fix this." And there's a political element to that about the policy of whether or not there should be some kind of way of setting policy out that hotel owners have to follow. Then you're strictly into the into the political territory, because you're talking potentially about statutory changes. So again, good for me to sit in and listen and hear these and make these notes, so that I can make sure they get into the debriefing afterwards. But just try to make sure I don't get sacked.
Well, from a realistic standpoint, I can talk about previous hurricanes and preparedness and evacuations.
Yeah.
And we've come a long way in the Cayman Islands.
Yes.
There were scenarios where hotel managers were saying to guests, you have to leave this property because we can't guarantee your safety.
Yeah.
And the choice was finding a shelter if they could. We had situations where people wanted to remain at the airport terminal, and that wasn't possible.
Yeah.
And we knew what happened if they had stayed there, what would have happened, because the sea from the North Sound went straight through Loan Roberts International Airport as well. So we've come a long way now where the hoteliers, along with the government, are making sound decisions. But we also have additional capacity, as well as safety measures in place, that if a person decides, I don't want to ruin my vacation, I still want to stay, they can go to a shelter and remain there as well. So we have come a long way.
Indeed.
And again, it goes back to talking about learning from our experiences.
Sure. And just for avoidance of doubt, that is policy. The shelters are open to anybody who is in the Cayman Islands. So if we have got, tourists sitting in a property that's too low lying or needs to evacuate, because it's flooding, obviously, moving at the when we've got tropical storm force winds, that's not feasible. But those shelters are open to anybody. So if there's a tourist out there that's thinking, I'm in the wrong place, one of our hurricane shelters is open to you. The nearest hurricane shelter to you is open for you.
And that's a good point. And again, Mr. Hart, because when people speak to you and speak of you, they recognize that your pinnacle of your career with Cabinet Secretary, but you worked all the way up. So you come with a vast experience of public sector employment and knowledge and the like.
As Chief Immigration Officer, I was involved in the evacuations, telling the executive how many tourists we have on island, and
Right. And this is where many of us have little insight, or insufficient insight, if I would be a little more polite. When we say, such a small place, why do we have so much expenditure, have so much this, so much that? But we're not just catering to the 100,000 here. We're catering to the 2 million people who come in. We have to provide a resource infrastructure, a government budget that is akin to some small places in the UK or the US or other places that are in the millions, hundreds of thousands. It's not just the 5,000 that vote or whatever that number is now.
No, it's quite a unique setting, and for a population, as you say, which side of the 100,000 we are? It's still tiny.
Right now,
population.
I say 94,674.5.
Yeah, I mean, if we
not being exact.
Yeah, if we add the number of tourists on to what we've got, it's still a small population, and the resource that we're able to offer people is quite remarkable. And I'd have to say the resource that's being brought to the coordination of this incident is quite remarkable. It's as good as I've seen anywhere in the world, and it shows the professionalism of the people we have here.
Indeed, Mr. Arthur?
I'm trying to figure out when they want us to go to a commercial break.
That question is, if they don't tell you, don't ask.
So is that the 4:30? Is that the 4:31?
All right, yeah.
One for 8 p.m. Okay, I'll try. We have a weather update
at 7 p.m.
For
it would have been 7 first.
Yeah, for 7 o'clock.
Right.
We were also advised that basically it appears as if practically the whole of Jamaica now has been affected in some way. Mandeville, Alligator Pond area, Treasure Beach, Negril as well. I think we should also point out that we do have our phone lines open. So if anyone has any additional information that they want to share with us, especially in terms of what is occurring in our with our neighbors, we want to know what is happening there, and if you have anything that you want to share with us. So the phone lines that are available are number 949-8037. 949-6990 or WhatsApp number 925-3261 as well. So all of those numbers, if you want to call in and share information with us, we're going to be here with you until sometime tomorrow or whenever we're going to be here, as well. Dr. Gent, on another topic, and we heard you talk about mental health, and while I don't want to sound too dystopian, and we really want to stay as upbeat as possible, I'm trying to remember what hurricane it was that had hit the Turks and Caicos Islands, and it was probably about a year or so after Hurricane Ivan here in the Cayman Islands. And in meeting with the governor and one of his permanent secretaries, and they asked, what are some of the things that we should look out for, in the aftermath of a hurricane, especially amongst our people. And I remember here in Cayman that while I think we had one fatality, an Ivan, a person who remained on board their vessel, and another person at a shelter who may have been hit by some sort of flying debris or something. But after that, we started to see our elderly population passing away.
Interesting.
Many had been displaced from their homes and everything. So when they asked that question in the Turks and Caicos, I say to them, you want to pay special attention to your elderly people. Ensure that they are taken care of, because if they are uprooted from their places where they're normally accustomed to, it could possibly have a traumatic effect. And I was only talking in terms of our experience here in Cayman. I had no training in that area at all. Would you like to speak to that?
Sure.
We do have a caller, but we'll take the caller in a few minutes as soon as Dr. Gent covers this.
There's actually a lot underneath that question, but if we just turn to the elderly, it's an effect I have seen in a slightly different context, and that is when a care home becomes bankrupt, and we have to find new places for people, and we have to move them and disperse them. They lose their carers they're familiar with. They lose the other residents they're familiar with. Things like the visiting patterns for family and friends can change, and that early mortality amongst the very dependent elderly is something that has been seen and commented on in other contexts, not just this kind of displacement. Here, where we're talking about people being temporarily, say, moved to shelters, we've got somewhere in the region of just over 100 people with quite severe dependency needs that we're accommodating with their carers in shelters.
Okay.
Over tonight, probably around about 120-ish or so. But they'll be moving back to their familiar environment again. I think the issue we're talking about the Turks and Caicos is you got that destruction of the environment, so there was no chance of removing people back and re-establishing normality. And re-establishing normality is an incredibly important thing, not just for the very old, but for the very young as well. And something I've seen time and time again in stressful situations, you can get normality, especially schools. Schools are brilliant for bringing children back into normal patterns of life, bringing them into contact with their friends and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen this in refugee camps, on edges of conflicts where you see children that are just in a dreadful situation and are very introverted, often mute and so on. You get somebody who can open up a school within that camp, and that fact of mum and dad getting you dressed in the morning, school books under your arm, walking between the tents, with meeting with your friends, and they're all going together, and within days you hear the laughter, the change, and you see the change. You see them to come back, and they're communicating again with their parents and so on. It's fascinating. So, both ends of the spectrum become, I think, more and more dependent upon that familiarization. But you're right about that one. But there's lots of other things about what to look out for in the next few days.
Yes.
Because there will be uncovered hazards in the environment. Things will come adrift. People get into doing their DIY to repair things that maybe have not been as good a DIY as before. So there's lots of thumbs with bruises on from where the hammer was putting the screw in, and all those kind of things that we see.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're using the hammer for a screw.
That's the problem. Yes, we all know somebody who's just got one tool in the toolbox, and it's a hammer.
Yeah.
But there's lots of things like that, and people just need to go gentle. Think, look at the risks, think, am I the right person to be doing this? I know I might want this fixing now, but maybe it's better fixed next week when it's safe, especially if these are electrical appliances or gas appliances. These aren't the time for the, sort of, I'll do my best. So there's lots of things like that. You do usually see a little upsurge in trauma. The other thing, of course, we really got to be very careful of in the next few days is the driving.
Yes,
please, folks. I mean, it's so sad to be seeing and hearing about the numbers of accidents, fatalities. In the next few days, the roads, there might be hidden hazards. I know my colleagues at HMCI are going to be doing their best as soon as we get out of the tropical wind phase. There's teams that are going to be out on the road to try to identify where there needs to be clearance, where there are obstructions, where there are hazards. They might not be able to spot everything, so be really careful about what you're doing. We also expect with the flooding there to be more water on the roads. The winds are still going to be potentially problematic. So, got to be a lot of caution, really cutting the speed, really being careful, and not being on the road if people don't need to be on the road.
Yes. Sterling, you want to take the call?
Take the call? All right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, let's take this call. You have Mr. Hart, myself, and Dr. Jen. Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling. Buenas tardes, mi amigo. ¿Tú vas en este teléfono, no?
You've not got the...
Hello, caller. Are you there?
Green to green, yes, have you?
Yeah. Well, let's see if the caller is there.
They've gone to make a cup of tea since we started talking about
Well, maybe we answered the question. Maybe they felt the taste for a slice of cassava cake. But the phone lines are open, right, Mr.
Yeah,
Hart?
I'll just give out those numbers again. 949-8037, 949-6990, or WhatsApp number 925-3261. Phone lines are open if you want to call in.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a commercial break now. Let your friends, family know that Radio Cayman is live, full coverage during Hurricane Beryl. We want to hear from you if you want us to hear you right here on Radio Cayman.
For the Health of It, heard on Wednesdays at 7 p.m. and repeated on Saturdays at 9:30 a.m. Brought to you by UHealth International, University of Miami Health System. International patients go to UHealth International for consultations with renowned physicians, advanced treatment technologies, leading-edge medical therapies, and state-of-the-art surgical procedures. Whatever your particular reason for going to UHealth International, you will receive customized medical care delivered within a compassionate, multicultural setting. The care you need when you need it.
Hurricane season is upon us. As a reminder, CUC will only turn off the power if there's actual damage to the grid and it's unsafe to keep the lights on. Stay safe, Cayman.
There's nothing more important than your health, and seeking expert healthcare with physicians you can trust is what you deserve. UHealth, the University of Miami Health System, offers peace of mind to you and your family with a first-class experience. Our patient coordinators assist with everything you need before, during, and after your stay with us. As South Florida's only academic-based health system, UHealth offers cutting-edge treatment, compassionate care, and life-changing results just a flight away. Learn more at umiamihealth.org/international.
For the Health of It is brought to you by the Cayman Medical Center, Cayman's most awarded private medical clinic located in the heart of Georgetown. Our spa-like setting offers unprecedented privacy and comfort, as well as highly skilled practitioners in pain management, chiropractic, physiotherapy, orthopedics, and radiology, with our state-of-the-art open and dynamic in-motion MRI. Our new family medicine and urgent care clinic brings further expertise to our group of specialists who offer a holistic and multidisciplinary teamwork approach to our patients' overall health and well-being. Visit our website at medical.ky or call us at 623-1000 for further information. Cayman Medical wishes you good health.
Here's a 7 p.m. advisory on Hurricane Beryl. The eye wall of extremely dangerous Category 4 Beryl hurricane is moving near along the southwestern coast of Jamaica. It is expected to approach the Cayman Islands later tonight. As 7 p.m. local time, it is located at 17.8 north, 78.3 west. Once again, 17.8 north, 78.3 west. That is 100 miles to the west of Kingston, Jamaica. It is 215 miles to the east-southeast of Grand Cayman. Maximum sustained winds are 130 miles per hour. It is moving in the west-northwest direction, 285 degrees on the compass at 20 miles per hour. The minimum central pressure is 960 millibars, or 28.35 inches. Once again, as of 7 p.m., Hurricane Beryl is located at 17.8 north, 78.3 west, 100 miles west of Kingston, Jamaica, 215 miles to the east-southeast of Grand Cayman, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, moving to the west-northwest, 285 degrees on the compass at 20 miles per hour.
Hello, good people. This is Uncle Selvin. Long time you not hear from me. When I was growing up around here, if you was not feeling too good, there's nothing in a dip in the sea couldn't clear up. Or better yet, your mama would fix you some good bush tea. Mind you, they still works. But the truth be told, those were simpler times when advice about your health and wellness was pretty straightforward. And you trusted it. Today, around here for trusted advice, the folks at Healthcare Pharmacy is the ones I trust. Their team of healthcare professionals and pharmacists have been serving this community now for over 30 years. Healthcare Pharmacy with 2 locations, Grand Harbor and Governor Square. You can reach them wherever you is.
We are Radio Cayman, covering Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman. 1 in a million.
Welcome back. And thank you so much for joining us. Welcome back with Mr. Art Corner. Honored to welcome Dr. Nick Gent for our. Now, my friends in certain southern states, when they ask which hurricane is approaching, I said Beryl. They said, "Oh, you mean Beryl?" And I'm still confused. So perhaps with the Queen's English, Dr. Gent, what is it, sir?
Oh,
come, a little levity.
Well, you're gonna get the north of England here, so it's not going to be Queen's English, but it'll be Beryl.
Beryl.
Beryl. Yeah.
So, you know, if you were my good family from West, you mean Beryl?
Yeah, a good Lancashire name. She'd have been in a penny from the mills.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, we certainly want you guys to recognize that we're taking this serious, but we want you. I think Dr. Gent say other than a scotch in the evening, laughter is probably the next best medicine.
Yeah.
Gents, we do have a call on air. As we go to the phones, hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's Raymond Scott from the Brac. I want to give an update on the conditions here. I've been out doing observations, and the wind here is about 20 to 30 miles per hour. On the north side of the island, the sea is... Yes, the light chop is not affected. The sea on the north side. On the south side of the island, we are having sea is running up to about 6 or 8 feet towards the southeast part of Cayman Brac. Very cloudy and overcast skies, and that's the present condition here now. And it's not that far away. It will be here not long. At moving at 18 or 20 miles an hour now.
18 was what I last saw. 20 now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so it's picking up speed again.
I'm not sure. I think it's 18. I'm just confirming that with you. Is it 18 now?
20 miles an hour.
Okay.
A resident amateur meteorologist sitting in the chair opposite has now confirmed. He went outside and stuck his finger in his mouth and put it up to the breeze. He says 20 miles an hour. So it is at 20. We'll give the 7 p.m. coordinates shortly.
Yeah.
Yes, and most of the homes on the islands, the buildings are battened down with plywood, and the new hurricane shelter on the bluff, the multi-purpose building, has several people inside of that, and the Aston Reddish Center and the other West End School and those places, the hurricane shelters. And it reminds me like how it was during Paloma when in the nighttime when you could hardly see anyone on the road because most of the people are in their homes and hurricane shelters. But it's not that bad here yet. But of course, we got it'll be down abreast Cayman Brac in a few hours' time, right to the south of Cayman Brac. Not long, probably about another 3 hours around that. What it's 78.3, 78.18, and we are in 79.45. So 3 hours, roughly 3 hours. It should be right south of Cayman Brac.
Yeah, some of the coordinates that we have now is 17.8 north, 78.3 west, 215 miles from Grand Cayman.
Yes, sir. Received that. Okay, good. Thank you. So the wind has increased, and you can feel it increasing since this evening. Very gusty winds from about 20 to 30 around that now. But it's we had a heavy gust of wind and heavy shower, but it didn't last very long, only about 10 minutes this evening. Right now, there's no drizzly rain or anything, just overcast and cloudy. On the south coast of Cayman Brac, that's where the sea will impact the coastline, and Grand Cayman is coming much closer to you all down there than what it is here. So everybody, like I said today on the talk show, to whatever you had to do to get it ready, and don't wait for the last minute, and wishing everybody a safe night and a safe day tomorrow, all of you down there in Grand Cayman, where it's going to pass the closest point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott, and we look forward to hearing more from you as things continue to develop over in the Brac as well. We'll rely on you for passing on information to us as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I'm going to be up all night. I'm used to these up late nights. As being a seaman working on the tankers, I used to be up. My watch was mostly from 8 to 12, so I got used to that, and I be up very late. So I not go and sleep. I want to watch and see what happens, and I'll keep you all informed.
All right. Well, you be safe and careful. If at all, don't move about. I won't make a joke about being up all night, but we leave that for now. Mr. Hart, what do you think? Anyway, it's a good time. But Dr. Jen, I wanted to ask from two perspectives. I think accurate, timely information is always key, especially from official sources. And on two perspectives. One, for whatever reason, we have people. Maybe it's fun. Maybe for them, they'll see no harm. But there are at times information coming out, maybe about a business doing something or not doing something, maybe about the weather, maybe about, and it's not just irresponsible or disinformation. It can create a lot of clamor and fear in people.
It can, and it can cause an awful disruption for people like myself who are trying to, manage these incidents. If you're sort of firefighting the misinformation, it detracts, and it's quite harmful. It's a strange thing, but I understand it's probably been something that people have been up to for centuries, and but it's now people have got tools to transmit information and misinformation far faster than they used to be.
Disinformation as well.
Yeah.
Big difference.
It is, and sometimes it's sad. It's deliberate malice. That's
All right.
So we prefer people, as we say, always keep going to the trusted information sources. The direct government, websites, government social feeds, trusted partner organisations like yourself are absolutely critical to this. And as we know, radio is still an incredibly useful medium. Low technology, very affordable,
wide reach, immediate, accessible.
Yep, and still carries on working even if the landline lines blow down and everything else. And
like the days of yesteryear when many would listen. Back then it was probably AM broadcast. So if you're listening, we're broadcasting both on Breeze FM and on Radio Cayman. Tell your friends. We're gonna give you accurate time information. We have a call, I'm told, Mr. Art.
Yes.
And not just yet. Okay. Who do you believe, Norma or the other guy? All right. I was going to ask Dr. Jen something, but Mr. Art?
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. So, I'm working on a few things here.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Trying to see if we can get someone from the National Weather Service to give us a live update as well. That would be nice. So we're going to try to work on that also.
Okay, and we'll bring people in. And for those who are listening, obviously call and share. We want you to be safe. Let us know from one's perspective. Have you finished your preparations? There are probably some things you wish you had done, but do not put yourself in harm's way now when trying to go do it. What's not done now probably isn't worth doing. Safely and sensibly evaluate where you are.
Yep, time to stay inside.
If I might, I know you have, through your colleagues and CMOs in particular across the region, you've been in contact both in your professional capacity. Can you give us any update as to maybe what has transpired?
Yeah, it's obviously the very severely affected islands we'll know about and so on, but probably of more interest, I think, to people in the Cayman, and there's a big diaspora of people from Jamaica, and I've been getting a few notes from my chief medical officer colleague in Jamaica. Said that still feeling the effects of Beryl, particularly the south coast. It's still experiencing strong winds, and the hurricane is continuing to move to the south of Jamaica. Kingston, still light rain with wind gusts bending the palm trees over. They've lost electricity to a number of sections of the island, and they can't restore those quite yet. They're still waiting for official reports to come in from all their district commissioners to make sure that they understand what the degree of damage is. But for instance, they're reporting to me that all of their 24 hospital or clinic sites are remaining open and in full service, not seeming to see any big overload at the present time, and a bit like what we're expecting. They say, wind gusts, but it's the heavy rain that's the issue with them. So can't be absolutely certain, but it feels knowing the way that people write on this is the Caribbean chief medical officers. We have a group where we talk to each other and tip each other off about things. It has the feeling to me that somebody's thinking, we've probably got away with things being better than they could, but a bit cautious, particularly about the flooding. And I think that's their big worry.
That's very encouraging, because unfortunately, we've heard people say, "Oh, the roofs are off on schools and hospitals and thing," and you're saying from the chief medical officer over there, that's not the case. So far, so good. It's not as bad as they were expecting.
Not seen that, but remember, they've not got all their district reports in yet.
I mean, St. Vincent in particular, in the Eastern Caribbean, has been impacted. So
Yes.
and our family and friends there. We have another call, right, Mr. Art?
Yes, we do. Yes,
All
we
right.
do. Yes.
Hey, welcome and thanks for joining us. That other voice is none other than the famous For the Record host, Mr. Art Connor, Dr. Nick Janton and myself. So, welcome.
Good evening to you all doing.
Hey, how are you, man? Does that feel strange? You said good morning to Mr. Art, afternoon to me. Now you're like, All right, welcome, man. How are you doing, first off? How are you?
Well, I'm as prepared as I possibly can.
Okay, well, that's a good start. And I pray you will be, not just mentally, comforted, but physically reassured, all right?
Okay, same to you all too, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Gent, I have a question.
Sure, carry on.
Yeah, people who may be facing post-traumatic stress disorder, and people who may be having problems with stress, depression, and anxiety during this time, what would you suggest for them to do?
Really good question, thank you. Let's leave aside the post-traumatic stress disorder, because that's a late issue. What we'd be looking at are that acute stress disorders and related things such as depression, feeling low, anxiety. These are entirely normal. People will be going through a period of worry, concern for themselves, their family, for their friends, and that will have an effect, and that will make them feel. Some people will feel anxious, some people will feel low as a result of that. Now, these are normally short-lived. They normally people return to a normal mood state within days, and certainly within weeks. And the thing to do is not to overreact to these things, and is to use. I was talking about, for instance, children at schools. It's about normalisation. It's about using your peer group. It's about using your friends, and it's about talking with them and sitting down, having a cup of tea, having a chat, finding the common ground, talking about your own experiences. You don't need professional help for this. In fact, probably professional help at this stage can make things worse. And there's a lot of literature about this where people have studied groups of populations who've been exposed to quite difficult problems. We used to study these in the UK around things like the London Underground bombings and the arena bombings and so on. And people will come to themselves, and you've got to accept that things like grief, anxiety, or feeling low in response is entirely normal, and it will change. What you worry about is if you get to about 4, 5, 6 weeks along the line and that's still there, particularly anxiety or depression, and that's time to go and see a doctor, because it probably needs a very short intervention with a medicine, but a very short intervention with a medicine to just pick people up and help put them right. But the thing is, I say that normalisation, getting back into normal habits, picking things up, particularly picking things up with your family, friends, maybe when things are settled down, making sure everybody comes around for dinner You know, sharing those experiences is really important. And as soon as people realise that what they're feeling is the same as what other people were feeling, then suddenly they feel better. That might sound a bit strange, but you know, often things go in cycles. People think that, you know, I'm feeling depressed, then they feel I've got a mental health problem, and then they feel that they're wrong, and it sort of it multiplies in their mind. Whereas if they sat down there with another member of the family, said, you know, who says, you know, I felt really down and so on. It's so good to see you all, everything else. And suddenly they've got permission to have been normal.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and that's something that we really, really must do. And in Cayman, famous for its networks, famous for its kindness, famous for its family and is supported in the extended generations. And when this is all over, coming together, sharing the memories. There'll be some bad ones, there'll be some good ones, there'll be some that laugh out loud ones, you know, when ridiculous things happened. But gathering all of those things together and talking about them and so on, that is the biggest cure. One of the difficulties we've got these days, I think, is we over-medicalise the normal. And we've got to remember people are complex. And feelings are complex, and the way people think about things is complex, and the way they react is complex. But let's not make that abnormal. Does that help?
Yes, sir. It's like Dr. Jen's asking, does that suffice?
Caller? Okay. Well, to add to that, one of our listeners has written in and said that they appreciate us riding the storm with them. Hopefully it gives them, the audience, peace of mind as well. So I'm glad that we can, offer that.
And thanks to that caller, because we want to be your companion this evening.
Yes.
I said earlier about those people, whether their jobs or their community engagement, have taken them away from where they would probably want to be. But there are many people who find themselves alone in spaces, right? And not by choice sometimes. So we're mindful of those who are where they are because of their obligations, but also an individual, maybe hospitalized, maybe at home stranded, maybe wherever. And they're okay. They know they're going to be okay, but they are alone.
That's it.
And we don't want them to be alone. So if you can't laugh at my nice haircut, I'll put on a jacket just for you.
You think yours is bad?
Hey.
I was supposed to be having a haircut last week.
Why don't we do that on air?
I have postponed mine for quite a while. Yeah. I'm going to see how long I can grow it this time. Mr. Sterling, you had a conversation earlier today on your show with Mr. Hugh from CUC. So you could possibly enlighten this listener who was inquiring as to whether or not there were any updates on electricity being cut tonight, and what Mr. Hugh said. So we have about 6 minutes before we go to the 8 o'clock news. We have Mr. John Tibbetts, the Director General for the National Weather Service, and we will accommodate him after the 8 o'clock news. So if you could cover this for us now.
Yeah, but I'll try. I mean, we did carry what he shared in our news headlines thereafter. But Mr. Hugh shared, of course, safety not only to the infrastructure and the line and equipment, but also their staff. And he said at 45 miles an hour winds, and anything more than that, they don't have any plans, but they don't know, what the weather will entail. So as long as it's safe to do so, power will be in play. If it has that they have to disconnect in certain areas, then that'll be the areas if they're affected. Should something transpire through CARLAC as well as their partners in Fortis, they have teams on standby who will come forward, provided that they, can get here safely and as quickly as possible to assist. But that also goes to how are we affected? Maybe we need to render assistance to our Caribbean neighbors. Thankfully, Dr. Jen was present. That's a fairly good summation.
I think it was, and I'd also got an update when I was in the Emergency Ops Centre. I think you're spot on there. CUC's commitment is to try to continue to provide power throughout this period. No planned outages. The big thing that will cause them to cut a circuit is if they think there's a power line down, because then that becomes a potential hazard to people who are going out, in the morning, and to the we'll be putting teams on the road as soon as we can get out of the tropical storm wind phase to go and do the surveys. We don't want our teams to be placed at risk. So if they think there's a line down, they're going to cut that circuit, but otherwise they're going to do their level best to be providing power throughout the night.
Right.
That's different. The water, we know about the planned outages on the water side, and those have been well published. But the electricity, the intent is to keep it running.
Before we go back to electricity, just on the water, Cayman Water Company that serves sort of the West Bay Road area. Our understanding, hopefully this is an official thing that looks official. They said, listen, unless it's a Category 3 or above, unless they have a major leak, they're not going to interrupt service. Is that accurate?
That was the last briefing I had,
right,
but we'd be better if we got them to confirm that in person.
Okay. Have your people call my people. And then the other thing, if I might ask, a point that you had made earlier in relation to the use of generators, pumps, and anything that would emit carbon monoxide. Do not use them inside. We think that we should know that, but please, we're not trying to speak down to you. We're just trying to remind you, because sometimes we think it's ventilated. Carbon monoxide is deadly.
It is. It's such a fast killer, and I've unfortunately had in previous jobs to have to deal with so many deaths associated with it, and it's just that the silly thing like that. There's been some flooding in the house. I need to get it dried out, especially in places like Cayman where we know about the fungal problems that you can get. So get a dehumidifier in, a cable's not too, there's no power's off, the cable won't quite run to, we'll just put the generator in it. But it's by the open door, isn't it? So it should be okay. And no, it's not okay. These things have to be entirely out in the open. No bodging, no trying to fix some exhaust pipe to it. No, just do not. You're better off having your house fall down from the mold than killing yourself or killing some family with they're phenomenally dangerous.
What about scented candles as well when you're indoors? No ventilation whatsoever. If the power goes out, should people use candles, scented candles?
I was wondering what you're up to, sir, but I
noticed you went in for the scented.
Not just regular candles.
I just buy the plain white.
The cheap ones, right?
Yeah, but
by the case.
But I mean, in a generously sized room, a single candle. If people need that light, it's not going to, but it's not going to be producing much in the way of carbon monoxide. It's the power generator. It's the diesel and petrol driven generators. They rapidly exhaust the oxygen in a room. They burn inefficiently. They can churn out carbon monoxide at an incredible rate. But a single candle. Especially we've got to think safety. People tripping over things and or not sort of not being able to manage to get drinks for people when they need them and keep up with a bit of food and so on. That should be fine.
Okay, Mr. Sterling, I'm going to ask you to take us out to the 8 o'clock news, and then also ask you to introduce Mr. Tibbetts.
All right.
When we return as well.
Well, thank you very much. So as Mr. Art reminds us, when we come back from the break, Mr. Tibbetts, the Director General over at the Cayman National Weather Service, is going to sit with us. Quite an astute individual and jovial at times, And if he has anything sweet to share, we'll invite him in. But if not, so he better help him.
He might have a bit of better news. He was smiling a little bit when I saw him earlier on.
That's because he was talking to Norma. All right, join us after, and we're going to invite you to stay tuned.
Okay.
Yesterday, today,
always and forever.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
If you or your loved one is facing cancer, only Sylvester will stand firmly by your side at every step, from diagnosis through survivorship, providing you and your family peace of mind and assisting with everything you need before, during, and after your stay with us. Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center is South Florida's only NCI-designated cancer center and specializes in treating the most complex cancer cases. Your first-class cancer care is just a flight away. Learn more at sylvester.org.
When I first started going to Healthcare Pharmacy, it was because it was convenient. But over the years, I continued to shop there because I trusted them. One day I was picking up my prescription, and the pharmacist noticed an over-the-counter medication in my basket. She said, "I hope that's not yours. It will interact with your prescription." And I thought, wow, thank you. Trust is so important when it comes to your health. Healthcare Pharmacy, with 2 locations, Grand Harbor and Governor's Square, where they care about my health.
For the Health of It is brought to you by the Cayman Medical Center, Cayman's most awarded private medical clinic located in the heart of Georgetown. Our spa-like setting offers unprecedented privacy and comfort as well as highly skilled practitioners in pain management, chiropractic, physiotherapy, orthopedics, and radiology, with our state-of-the-art open and dynamic in-motion MRI. Our new family medicine and urgent care clinic brings further expertise to our group of specialists who offer a holistic and multidisciplinary teamwork approach to our patients' overall health and well-being. Visit our website at medical.ky or call us at 623-1000 for further information. Cayman Medical wishes you good health.
We are Radio Cayman, covering Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman. 1 in a million.
I'm April Cummings with your latest news.
Hurricane Beryl poses, and I want to emphasize, significant threat to all 3 of our islands, including life-threatening storm surges, damaging waves, heavy rainfall, which may lead to flooding. As you know, we had quite a bit of rain recent, and the grounds are already very saturated, so it lends to trees having a tendency to fall over much quicker had it come 4 weeks ago when we were still experiencing the drought period.
Premier the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Conley today at a press conference focused on ensuring we are all taking this storm seriously and providing updates on preparations. Radio Cayman's Jevi Ebanks is stationed at NEOC, the National Emergency Operations Center, which is now fully engaged.
Good evening. This is Radio Cayman's Jevi Ebanks coming to you once again from the Government Administration Building, where I'm set up on the 2nd floor near the National Emergency Operations Center. I will be here throughout the duration of Hurricane Beryl as it progresses and moves past the Cayman Islands. Members of NEOC and other senior civil servants are continuing efforts to monitor the progress of Hurricane Beryl, which at 7 p.m. was located just offshore of the southwest part of Jamaica near latitude 17.8 degrees north, longitude 78.3 degrees west. Beryl is moving towards the west-northwest near 20 miles an hour, with maximum sustained winds nearing 130 miles per hour with higher gusts. Beryl is a Category 4 hurricane, and as I said earlier, I'll remain here throughout the night. As the public would now be aware, the islands are under a shelter-in-place order announced by the Cayman Islands government earlier today. Throughout the night, it is anticipated that updates will be made available from Her Excellency the Governor, the Honorable Premier, as well as other government departments, including the National Weather Service and Hazard Management Cayman Islands. Once again, we're reminding the public that a stay-in-place order is in effect as of 6 p.m. this evening, and residents and visitors are expected to stay in place until an all-clear is given. An all-clear will be given only after first responders and utility providers have had the opportunity to inspect damage to critical infrastructure. Listeners are advised to keep listening to official sources such as Radio Cayman throughout the night. Reporting from the Government Administration Building, I'm Jevi Ebanks.
So again, there is a hurricane warning in place for the Cayman Islands, and we should be sheltering in place. Meteorologists anticipate a west to west-northwestern motion, taking the core of Beryl just south of Cayman tonight. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, I'm April Cummings.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Here's the 7 p.m. advisory on Hurricane Beryl. It is the eye wall of the extremely dangerous Category 4 Beryl is moving near the southwestern coast of Jamaica and expected to approach the Cayman Islands later tonight. At 7 p.m., it was located at 17.8 north, 78.3 west. That's 17.8 north, 78.3 west. That is 100 miles to the west of Kingston, Jamaica, and 215 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman. Maximum sustained winds are at 130 miles per hour. The movement is to the west-northwest at 285 degrees at 20 miles per hour. The barometer is reading 960 millibars or 28.35 inches. Once again, the Cayman Islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac, Jamaica, and the Mexican Yucatan Peninsula are all under hurricane warning at this time. Once again, the 7 p.m. update on the position of Hurricane Beryl. The center of Beryl was located just offshore of the southwest part of Jamaica near latitude 17.8 north, longitude 78.3 west. Beryl is moving towards the west-northwest near 20 miles per hour. A westward to west-northwestward motion is expected during the next day or so, taking the core of Beryl just south of Grand Cayman tonight and over the Yucatan Peninsula later on Thursday night. And Friday, Beryl is expected to emerge over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico, and Friday night a turn towards the north-northwest. Once again, maximum sustained winds are near 130 miles per hour with higher gusts. Beryl is still a Category 4 hurricane. Some weakening is forecast during the next day or two. However, Beryl is expected and forecast to be at or near major hurricane intensity while it passes near to the Cayman Islands. Additional weakening is expected thereafter, though Beryl is forecast to remain a hurricane until it makes landfall on the Yucatan Peninsula. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 185 miles. That's the latest from the 7 p.m. advisory.
The Health Services Authority has over 120 world-class physicians offering the most comprehensive range of specialist services on island. Our dedicated team of professionals provide the highest quality care in orthopedics, interventional radiology, women's health, geriatrics, and a host of other specialist areas. We are a JCI accredited organization with a proven record of excellence. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you. For more information, visit hsa.ky.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Welcome back. And thank you so much for joining us. I like that music, man. It kind of reminds me of Shaft. So to all the wonderful listeners, your love and loyalty isn't only what we appreciate, but we want to inform you. Please tell your friends and family we are broadcasting at the same time on 105.3 or Breeze FM sister station, as well as here on Radio Cayman 809.9. You can use the app or the website. You can do all it, but I like radio. Radio is pure.
YouTube also?
Yeah, yes, thank you. Yeah. There's that thing where you can see us. Boy, had to remind people.
Facebook.
So we have Mr. Art Corner, and we're glad now to welcome Mr. John Tibbetts, the Director General over at the Weather Service Cayman's National Weather Service. Always a pleasure to have you in the studio, Mr. John. Always a pleasure.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Even if I wasn't doing great, I would say I am, because as bad as it is, it will always be better, right?
Okay.
And I live in a fantastic place. As we listened to Dr. Jen earlier, we're reminded sometimes by people who have only been here for a short time, people who've been here for a long time, that there is something special and unique about the Cayman fabric. We see it in those formative days of what was then the National Hurricane Center, right. and the way, in as much as it may have been organized as a voluntary something as opposed to the formal structure of what is now hazard management, covering all hazards. You saw a discipline, you saw a professionalism, you saw a determination, a dedication. You saw people who were more serious about when the NEOC was convened.
Mm-hmm.
If people can even imagine that, than they were as head of the fire service in the place of Mr. Kirky or Mr. Donny as the then Chief Secretary and Deputy Governor.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They were serious in their jobs, but they took the safety, the timeliness of information for the country very, very seriously.
I agree with you because I mean, I've been around the disaster management and weather service for what now 40 years, but I say one thing, and that is, disaster hazardous management has become so much more.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you have individuals that don't have to think about their fireman job or that they're running a fire service, that we can concentrate strictly on disaster management, you start to get some rather unique ideas coming up, and you start to build some structure that, that it just wasn't there before. Would we've had it, without hazardous management being what it's become? I don't know. But it is certainly, I think it helps the process when you have individuals that are just strictly disaster managers.
Well, you get a sort of division of labor and specialization. You get people that can focus on things. But to your point, and I hope the wonderful team over at the fire service in particular don't mind me singing their praises, but here is a skill set in people who, if whether aerodrome or otherwise, they train extensively, and they're competent, they're responsive. And watching the evolution of that, I think you as a country can appreciate that translates nicely in areas where there's a flood and they need to go in to assist. They are called upon to bring what they have to bear for the benefit of the country.
Right.
Having a formalized structure like hazard management, whatever that's called and wherever, where people focus on disasters from inclement weather to, God forbid, some chemical spill or something else.
Right.
Now with that, as we're focusing on Hurricane Beryl, Mr. Tibbetts, I know, and for some people they might say, well, how could you enjoy it? But I harken back with fondness, watching my father, my young brothers draw, sometimes their knees in the chair, pulling up on the dining room table, looking at a big map and trying to figure out, and as they plot it, and then they would project, not unlike what they would do, if they were coming from one port to the next and they were navigating. Where is this thing going to go? They plot each point as the coordinates, and you would listen to the radio updates. I want you to share with us what you can, give us as much of a perspective on where we are in terms of what has transpired thus far, but potential, what could be projected.
Okay. So, we've got Hurricane Beryl. It has peaked in intensity at 165 miles per hour. And that's a couple of days back.
So when was that, St. Vincent and those areas early on?
Yeah, when it had entered the Eastern Caribbean, it had, rather than dying out as we normally expect storms to do, and when they come there, it got stronger, and that was a bit surprised. Even for the Hurricane Center, because the Hurricane Center was saying this thing's going to peak at a Cat 3, maybe a low Cat 4, and it just went through the roof at a Cat 5 level. Okay, and I think that the forecast path, has been fairly consistent, relatively consistent. I got to be careful on that, because you're going to hear me at times say that the forecast path dance around, but when I say dance around is that 1 minute it's a little bit north, next minute it's a little bit south, but overall, generally speaking, they're moving in generally the same area, passing south of Grand Cayman. Okay, so today, Hurricane Beryl, as a very nasty system, went into Jamaica, and it was not it didn't slam into the Blue Mountains, but it kind of skirted along the south coast. And I thank goodness because if it kind of slammed into the Blue Mountains, I would suspect it would have been a much bigger impact in Jamaica itself. Okay, and instead it just kind of skirted along the south coast and what have you. When we do get the reports on the final damage and what happened in Jamaica, do be reminded of that. Okay,
is that because of the potential slides and stuff, or why is it that?
They're all kind of things that go into the motion of a storm.
Right.
Okay, there is the concept of the steering current. And then there are times when it seems that if the hurricane kind of senses the mountain that's ahead of it and tries to divert around it, almost. It's almost like it's feeling the mountain in its path.
Okay.
All right? And we've seen storms do that before.
Almost like an intelligent being in a sense is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's quite an intelligent being, but I think the storm is basically taking the path of least resistance. And there are times when they get into mountains. Sometimes they'll just go over it and weaken. Other times they'll just appear to bounce off of it.
Right. So had it gone over the mountains, when it emerges, potentially it would have been weaker.
It would have been weaker, but then I feel that the damage in Jamaica might have been more extreme.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what the damage is at this point in Jamaica. But
yeah.
It slid along the south coast. And at 7 p.m. this evening, it was located at 17.8 north, 78.3 west. That's about 215 miles east-southeast of Grand Cayman. It is still basically along the forecast path that the National Hurricane Center has been going with all along.
This is the one out of Miami.
This is the one out of Miami.
Okay.
Now, I grant you this, we don't know where this is going to go forward, okay? But because the 7 p.m. prediction, the 7 p.m. position does not come with a predicted path, okay? It just gives you a new lat long and a new strength.
And why is that for people who? Because we have some amateur meteorologists that are quite informed.
Right. So how the Hurricane Center works basically is it gives you four times it gives you the full set of data, and then 4 other times they're just going to give you just the lat long and the strength.
And that's derived from the hurricane hunters going.
That's derived from the hurricane hunters and devised from various sources of data with the surface charts, satellite images, radar data, observed data of any kind, and stuff like that.
Okay.
So in this particular case, now the big news that I got for Cayman is that in between 4 p.m. this afternoon and 7 p.m., the storm lost 10 miles per hour. So this storm is now definitely weakening. Okay, it's gone down now from a peak of about 165 to now down to 130. Okay, still moving west-northwest. Speed is about 20 miles per hour. Some other good news for you is that we were looking at the satellite images from it. Okay, and it is now borne out with our radar. Okay, and that is the eye wall that surrounds the eye wall that wraps around the eye itself. It's not complete. It's broken up in the southern section of the system. Okay, and whenever you have an eye wall that doesn't fully wrap around the center, it leaves the hurricane in a bit of a weakened state. All right, so this is a good sign that the storm is indeed continuing to weaken. All right, and as I said, if you look on our radar images now, you can see the storm center in it. All right, and you can actually see the southern section. The return on the rainfall on the southern section is much lower. All right, so we're starting to see some positive things now. Now, mind you, 2 little caveats in this, and that was, first of all, the National Hurricane Center has always been saying that the storm is going to weaken coming into our area, so should necessarily come as a surprise. The second thing is that this storm still has 130 miles per hour. That's still a nasty storm to deal with. And the distance between where it is right now and the Cayman Islands is fairly small, especially when you're thinking about the fact that it's moving at 20 miles per hour. That means how much more weakening is going to happen. And that's the question. 130 miles per hour it remains a Category 4 storm, but by the very slimmest of margins, that is the lowest threshold for a Category 4 storm. So if we continue to look on the satellite images and the eye wall does not properly reform, or the radar images we don't see it properly reform, we can certainly expect the system to continue to weaken.
Right. But I like your emphasis that even though you're thinking, oh, it's 165 at its outset, now it's 130, it was 140 hours ago, 130 miles an hour. It's still a lot of breeze, no?
Yeah, well, there's a part of it also, and that is, I think, I'll take you back to yesterday, and this storm was at one point forecast to pass basically 44 miles south of us. Okay, by that standard, the National Hurricane Center would identify that as a direct hit. Okay, and when they say a direct hit, you essentially you're supposed to get the worst that storm is going to give you. Okay, and yet our predictions still didn't have hurricane force winds in it. It still doesn't. Okay, and so what that speaks to is when the National Weather Service has told you that this system is tightly wrapped. We're not talking about the tropical storm force winds. Tropical storm force winds are going at 185 miles. That's quite a nice system, to be honest with you. But if you have a storm is going to cross you 44 miles to the south, and you're still not going to get hurricane force winds, that means that your hurricane force winds are probably extending only about 30 miles out from the center. That is extremely tightly wrapped. All right? So it is still possible that this system can still pass roughly the same distance, 40 to 60 miles away, and we not get hurricane force winds.
Okay.
So we're still forecasting just the tropical storm force winds, albeit a very healthy values.
Let's pick that up, but we have a call, right?
Yeah, we have Mr. Tibbetts, Sasha Tibbetts from CUC on the line. So they have scheduled persons to call in. We're going to ask Mr. Tibbetts to remain in the studio with us because we have much more to talk with him as well. But again, Mr. Sterling, since you had the CUC conversation today, even though it was with a different individual, right. We can keep the conversation going, and right. You can address, issues that may have been said or things that may have been said earlier and where we're at with those now. So I just want to say hi to Mr. Sasha Tibbetts. I'm not sure if he was able to get out on the bike this morning, but we know where he is tonight.
Probably on the
Sasha, welcome to Radio Cayman.
Thanks for having me. I did take a look at the weather forecast and thought that it really wasn't going to be a good morning for us. I probably did the right thing and stayed home. But yeah, thanks for having me on the show. Was listening in for the last 45 minutes or so. It's a really good show you guys are running tonight.
Thank you.
So what do we want to talk about? How I guess CUC's we've been doing a bunch of communications through our social media channels and radio shows, and I guess the message that we're trying to get across to folks is that, well, number one, we're going to continue to serve electricity for as long as it is possible to do so. We have no scheduled outages. But however, if there's damage to the system, that damage will cause an outage in that area, just like if there was damage when there isn't a storm. If a car hits a pole or if a tree falls on a line, that's going to cause an outage. And that's exactly what would happen tonight if there is damage at a certain pole or line.
Okay.
If there are enough of those, yes, it could get to a point where we have the entire system out. I was just very encouraged by the positive side of John Tibbetts' report earlier on. Mm-hmm. So thanks for that. I hope he is on point with that, and if that is what it is, hopefully we will have missed what could have been really bad. Mm-hmm. But we'll be keeping the lights on. I guess the other piece to consider is after the storm, what are some of the things we have to do? So once the storm passes, the utilities will get a utility all clear to go out and start doing inspections. And this will happen at the same time as, say, the NRA is going out and looking at roads and so on and clearing roads. We got to get out there, and if there are any down power lines, we got to get them out of the way It's really important that if people see us out on the roads or other people out on the roads, it's not because there's an all clear that's been given for the public. It's so that, you know, essential services can go out and make the roads safe for people to traverse.
All right. This is
so
the assessment.
really, yeah, and do a damage assessment and prepare for restoration and so on. So really important that people do stay in until they get that all clear, so that we and the other essential service providers can do our best to restore power if there are extensive outages. Yeah.
All right. And I appreciate it. If you would help us, I mean, because the electrical grid is key to the part of the critical infrastructure. Maybe as the professor sits to my left here, opportunity for the classroom setting. For our listening public, I would imagine that from time to time, and in particular times like this, CUC would do an assessment of its poles, its lines, its generators, the whole infrastructure. If it's okay, can you give us A, what that looks like, and B, when you did it this time, what sort of things were flagged?
And if I could add to that also, the transitioning from wooden poles to concrete poles, we're seeing that taking place. I would say in the eastern districts, in particular, north side on our cycling route, there we see lots of them as well. You know, what difference has that made in terms of your resilience?
So we've been investing in resilience sort of incrementally for the last over 30 years. Definitely since I've been with the company, always making investments to improve resilience. And you do mention the concrete poles. That's one example of it. We only use them on our transmission poles.
Okay.
Or mostly only on the transmission poles because that's the backbone circuit. And so we really want to make sure that those stay up as much as possible. We had some really good success with concrete poles during Hurricane Ivan. I think we only lost 6 of them. And whereas the wooden transmission poles, we lost a whole lot more. We've also changed the design since Hurricane Ivan of how we do our wooden poles. They're a lot stronger. They're a lot thicker. You'll also notice that the wooden transmission poles if you think about the line that goes over the Kimpton Bridge, those poles are closer spaced together, and that allows them to withstand more wind forces. And so even with the wood infrastructure, we can get similar strength to the concrete pole lines. We just have to put the poles a little bit closer together and use bigger wood poles than we normally would. So we've been doing that. We've also been doing a lot of undergrounding. So there's, and that's obviously quite expensive. We've been doing some undergrounding of the core backbone circuits, and some of those are underground already. There's a lot more work to do in that space. But in terms of how we are today compared to how we were before Hurricane Ivan, I think we have made huge strides. Does that mean we're not going to have damage? No. I think we've all been around through some of the small storms that we've had over the last 10, 15 years, and there's always some amount of damage if there's a proper sized storm. But I do think that we are substantially better placed than we were 20 years ago for Hurricane Ivan.
Great. Tibbets the Tibbets. Mr. John, since the Tibbets are dominating the airways on right here on Radio Cayman, any questions for Sasha?
No. Sasha's got his game going, man. He's a Tibbets. What do you expect?
That sounds like something that we should open up and explore, Mr. Ozzy.
Yeah.
Are you trying to suggest that there's some bias in those comments?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. I think the man's success and what he's done is speaks for itself.
Right. So, Sasha, from that perspective, when we're looking at that resiliency that you speak of, and sort of CUC's approach to ensuring the safety of the supply, safety of the users, and also the staff, what is that limit, and to your point, where CUC says, let me see, we know the tensile strength of some structures is measured at X. Does CUC know at what point, the infrastructure is going to be critically endangered should whatever that thing occur? Do they know what that is?
Yeah, so for the overhead lines, you can obviously build anything to withstand anything. It becomes very, very expensive to get above, say, a Cat 3 design. So that's about where we're at. It's 115 miles an hour is the design rating. That being said, that's just wind force. You can't really design for a tree blowing through a line or a piece of roof flying across and taking out a pole.
Right.
So the physical impacts is very difficult to manage. The wind is one thing, but usually what really takes it out is something crashing into the infrastructure and then causing damage that then creates a chain reaction down the pole line. And so we're about 115, I think, is the design rating on the wind. That doesn't mean it won't survive above that. It just means that there may be some bits of damage above that. But like I said, the real kicker is when something comes flying into the infrastructure.
All right. So just for my personal edification, it's probably understood easier by the two guests and others, but just for my benefit. In the absence of those things happening, what you're sharing then is, there could be a Cat 2 or thereabouts, and it should be okay. You guys should be good. In absence of a roof going through or trees hitting it, your infrastructure can sustain some wind load.
Yeah, and actually, if I can give you an actual example, I mean,
okay, thanks. Yeah,
theoretically, and the engineering in me might get excited, but if you want to
look at excited, all right.
Information, in Hurricane Ivan, many of our structures were not designed to the level that we have today. But I think in terms of the percentage of the poles that we had to replace was in the order of 10 to 15%. So even though the winds were well above the design rating, it didn't mean that they all were going to fall down. There's safety factors in that design, and sometimes things just work out in your favor. In an event like a hurricane, there's nothing that is really in human control. In terms of what the weather is going to do. So, there's too much randomness involved there. But yeah, so even though we had Ivan was 150 miles an hour, 145, whatever.
I know me, Mr. Tibbetts, got a hard argument.
The other Tibbetts can give you the exact number probably from heart.
But I can tell you, yeah.
Sasha, keep your comments away from the strength of Hurricane Ivan. You're causing me some work here.
But
it was far greater than what the system was designed for.
Yeah.
It did have a lot of damage, but not all structures were damaged, right? It was a relatively small percentage in the grand scheme of things. It was a lot of work. It was hundreds and hundreds of poles that we had to repair, a lot of line work, but it wasn't a complete loss.
And then, unless Mr. OC jumps in, I wanted to then ask, other than aesthetics, is there any benefit of having the utility lines underground, as opposed to now we've seen some overhead? And I know you referenced the concrete poles being more structurally sound and on the distribution or transmission lines, but for those of us who don't know, that engineering, you get excited. I mean, underground versus on a pole.
Yeah,
that sounds kind of.
Yeah. So the huge benefit of underground is that it's not exposed to wind, and it's not even the flooding that comes around is not an issue. Usually, the underground ducts are flooded from just groundwater, so the whole system is fully waterproof, and so you can have an event like this, and provided you don't have erosion of the road from flooding or from wave action tearing the road up like we did see in Hurricane Ivan on the south coast, where you would have underground utilities washed out. Theoretically, you can continue to serve power through those lines because they're not going to be damaged.
Okay, so the safety, the reliability of underground, if I'm hearing you, probably increases versus overhead.
The resiliency benefit is huge.
Okay.
Right? But of course, that benefit comes at a huge cost. So the cost to install things underground is 4 to 5, maybe even 6 times that of putting it overhead. And as you know, electricity here is very expensive. So what we are focusing on doing is, rather than placing all of the systems underground, is working sort of chipping away each year, doing a significant amount of work, but there's a whole lot of it to do, getting the critical backbone infrastructure, the transmission lines underground, so that, at least we don't have to deal with those circuits.
And I harken back to Hurricane Ivan, where much of the conversation in the ensuing days was, well, why didn't you put it underground? And then there were those go, but you don't hear the electricity and water don't mix into the underground. I remember those conversations, and, I'm not an engineer and I don't play one in the day, but I thought what you just said would have made sense, thinking of what was then Cayman Wireless doing with their lines. They put them in underground, they encased them. It seemed like that made sense to me. So now, 20 years later,
it is certainly. It's a lot easier to put telecommunications underground, or should I say, a lot more cost-effective to put telecommunications. But even still, you see our telecommunications are mostly overhead, because even with that smaller infrastructure, smaller lightweight infrastructure, it still is quite expensive to go underground. So we're still seeing the overhead being installed. But I think over the course of the next several years, you'll see that we'll be working and making proposals to do certain sections of line underground. The most recent one that we did is the line that runs up the new Bobby Thompson Way up to our substation there. We put some of that line. You'll still see some overhead there, but there used to be a whole lot more than there is now.
Okay. Mr. Tibbetts, any cautionary words before you leave us that you want to dispense to our audience?
Yeah, so, these things are obviously very dangerous situations. Please, for our customers and the public, to please stay inside. If you do end up outside for whatever reason, hopefully it's after the storm, if there are downed lines, please just stay away from them. They should be de-energized, but just because they're on the ground doesn't mean that they're de-energized. There are things there are events that can cause them to be energized, and they would be, potentially lethal if people were in contact with them. So please stay away from them. Similarly, if you have flood waters, unless you absolutely have to, don't go playing in there, because there may be down lines in that water that you can't see. So unless it's a life emergency, please don't be wading through the waters as you can come into contact with something you can't see. Some other things, generators. Some people are going to want to use generators if there is power that's out, and that's a great thing. Hopefully your generator has been installed by an electrician into code. If not, please don't be wiring them don't take it upon yourself to be an electrician and wire them into your house panel. That can be a huge safety thing for you. It can be a huge safety thing for our staff when they come to do restoration as well. So please don't do that. Also, your generators, don't run them indoors. The carbon monoxide from them can be very harmful, or will be very harmful to you and your family. There's a number of things. The last one, actually, I'll point out, if for some reason you're seeing during the storm that your lights are flickering, and there's perhaps something that's going on in the system that's causing your lights to flicker a lot, it's best for you to take matters into your hands and open the main breaker in your panel. Disconnect yourself from the grid to prevent any damage that might be occurring, which could be occurring because of a tree that is knocking out part of the service wire to your home.
Okay. If I might ask, the engineer in you, something you just shared, many of us don't pay attention to things unless it hits us where it matters, for some of us most, in the wallet. When you reference, wiring the generator into our panel, and not only the danger, and thanks for stressing that, and I can't be overstressed how lethal that can be. Does that cause the person's CUC meter to act as if, when it's turning over, as if it's getting power from CUC? So when it's read in subsequent days and weeks, it'll show that usage?
Yes, it actually would. it would show up as a even if it did backfeed onto the grid,
Yes.
which would be a huge safety issue. It would show up as usage and would affect billing probably in a negative way.
Right.
So,
You're thinking that you didn't have any usage, but your meter registers usage. All right.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Best players know something.
I'm telling you.
No, but the reason why I say that is that we want to stress the safety.
The bigger issue there, though, is it is a huge life safety.
Safety,
issue
right?
For our staff.
Yeah.
And that I talked about the down power lines.
Yeah.
Your small generator might be feeding a very large voltage into a down
Exactly.
power line
Right.
that somebody could be coming into contact with.
And you don't know that because that's so far from where that line is. I want you to emphasize the safety. I don't want to dismiss it, but the reason why I asked that question is because some people, they don't see that. But all of a sudden they get a CUC bill and they say, well, I wasn't on CUC, I had my generator. Well, your thing, as Mr. Sasha just shared, made your meter spin in a way that registered usage. And CUC say, well, it was 5 units, now it's 15. You need to pay us for 10.
Yeah.
So maybe people hearing that know.
We would really have a difficult time finding the information to correct that.
Right.
Like I said,
Right.
the issue is not that, because that's probably not going to be a huge issue. The bigger issue is the massive safety risk
Right,
it puts
right.
for both the homeowner and everybody inside there.
Right.
And the people on the street
Right.
and our staff. Yeah.
The staff, the people in the down power line that don't know. And I don't want to dismiss that, but I'm hoping, because some people don't know it until the price goes up. What do you mean this is 5 cents? Yesterday was free. So with that, Mr. Tibbetts, maybe people will start to register that there's more than just something that affects other people. Maybe they'll be selfish and see it affects them. Yeah.
You know, having a backup generator is a huge convenience. I do encourage people if they're using one that isn't permanently installed, please use extension cords and power your appliances directly. Do not go through your panel.
Yeah. Mr. Tibbetts, want to thank you very much, and to all of your staff who do a tremendous amount of work, good work to keep the Cayman Islands where we are in terms of our ability to make those who live and work in the Cayman Islands safe and comfortable as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, O.C., and thank you, Dwayne. Thanks for having us on, and I'm sure we'll be back again tomorrow with updates. Hopefully, good news stories. But if not, we'll be communicating with everybody on what the plans are to put everything back together again.
Right. Well, if we can help to get information, let us know. And to you, your family, but also all of your colleagues, as the wider community, we are prayerful for everybody's safety. So take care, Mr. Tibbetts.
All the best.
All the best, man.
Take care. And before we go back to the other Mr. Tibbetts,
we
have some news here from the Water Authority. And they have informed, it says emergency service interruption, Grand Cayman update. Following the latest forecast for Hurricane Beryl and its projected impact on Grand Cayman, the Water Authority will push back the time for the service interruption to 11 p.m. And then it goes on to say that updates as to when water service will be restored will be made once the all clear has been given. And I know that there are people out there who are still questioning the need to interrupt water service at all. What is the need? And at some point in time, we'll hear from someone from the Water Authority as well and get their take on that. I'm sure that there's someone out there now trying to get someone from the Water Authority so that we can interview them here on this continuous coverage from Radio Cayman on Hurricane Beryl. My question for the next Mr. Tibbetts, who's around the table as well, you talk about all of this data and, some things, happening now. At some point in time afterwards, there will be a post-mortem in terms of what has occurred. and you will be able to fine tune and to look into some of the data and to make come to other conclusions and to make determinations and to use for future reference as well. Can you speak a little bit about that for us?
Well, certainly. I mean, the National Hurricane Center always takes time out to go through storms. They will go through and they will go and produce an initial report, and in years to come, then they will take time out when they've got some time on their hands and stuff like that to review the storm and reanalyze the storm and stuff like that. I believe, is it Hurricane Ivan? They may have, I think over the years they've reanalyzed storms, and sometimes the storms comes out stronger than it was, or and so they recategorize it and what have you. We're always learning as best we can. And we're always getting hopefully better tools and what have you. If this storm in fact ends up being a direct hit on Grand Cayman, for example, our responsibility is to provide a report to the National Hurricane Center saying what our readings were here on the island. So while I am set at the government administration building for the night, I also have a very capable staff that's there with me. I have two more forecasters, Mr. Powery and Miss Forbes, and we also have a number of weather observers to record meteorological information and what have you, and to send out regular meteorological data.
Okay.
So,
if I might ask from that data, two things. Sorry, Mr. Connor.
No. That's how this show's supposed to work.
I know.
Whenever the mic goes quiet, pick it up.
What Mr. Norman tells us, there's no data there. Right? What? Two things, right? What is as it is now, and given what our authorities just said, they're going to push back service interruption to 11 p.m. Originally, it was scheduled for much earlier. The data now that you're getting, where does that put that in relation to Grand Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman? Timeline, impact, winds, waves. I mean, I want to go fishing, so tell me what I need to know.
And let's throw another question into that. That one of our listeners had as
Tagging up on me, I can't believe it.
That's how the show works.
Wanting to know what is the expected storm surge for Grand Cayman now, and any idea in relation to that as well.
Okay.
Good.
So when a storm has this very compact center, it is extremely difficult to forecast. Okay, it tends to be a bit on the erratic side, and it has problems with intensifying and weakening and all kind of stuff. All right, so the weathermen don't like these small and intense systems. They just don't behave themselves properly. You need to give them a good spanking. But anyway, the thing about it is this. When we were looking over the last couple of days, we see the storm path shifting back and forth, 20 miles, 40 miles, and stuff like that. You asked about the impact. If this storm moves the forecast path, if it moves 30 to 40 miles to the north, all of a sudden you have the possibility to have Cat 2 hurricane force winds. All right? So getting the path exactly right is very, very important to us. All right? Right now, the storm is forecast to pass about 60 miles to the south of us. And because of that very tight, compact hurricane force area, we're not expecting hurricane force winds now. But, as I said, things can change. Now, when I look at the 7 o'clock information, I wish I had my, what we call our HurTrack software and was looking at it right now, because what I would do basically is that I would take the 4 p.m. information and I would put on it the location at 4 p.m. and the forecast track from 4 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when the 7 p.m. information comes in, it doesn't give you that forecast track, okay? But what you can do is you actually can put that location onto the original map and see how it complies with the forecast path. Okay?
So it's an extrapolation basically.
We can extrapolate, yeah. And I can tell you right now, from what I am noticing right now, is what Hurricane Center has been preaching all along with this path. The path is pretty good. Okay? The forecast path is pretty solid. And I think the 7 p.m. position, if I was to go through that process, the 7 p.m. Position is not going to be tremendously different from the forecast path from 4 p.m.
Right. So we expect an update in an hour or thereabouts, right? At 10 p.m. our time.
10 p.m. roughly is when we will get a full set of data.
So with that in mind, as it is now, the onset of hurricane force winds or noticeable deteriorating weather conditions, any sort of expected timeline for that, and how long before that dissipates? 5 a.m., midday?
Well, from the report that we had at 4 p.m., we were looking for cloudy, showery conditions coming in from sunset.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I haven't looked outside, so I can't tell you right now how it is out right now. I did know that before it turned before the sunset, I noted that the clouds were moving in, and I know that there was a band of showers that went through the sister islands earlier.
And,
okay,
and in the Western Peninsula as well had a little.
Yeah. So in terms of what happens after that, now according to the 4 p.m. information, our tropical storm force winds was supposed to commence around midnight, just shortly after midnight. Okay, and the sister islands 2 to 3 hours before that, and then they're supposed to last until about 11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, and around 4 a.m. in the morning is when the system is supposed to be at its closest point. All right, and at that point it's supposed to have been like 66 miles south of us. Okay, for those living on the south coast, you are not sitting in an enviable position. We've got 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, and I think it's 10 to 15 foot waves coming along that south coast, and they're being driven ashore along the south coast. So the south coast is, if you've got homes along the south coast, and if there are places where it might be compromised, you're going to have some real negative impacts along the south coast overnight.
Two things: recognizing that there are many people here who probably doesn't matter as me with geography, but that aside, we got South Coast Bar and Grill. Right, in Breakers, and you say the South Coast, so people know where you're talking about. So where is that? Where is the South Coast when you say South Coast?
Well, the South Coast goes from basically from East End, and to be honest with you, when you're turning that whole eastern coast, I don't think you're going to be hidden from the wave action and what have you.
So what's the West Point?
The whole eastern side there, and then you're going to come all the way down through Bodden Town, all the way through Savannah, into Spots, the Spots Dock area. You have the Pedro Castle area and all of that kind of stuff. Red Bay, all of that area right in there is where you're expected some decent wave action coming along the south coast.
Okay, and then the second thing, you talked about wave heights of, what you said, 10 to 15 feet?
10 to 15 feet, I think it was approximately.
2 to 4 feet. So the people understand that.
So storm surge is basically a resetting of the mean sea level. Basically, that's what it is. So your sea level might have been at this level, and it's now 2 to 4 feet higher. Okay? So the mean sea level now is 2 to 4 feet higher. And what is important about it is that you need to understand that those 10 to 15 feet waves now ride on top of the storm surge.
So if it's 10 or 15 feet, you got 2 to 4 in addition to that.
Correct.
Okay.
So in other words, you now have a wave that's basically about 19 feet.
Anywhere from 12 to 19 feet.
Correct.
Depending on where we are.
Correct.
I did pay attention to math.
You did?
Oh, yeah. I like that class.
You like that class?
Yeah. It was actually made sense. But anyway.
And 1 plus 1 always equal 2, huh?
No. If you have two economists, you get 4 opinions. Just kidding. No, but the reason is that many of us, we are unwilling to ask questions, right? And we hear things and you ever hear the talking heads and they have no clue what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
And if you're like a fool listening,
Yeah.
you're ill-informed. And so you're no better off. That's why I enjoy speaking with Mr. Tibbetts, because he speaks to you in a language that is factual and accurate. I don't get into the commentary.
The one thing that I saw years ago that was crystal clear storm surge, Hurricane Michelle. Okay,
was that when it was 200 miles off and just lapped, or was that Mitch?
No, don't speak of that one that shall not be spoken about. Anyway, so Hurricane Michelle is the one that was up by the Isle of Pines.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So there was a picture. There were 2 pictures in the compass, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
One picture pre and one post after the storm came in, and you could look at in the harbor and you could see the mean sea level at one point was like about 2 feet below the little small dock as it is off to the side. And then when the storm surge came in, the sea level itself, the mean sea level, reset itself right at the top of the dock. Right? And then when we had the dramatic wave action and stuff like that, remember the stoplights that used to be there by right in front there, and there were wave action, and the wave action and the splash of the waves were up above the stoplights.
Yeah.
Okay, but the fantastic thing about it was that you could see the transition of the storm surge, and see what it meant when when you're talking about resetting the mean sea level.
Yeah, we started in the marina where some people not sure how to use a boat, but they can afford to get a bank loan. They lock the dock down, right?
Yeah.
So the dock can't ride up with the rising tide.
Yeah.
So when the dock, went with the boat, anyway, a different story. The other thing,
well, I like, one of the things I think that the concept of storm surge does for you is that it resets your comfort and your discomfort margin.
Right.
All right, because all of a sudden now you got that 15-foot and that 20-foot wave coming ashore. And then where you were comfortable before and were out of the reach of those waves, now all of a sudden those waves are going to come into your yard.
And at some point, if not now, if not another day, but with the passage of Hurricane, we saw our equipment performing. And to what extent now, 20 years later, are we more reassured that our equipment has more resiliency? It won't go down at 150 miles an hour? Or what sort of information you can share relative to?
Well, let's not forget that what Ivan gave us. Ivan gave us hazards management. Ivan gave us a National Weather Service. Ivan gave us a weather radar.
Yeah,
it's a crazy world. Every one of us will look at Ivan and we have different type of memories of it. But the reality is that the impact of Ivan drove the need for those things. Okay. And so we moved ahead in our technology, and we moved ahead in our organizational way of dealing with disasters, whether it's from the creation of the National Weather Service or the creation of hazards management.
Yeah, I mean, I won't get into that debate now because it's probably as much policy than anything else. But I mean, prior to that, we had a robust weather service. But as you share, not as organized as we have now.
Well, let's not forget that before that, what we had was an aviation weather office.
Yeah.
That was doing some things with regards to hurricanes and what have you. But when you become a national weather service, aviation then becomes a part of the customer service.
Right, and this is where I think many people, Mr. Hart, don't appreciate. Not just the resilience and the robustness, but the expanse of offerings that this small little nation, for the $1 billion budget that we may cry about, a lot is being delivered to many. Anyway, Mr. Hart.
Okay, well, we've reached that time where we have to go to our 10 o'clock news. I just want to say quickly 9 o'clock.
10 p.m. Eastern.
Yes. Was right someplace.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yes. Emergency service interruption Cayman Brac update. The service interruption will began at 6:30 p.m. will only impact the south side of the islands west of the Gerard Smith Avenue intersection. So only the south side in Cayman Brac. Want to remind persons that our phone lines are open. 949-8037, 949-6990, or WhatsApp number 925-3261. Please stay tuned. Radio Cayman's continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl will continue after this short break.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
The 7 a.m. Sports Report brought to you by Dr. Wayne Porter, offering a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. Call 946-9020 to book your appointment today.
If you're a parent, you know that providing your child with a quality early childhood education can be expensive. However, the Ministry of Education offers financial assistance through its Early Childhood Assistance Program to help qualifying Caymanian families cover the costs at registered early childhood settings. Visit our online application portal at moeapplications.gov.ky to learn more and get started. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education.
Our climate is changing, and so is Cayman. Stronger and more frequent hurricanes, longer periods of drought, sea level rise, and higher temperatures are already impacting our communities. If we take nature into account before we act, we can harness nature's benefits and reduce the devastation caused by natural disasters. Because when we put nature front and center, nature can provide the solutions.
Social media, X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Interact with our talk shows on YouTube. Download our official Radio Cayman app, or you can log on to our website, www.radiocayman.gov.ky. You can also add us to WhatsApp
on 925-3261.
All the latest information, breaking news, community events, and more. Radio Cayman. Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
A few quick updates at this hour following the latest forecast for Hurricane Beryl and its projected impact on Cayman Brac. The Water Authority says it plans to reduce the extent of its emergency service interruption. The interruption that began at 6:30 p.m. is only expected to affect the south side of the islands west of Gerard Smith Avenue intersection. The updates as to when service will be restored will be made once the all clear has been given. The Water Authority says instead of the 9:30 cutoff time for water on Grand Cayman, they are pushing that back now to 11 p.m. this evening, this following the latest forecast for Hurricane Beryl. The Honourable Andre Ebanks, Member of Parliament for West Bay South, and among other things, the Minister for Social Development is encouraging the public tonight.
We will get through this as a country, as a people, whether you're overseas or you are here, and this is just the beginning of the season, so we have to get through this run and be prepared for the rest of the season.
Mr. Ebanks said today that all residential facilities had been checked and prepared. We did get a message from the Public Service Pension Board this evening that with the potential impacts of Hurricane Beryl, it will not be proceeding with the suspension of payments in July for people who had not completed their 2023 annual pension continuation confirmation certificate. They'll be deferring that now until August. The PSBB also says once government issues the all clear, depending on the impact of the storm, the board will be making a decision about whether there will be early payments for July. Over at the National Emergency Operations Center, I'm sure you can imagine there's a lot going on over there right now. The Premier and Governor a short time ago were actually doing international interviews in advance of the storm. We're hoping to get updates from them soon on how things are going so far. Let's check in with Radio Cayman's Jevy Ebanks.
Good evening. Once again, I'm coming from the Government Administration Building here in Georgetown. I'm Jevy Ebanks on behalf of Radio Cayman. An interview with the Premier, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, is expected in just a short little while as senior government officials and the rest of the Cayman Islands government continuously monitors the update of Hurricane Beryl. I will continue to remain on site to provide updates as they become available. Jevy Ebanks, Radio Cayman News.
That's your latest update. I'm April Cummings from Radio Cayman's newsroom.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
And here's the 7 p.m. advisory on the position of Hurricane Beryl. The hurricane is still an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. The eye wall has moved near along the southwestern coast of Jamaica and is expected to approach the Cayman Islands later tonight. It was located at 17.8 north, 78.3 west, 17.8 north, 78.3 west, about 100 miles to the west of Kingston, Jamaica, some 215 miles to the east-southeast of Grand Cayman. Maximum sustained winds at that time were 130 miles per hour. Its motion is to the west-northwest, 285 degrees on the compass, at 20 miles per hour. The pressure is at 960 millibars, or 28.35 inches. And the Cayman Islands, Little Cayman, Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Jamaica are under hurricane warning. That's the latest. Also, the Water Authority has pushed back the interruption of the water service to 11 p.m. tonight in Grand Cayman.
The 8 a.m. news is brought to you by Value Med Pharmacy, located on Walkers Road, Georgetown, and in Evron Plaza in Bordentown. Whether you're fulfilling a prescription, treating an illness, or just maintaining your personal health and wellness, look to Value Med Pharmacy for your personal care needs. Value Med Pharmacy, bringing you the 8 a.m. news Monday through Friday on Radio Cayman 89.9 FM.
The Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office remind all students traveling to and from school overseas to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country. Passports should be renewed at least 10 weeks before departure, and any necessary student visas must be obtained. For passport services, contact the Passport and Corporate Services Office at 649-7678. For Ministry of Education scholarship inquiries, contact scholarships@gov.ky. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office.
So much happening, so fast, too much. It is hard for me to follow my health care instructions. The private counseling with West Bay Pharmacy literally saved my life.
At West Bay Pharmacy, we know how complex medications can be. Our pharmacists are delighted to offer you personalized one-on-one healthcare counseling, free medication review, therapeutic callbacks, and we will liaise with your physician to ensure you receive the best in quality medical care.
Quality of life has a whole new meaning with the right pharmacy to support you. Thank you, West Bay Pharmacy.
West Bay Pharmacy in Centennial Towers. Convenient quality care is just around the corner. Now you can WhatsApp your West Bay Pharmacy prescriptions to 516-0777.
If you're a parent, you know that providing your child with a quality early childhood education can be expensive. However, the Ministry of Education offers financial assistance through its Early Childhood Assistance Program to help qualifying Caymanian families cover the costs at registered early childhood settings. Visit our online application portal at moeapplications.gov.ky to learn more and get started. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Good night and welcome back to Radio Cayman's live and continuous coverage during Hurricane Beryl. It is my pleasure to have as my co-host in the studio none other than Mr. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks from Talk Today on Radio Cayman as well. So, Mr. Ebanks, I'm sure that the people of the Cayman Islands have an interest in knowing where some of the assets that they own, what is happening with them.
Oh, my assets. Oh, sorry. Like, in a Swiss bank account, but okay.
And
assets. Okay.
Yep. And we do have a caller, but very quickly we're going to go through this. People wanted to know what happens with Cayman Airways, the aircraft, during a hurricane. Are they secured here, or what actually takes place with them? So the Cayman Airways issued a press release in relation to that, and they have pointed out, it says Cayman Airways fleet safely positioned overseas during Hurricane Beryl, fleet poised and ready for the earliest possible return to service for the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Airways and Cayman Airways Express fleet has been flown overseas to safety today, the 3rd of July, as part of the airline's strategic hurricane preparedness strategy. Captain Dave Scott, Executive Vice President of Flight Operations and Chief Operations Officer, noted that the hurricane's projected impact on the Cayman Islands falls on a day of the week when some flights were due to overnight at international airports anyway, which has served as an advantage for the airline's hurricane preparedness plan. Today, we had one which is Boeing 737 MAX 8 jet that departed Grand Cayman as scheduled to Los Angeles International Airport, known as LAX, and that aircraft will remain at LAX Airport overnight. That is what Captain Scott explained. Likewise, we have one jet aircraft that departed as scheduled to John F. Kennedy International Airport, JFK, in New York, where it will also remain overnight per usual. The remaining two B-737-8 jets have been operating evacuation flights from Grand Cayman to Miami International Airport, MIA, today, so they will remain at Miami International Airport overnight for safety during the hurricane. For Cayman Airways Express fleet, Captain Scott confirmed that the two Twin Otter aircraft and one Saab 340B plus aircraft will be positioned at Opa-locka Executive Airport in Miami overnight on Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024. He said the second Saab 340B aircraft is already positioned overseas where it has been undergoing its annual maintenance. Mr. Fabian Worms, President and CEO of Cayman Airways, stated, and I quote, "We sincerely thank all of our employees for coming together so swiftly and professionally over these past few days as we concentrate our focus on planning and implementing evacuation flights on behalf of the Cayman Islands government and the local tourism industry. We particularly thank our pilots and flight attendants as well as other key staff who have volunteered to travel overseas with our fleet, with or without their families, to help ensure the business continuity of our airline after this major hurricane." And Mr. Worms confirmed that the airline is already coordinating with the Cayman Islands Airport Authority to ensure the earliest possible return of its fleet to the Cayman Islands after the passage of this hurricane. The airline stands ready to assist the Cayman Islands government with further evacuation and supply flights after the passage of Hurricane Beryl if it becomes necessary, while a regular flight schedule will resume as soon as possible after the storm, he said. So, folks, your investment, what you own, we have told you where it is. We have given the management of Cayman Airways has given full account as to where your property is at this point in time. Should we grab that caller?
I think so, sir.
Caller, good night. Welcome
Yes,
to
sir.
Radio
Good
Cayman.
Hello, good night.
Good night, sir.
I only say good night when I leave, and so hello. I don't know where that habit came from, but if I see you, it's hello when you're going, goodbye, and good night.
Okay.
We picking up all kind of practices.
I'll remember that.
Yes, please. Next thing you know, we'll be calling now back us, but anyway. Mr. Rahman, sir.
Yes, sir. We had the first power failure at 9:10, and that's south side west from the Bluff Road, coming on past Coral Island, going down toward Brac Reef and up around the Alexander Hotel, and they're going to come out and try find where that fault is. Probably a branch hit a tree or something. And right now I'm looking in the sky, and it's clear, looking at stars in the sky, but the wind is 25 to about 40 miles an hour in gusts, and I can hear the sea raging on the south side from here. So the sea is increasing up to about 10-foot seas are coming in now.
It's interesting. I mean, I'm picturing the map, the latest map we saw, and in about 43 minutes or so, we should get the 10 p.m. update. And if I'm looking at the cone, as some, it would show that it's not as close to Cayman Brac as you're sharing. So you're seeing some winds. I want you to tell us more about what you're observing physically and personally, but I'm also interested to hear from people across Grand Cayman, from East End to West Bay and all points in between. Just look at their window if they can. What are they seeing? Safely to do so, though. So you're seeing gusts of winds or sustained winds, Mr. Raymond?
Yes, it's sustained winds. I would say 20 to 25 miles per hour sustained winds, and in the northern sky we got lightning flashing north of Cayman Brac, far north of Cayman Brac. That's the first lightning I've seen so far from it. Steady winds about 20 to 25 miles an hour, and gusting sometimes up to 40, and the seas are increasing rapidly on the south side. Seas are coming in roughly rising up to about 10 feet. So
wow,
that indicates it's going to be a very powerful hurricane with sea activity.
Right. And I'm mindful in asking this because I don't want anybody to infer that you're speaking in any official capacity other than your personal observation, but relative to that power outage that you just referenced, any idea, because the winds that you shared, yes, they're, can create a danger and the like. They don't seem to be that significant when we're talking about a hurricane at 130 miles an hour, when you're talking, 20 miles an hour. Any idea what may have caused that? I know you shared possibly a branch or the like, but anything more in that?
It could be a possibility where the wires touch one another and shorted out, yes.
Okay.
The swaying of the wires, maybe a wire that was a little bit loose, but I know the kudos go to Power and Light staff, all the workers, Kerry Christian and all his assistants.
Right.
And I know Mr. Jonathan Tibbet's been getting things done, getting light poles replaced. They've been very busy at that for the last months, replacing light poles and trimming trees and things like that.
Right.
So
but this is where people need to, as you shared, Mr. Raymond, people need to recognize that, in their minds, it might be a good little breeze, but they're not appreciative of how, not to scare people, but how serious and potentially fatal, that can be, not just in rubbing power lines, but who knows, right? So we're asking people to be safe and sensible and not venture out, and needlessly.
Okay, Mrs. Scott, want to thank you very much. We have a few other callers we want to accommodate as well, but we're going to be here, all night and into the morning as well. So we certainly appreciate you keeping us updated as to what's taking place over in our sister islands as well. Let's grab the next caller. Caller, welcome.
Hello. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. maybe that.
Hey, we don't have a caller.
Yeah.
What about WhatsApp? We had a call coming through on our WhatsApp number earlier.
And this is, for those as you're joining us, we are broadcasting at the same time here on Radio Cayman 89.9 and on Breeze FM 105.3 on the YouTube, on the Facebook, on our website. You can listen to us. You can use the app, not just here in the Cayman Islands, but if you got friends and family overseas, everywhere. We want you to reach out to them so that they have a sense of comfort. They may be looking at the weather as it relates, to them from wherever they are, and being, concerned about the impact in the Cayman. The maps, may show one thing, but the reality may not be as grim as they're seeing, may not be as inflammatory as they're hearing. You can hear it directly from us. So listen, share, and be a part of this ongoing conversation.
Okay. Any caller has rejoined us? None? Okay. Mr. Ebanks?
Yes, sir.
I'll share some good news for civil servants again as well. And this is from the Public Service Pension Board, advising that of a critical July pensioner updates. So the PCC payment suspension deferred to August. And what the PCC is the Pension Continuation Confirmation Certificate. Some people refer to it as proof of life. So their release says that with the potential impacts of Hurricane Beryl, please note that the Public Service Pension Board will not be proceeding with suspension of payments in July for pensioners who have not yet completed their 2023 annual pension continuation confirmation certificate, known as the PCCC. This will instead defer to August to allow an extension for impacted pensioners to complete their PCCC. And then goes on to talk about potential early July 2024 pay dates. Once the government issues the all-clear notice, based on the impact of Hurricane Beryl, the Public Service Pension Board will make a decision on paying the July 2024 monthly pension payments earlier in the month. An exact date for the payment will be confirmed shortly. So they're asking you to please watch their website or Facebook page for further updates on these matters. So good news for pensioners. We're going to link up with Jevy next door. Okay.
Good night, OC. Good night. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes, we are, Jevy. Good night.
No, sir, Jevy. Is that you? Can't hear it all, sir.
It's me. Good night. I'm coming to you live from the Government Administration Building. Here we are waiting and riding out Hurricane Storm Beryl. I will remain here on site throughout the night. I'm joined now by the Coast Guard Commander, Mr. Robert Scotland. Thank you so much for joining and being here with me. Tell me a little bit about what the preparations have been like from the Coast Guard standpoint, and what is that reoccurring message that you want the public to be aware of?
Good evening, Javi, and good evening, listening audience. Pretty much the Coast Guard, since the system has started, we've put in place measures to, first of all, secure the public, after which we then secured our vessels. Right now, we are waiting for the passage of the hurricane, after which we will deploy to do impact assessments along the coastline as well within the canal areas. I think the message from the Coast Guard, in keeping with the current messaging from all of the other departments, is that people should stay off the roads, and there should be nobody on the water at the moment, but stay off the roads until the all clear is given. From a coastline perspective, as we know historically, there is a lot of wave action along our coastlines. We expect a lot of wave action to the southern coast of the island. This is a very dangerous place with the passage of the storm or the hurricane. So exercise caution. If you do not have to go near the coastline, do not go near the coastline until the waves settle down. You're putting yourself at risk. You're putting first responders at risk unnecessarily. And again, just observe the general messaging. Stay tuned to Radio Cayman, monitor the government social media pages, and take the advice that's given.
That is Commander Scotland there. Commander Scotland, I'm going to ask you to stand by for just a short moment. For those who are listening, Commander Scotland is here with me, but he is not able currently to hear our friends in the studio, Mr. O.C., as well as Sterling Dwayne. So if they do have questions for the commander, I will be happy to relay those. But of course, the commander reinforcing the point that persons should not be on the road, should not be along the coastlines. What has the compliance been like for the Coast Guard? Has the Coast Guard noticed that people are following the advice or not following the advice? Can you give us a little update on that, possibly while our friends back in the studios continue their conversation?
From all indications, we're having a relatively high level of compliance with the orders that are being issued, especially from the boating community. Advice was given earlier in terms of how to secure vessels, where to secure them, and we're very appreciative of the community actually following that advice. So yeah, to date, we haven't really had any calls for service, and we hope that that continues throughout the evening and into the morning.
Thank you for that, Mr. Connor. Mr. Ebanks, any questions for the commander?
Thanks very much, Jevi, and if you may relate to Commander Scotland and his team at the Coast Guard, our debt of gratitude. Anybody who understands the seafaring heritage that we have and a strong maritime connection, recognizing the sea can be fun, but a very, very deadly space to be if you're unskilled, ill-informed, and it's foolish. So we know that they take their job seriously and they're very, very, very competent. I like your question, Jevi, and I think that probably speaks to generally how the people in this country value and respect the sea, how they appreciate that, yes, we can go to a boat in the afternoon, or we can have our tied, to the dock. But in everything, if we don't do it properly, there's a danger not only to the boat, but everything surrounding, from the anchors thrown overboard to the kellet coming loose and snapping somebody in the head. Could Mr. Scotland perhaps give to the boating community and those who are boating enthusiasts an insight into two things? One, following the storm, what to look for when they're going to check their boats, and then secondly, right now, as they're considering the passage of the storm, anything that they should or should not be doing.
Certainly. Commander, back in the studio, the members of the Radio Cayman team are, of course, thanking you and your team for the countless hours of work that you guys have put in, as well as the important job that you guys have been doing. Mr. Ebanks is asking, what are the post-hurricane safety advice for persons once that all clear has been given, specifically as it relates to the coastlines as well as boating vessels? What should persons be looking out for? What should they be doing, and what they should not be doing?
Okay, thank you for that. So the National Weather Service will continue to air small craft warning, small craft advisories. Pretty much follow those advisories. Listen carefully to when the all clear for boating activity occurs. Normally,
is that all clear for boating activities separate from the general all clear, just to be clear?
Yes.
It is.
Again, follow the National Weather Service. Once you see the small craft warnings, desist, then it becomes safe for vessels to go out, small vessels, or large, medium and larger vessels as well.
In terms of post-hurricane safety ticks, are there any inspections that vessel owners should be conducting for their vessels to ensure that it is safe?
Pretty much the standard checks that they would make before going out to sea. Again, bearing in mind that with the rains, to ensure that their bilge pumps have worked, the vessels aren't full with water, make sure that water hasn't gotten into the fuel tanks. your basic pre-sale checks.
There we go. Just going to double check one more time with our friends back in the studio if they have any further questions for Commander Scotland before he runs off to his next NEOC meeting. And of course, we're anticipating that we will hear from Her Excellency the Governor in a little bit, as well as Premier of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Connor, Mr. Ebanks, any further questions?
Jerry, if you could ask the commander to speak to the role that the Coast Guard will play post Hurricane Beryl in terms of damage assessment, especially along our coastline.
Absolutely. Mr. Connor is asking what is the role that the Coast Guard will play in damage assessment once that utility clear has been given. What does that look like in terms of the involvement of the Coast Guard specifically for damage assessment?
So we'll be focused on the impact in the North Sound, the entrances into the canals, as well as the general coastline within the North Sound. Once the weather permits, we will then move around the island to the areas on the southern side where, but again, that's dependent on wave action and sea heights.
There we go. That is Commander Scotland there. One more check with our friends back in the studio. Are there any questions and final questions for the Commander?
Thanks very much, Jeffy. As much as we enjoy the company of yourself and Commander Scotland, we know that if they can get the briefings, they can inform, then they can help us advise our public. This is a time as much, to be doing. We can do our best to inform through the timely accurate information. So you guys be well, be safe, and thanks for touching base. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
The night, and we'll be providing updates as they become available.
Mr. Connor, it reminds me that as a listening public, and I'm thankful to the one or two messages. My mom must have called her friend, say, call up. People who recognizing that this is a serious time. We don't take it, lightly, but we want people to feel comforted. We want them to feel that they're not alone. I can't stress that enough. And I emphasize that because there are many who are. But that timely accurate information and the level of involvement, whether, again, as I shared, it is your professional obligations. Commander Scotland is in his capacity, as head of the Coast Guard. But there are many people, either through the CERT programs or Red Cross volunteers or civil servants, who are only stepping up to volunteer. There's no hazard pay, there's no overtime, there's no time in lieu. They might get a certificate of badge on 10 years from now, posthumously maybe, who knows. But they're not doing that. It's that spirit of caring for the community. If I can take license, I'll speak for you. We're here trying to make sure people get that information in a way that gives them that accurate information in a voice and a tone that they can relate to, and in a way that is informative, not inflammatory, in a way that helps them to feel that, hey, this is something, it can be significant. To Mr. Raymond, for instance, on the Brac, he calls in often.
Yes.
He shares updates. He does his tributes to our seafarers and their spouses, and he's sharing information. It's an invaluable service. Now, when he tells us that, publicly thanks, but it's just a thanks, maybe he understands that we are appreciative. But again, that is part of the Cayman fabric.
Yes.
It isn't something that, I guess, is just peculiar to Cayman, but it's something that's very evident in the Cayman Islands, where people volunteer to be shelter wardens. Yes, they have a corresponding benefit that they have a secure place at a hurricane shelter, but there's a lot of responsibility. There's an element of training, and maybe as we expand, just as Mr. Tibbetts, the Director General at the Cayman National Weather Service, reminded us, we now have a formal structure, so more of us through the CERT programs that become engaged and more helpful immediately to our communities.
Yep, that is so true. I made a note to myself to share with you on the show. And what I said was, in early years when various lines of communications were unavailable, what we have now, we're trying to keep pace with other social media platforms and everything else. So it says, in early years when various lines of communications were unavailable, when faced with challenges from natural events like hurricanes, people here in the Cayman Islands at that time relied on, number one, past experience, also good old common sense. But it seems now, right, that there are many people that we have to spoon feed with information because they have become so reliant on social media. And then, of course, now we're getting into our artificial intelligence and all of that rather than the natural intelligence, as well. But I made a note of that, to myself, because even though I wasn't around, I thought about the 1932 hurricane.
You weren't here then?
No, I was a few days late. A few days late. And how many people know, for instance, that had a profound impact on the population shift in Georgetown, because people moved from the Prospect, Red Bay area and moved into Crew Road after that devastating, hurricane, a huge shift.
And you think about it, right? Where Crew Road is and where Prospect Red Bay is, it's a stone's throw. And yet that difference of land, the height, the elevation, right? But also the type of land made a difference. And so the population movement after natural disasters is something that isn't uncommon in other jurisdictions. Wow.
But here now, we have to lecture, people don't go out there and try to windsurf and don't, do, all of these things. Now, when in the olden days, people knew exactly what they should, what they shouldn't do, and how they had to prepare without the advantage of, the type of forecasting that we have now available to us.
Is it that they could tell because of the natural environment? I mean, you ever been out in the water and all of a sudden you see a shift in the surface? You can tell. I mean, my brothers paid more attention to what data said than I did, but I remember a little bit. When I see weather bulletins here in particular, stay away from the shore. For me and those in my circle, I thought, but you didn't tell us that. We know that. But I also recall my father and uncle taking us sensibly, safely to the water's edge or to the beach and pointing out things and educating us, right? That became a classroom, outside the classroom. But to your point, there are some who see that and go, oh, that's a good place to go surf. And then all of a sudden, the Coast Guard or some, heroic effort of some person standing by are now put in peril because this person didn't quite understand. Well, we don't swim there. I mean, when was the last time you had to go swim up by Spots Beach? Very, very, very rarely, right?
Rarely, yeah.
Right. But maybe that's part of us now reminding people that this thing of artificial intelligence, maybe we need to work on fixing natural stupidity. At some point, the social media thing is a friend of mine, but somebody shared something that about teens came on and do in preparing for a storm.
Okay, share that with us.
There's a couple of little bit things that I thought.
And we'll share that, and we'll take a commercial break at 9:45.
All right, so thanks to some of these people, I prefer to read versus watching a video, but this reads, and I put on my glasses as dirty as they are. Jeez, no. So these teens came on and do before a storm. Take our boats out of the water. So we take our boats out of the water, fill up the gas tanks on everything, clean the yards, clean every square inch of the house from top to bottom, like the hurricane is company you're inviting over. Wash every scrap of laundry you can find because the hurricane not coming to find any dirt anywhere, right? Make sandwiches. Key. Of course, tune into Radio Cayman because that's a choice. You got to be informed, right? Bathe in powder with almonds powder. You got to be cool just in case the power gets shut off, right?
How many people know what almonds powder is?
If you don't know, actually came on your friend there, but I should have one.
Yes.
Wear your nice pajamas just in case you got to run out. And we saw that earlier, right?
Yeah.
Wash your hair and style it because you never know. Bake something sweet. That's a big part of, well, I say fish tea, but you might want a little bit of, field grass or what have you. So put a big pot on to boil. Says fill a cooler with all your favorite drinks. Fill up your tubs with water because the toilets have to flush. Have your gas and all your stove on standby to make some food just in case. Games ready to play. Good 6 up and never heart. Got your kerosene lamp and battery lanterns on standby. You put your batteries in your battery fan, and of course you say a prayer for Cayman, because it's the people in our homes. We know God will see us through once again. Yes. And that last part, I don't think is an afterthought. It's very, very much part of the fabric. I joke and say I'm first to pray because I'm probably the biggest sin in the room. But that spiritual aspect, that genuine, quiet prayer, is something that we resort to, maybe more in times like this, but many of us still do it because it's not just a habitual religious practice. It's a cultural ethos. But I share that because I wonder, as we see the change in fabric, we see literally the change in landscape, are we losing what is Cayman? Dave Martin's song, that's Cayman.
That's Cayman.
I remember when he was composing that, and I remember when he first performed it, I go, huh? And now, well, how many years later? A lot of things he talked about are no longer.
Yes.
And that's just a song.
Yeah. We're going to try to grab one caller before we go to the break. Caller, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good night again, gentlemen.
Welcome, man. How you doing?
Okay, Mr. Tibbetts still there?
Well, probably in spirit then, but physically, let me check the chair. No, the empty. He gone, man. He has to go next door for the sort of the official briefings and like.
Okay. Oh, okay. No, what I going to ask him was the storm that we had about 4 or 5 months ago that did some serious damage in the Northwest Point area, especially down by the Crack Conch and the Turtle Farm. You all remember that, right?
Well, there's a part of me that would joke and say which developer that was, but no, I don't, in all sincerity, remember which storm that was that passed. You said 4 or 5 years ago?
No, 4 or 5 months ago.
We've been told it was like a dry northwester.
That
was a northwester.
Yeah.
Okay. No, what I wanted to ask Mr. Tibbetts was after the storm crosses and crosses the western side of the island, how high he would think that the sea surge would be after experiencing that northwester and seeing the serious damage that did to the Northwest Point area. But since he's not there, I guess I'll just have to hope for the best and see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, caller. And in 1 minute's time, I can tell you my hurricane joke.
You go into it, but yours probably better than mine.
And this was, when I was chief immigration officer, the joke out there was that the reason that Hurricane Gilbert didn't come to the Cayman Islands was because I wouldn't issue a visa for him to come. With that, folks, we're going to take a commercial break. Again, continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl right here on Radio Cayman. My name is Orrit Connor, along with Mr. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks from Talk Today as well. Our phone lines remain open. We will continue to interview persons. We will continue to provide you with valuable information as well. We're curious to know about the shelters and how many persons have actually occupied shelters, as well. So if someone has that information, if they could share that with us, we would certainly appreciate that as well. So we will rejoin you after this short commercial break.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Start your day in the know. Don't miss a beat. Radio Cayman's 7 a.m. news keeps you informed every Monday through Saturday at 7 a.m. Brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974.
Discover your dream home with Cayman National's home loan. Get up to 95% financing, repayment up to 40 years, and just a 0.5% commitment fee. Your interest rate? Depending on your risk factors, it'll be fixed or variable. Plus, you get a pre-approved credit card. This is a limited time offer. Dial 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
You're in tune to Radio Cayman. We are 15 minutes away from 10 o'clock, and here is the latest advisory for the position of Hurricane Beryl. It is still a Category 4 hurricane. Beryl is pulling away from Jamaica, expected to pass just south of the Cayman Islands overnight. The present position is now 18.0 north, 79.2 west. Once again, the new position as of just a moment ago, 18.0 north, 79.2 west. It is 160 miles southeast of Grand Cayman. That is 160 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, some 560 miles from Mexico. Maximum sustained winds remain at 130 miles per hour. It is moving on the west-northwest. The track is 290 degrees on the compass, and the speed is 21 miles per hour. The minimum pressure is 961 millibars, or 28.38 inches. Once again, the latest report on the position of the storm, it is at 18.0 north, 79.2 west, 160 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, moving to the west-northwest, 290 degrees at 21 miles per hour, with the pressure at 961 millibars. This is the 10 p.m. advisory from the Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida. The center of Hurricane Beryl is located near latitude 18.0 north, longitude 79.2 west. Beryl is moving towards the west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. A westward to west-northwestward motion is expected during the next day or two, taking the core of Beryl just south of the Cayman Islands overnight and over the Yucatan Peninsula later on Thursday night. And Friday, Beryl is expected to emerge over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. The maximum sustained winds at this time remains at near 130 miles per hour with higher gusts. Beryl is a Category 4 hurricane. Some weakening is forecast during the next day or two. However, Beryl is forecast to be at or near major hurricane intensity while it passes the Cayman Islands. Additional weakening is expected thereafter. Once again, the latest position just out 18.0 north, 79.2 west. Beryl is moving to the west-northwest at 21 miles per hour, and it is approximately 160 miles southeast of Grand Cayman. That's the latest here on Radio Cayman for the position of Hurricane Beryl.
Where your group works can have many sounds, telephones ringing, machines humming, or even waves crashing. But no matter what sounds your group hears when they're working, BAF Insurance has a health insurance plan for your group. You can always count on BAF for affordable, flexible group and individual health insurance plans with professional, friendly customer service. We are BAF. Call us at 949-5089. Your health is our priority.
We're going to dance and have some fun.
Get in the groove with RC Fusion, brought to you weekdays 10 a.m. to 12 noon by the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transportation and Sports and Development. Stay in the know on the latest projects and developments by the Ministry of PAHI. Visit www.gov.ky/PAHI. That's gov.ky/PAHI. Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Hey, welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us. And together with Mr. Art Connor, we invite you to be a part of our continued coverage for Hurricane Beryl. We're broadcasting at the same time on Radio Cayman 89.9, on 105.3 on our sister station Breeze FM here in Grand Cayman. We also have the YouTube and the Facebook channels, the Radio Cayman website, and the Radio Cayman app. So tell your friends and family whatever is accessible to you, whether here in the Cayman Islands or globally. We want to make sure that you are accurately and timely informed and not, unduly stressed and worried. You can hear directly what is happening. As we take calls, 949-8037 or 949-6990. We want to hear from people, and if you can safely, let us know. We can look outside, with some of the technology we have to see how things are. But if you're able to, can I put it this way, sort of look out your window and see whether it looks windy or rainy, whether you're on the Brac or Little Cayman or any part of Grand Cayman, just let us know so we can see what you're seeing, if you can share with us. All right. Let's take this next call, Mr. Art.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for sharing.
Well, I think, Radio Cayman is living up to its standard.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot coming from a man of your caliber. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, the bar was set way back. So, and these times like this, it has to be maintained.
Thank you. Now I don't feel any pressure at all. I know I got to behave. But thank you. In all seriousness, that's what Radio Cayman is.
Yes.
We're accessible, and we want to make sure people appreciate the importance, but the accuracy as well.
And I think just a little while ago, you all were talking, started making reference to the difference in what our forefathers had to work with and what we today have to work with. Technology, and in fact, I just looked at the latest thing that's come out through the National Hurricane Center, and it puts it right before your eyes. But 80 years ago, 1944, the only thing we knew was, there's a disturbance somewhere, and the only thing that told us what that was, or that the barometer.
The barometer,
yeah. And in each district, there might not have been more than one or two barometers, and you had to keep everybody kept a check on what the barometer was saying, and was it falling, or and if it kept falling, and there were great concerns about some serious weather coming in.
And people were serious about that. I mean, they didn't joke about it. The information, as I understand, was given with a sense of seriousness, and it was passed along and discussed.
Well, yeah, I think in each district there was, you want to call it a news center, where, like I said, the problem might not have been more than one or two barometers in each district. And people would get the reading from these barometers and go out to this little center in the middle of, you want to call it town, and the information would be distributed, and then everybody go back home and tell Mama that the barometer was falling and was over such and such and such, and and maybe some of the old folks out there had checked on the sundogs to see what they were saying, or the sitting clouds, and that's basically what we had to go by. And the 1944 hurricane, destroyed quite a bit of the what was then, you could call it, infrastructure in the island.
Well, we'll provide, after we have a discussion, the 10 p.m. headline, sort of the update. But I wanted to ask before we did that, to what extent, if you can safely, tell us what conditions you're experiencing in the area you are?
Well, I just started to look outside, and Well, you would think that there's nothing approaching us at this point if you were just judging from what you see outside.
Okay. Well,
I'm sure that we'll be getting a little backwash here before long, I would think.
Well, here are the coordinates for you and for everybody else as we talk, right? This is the information as of 10 p.m. And according, provided to us, the latitude of 18.0 north, longitude of 79.2 west, and the location now is 160 miles east, southeast of Grand Cayman, moving west-northwest at 21 miles an hour, and now the maximum sustained winds is at 130 miles per hour, with a 961 millibar pressure. So it's speeded up a little bit, come down in forward momentum a bit, but and then it's not a lot of sort of movement, so to speak. So it still seems to be on that projected path that they were anticipating it would take.
Yeah, well, it's been I would say a fairly predictable, as much as you can, a system moving through the waters, and I think there's kind of high pressure ridge somewhere up there over maybe the western or maybe more or less eastern Gulf there over the Florida Panhandle and that area that I think has remained in position over the last couple of days. So that has a sort of it tempers the movement that it can make north in a northward direction.
Yeah. But as you were sharing, we're here broadcasting, telling people Hurricane Beryl, they've probably seen a graphic somewhere, friends seeing something, but as you shared, if they're looking outside, they might go, well, what are they talking about? Mm-hmm. And that could cause people to take unnecessary risks.
Yeah, but and you compare that with 80 years ago, if you saw, or well, judging from what the barometer was saying, and that there was something lurking out there, you didn't mess around with it. You took whatever precautions that you had to do. Many years ago, they'd tie down the roofs in the houses.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd put maybe 4 or 5 thatch rope straps from the pillar on the north side to the pillar on the south side, depending on how the roof was facing. And of course,
all right,
they were looking for the breadfruits that fall off the tree, and the ripe ones.
Okay, caller, we're going to take a break for the 10 o'clock news, but please feel free to call back. We're going to be here all night. I plan on engaging in a little trivia in a while as well. I was curious, so I did a little bit of Googling, and Wikipedia has a list of Cayman Island hurricane, and it goes back, starts in the 1700s, talks about September 1731, the first known recorded tropical cyclone to affect the Cayman Islands. My interest really is more in the 1900s, because the other day when doing some research, I found, and they spoke about the 1932 hurricane, and I wonder how many people know that after that hurricane that the Cayman Islands actually established a hurricane fund.
Yeah, well, just a little thing, Mr. Ernest told me this, that the morning that he went out on Hogstye Bay, after that, they could go out after the Thursday hurricane, and that was the one that I think the Balboa went down, which was loaded with lumber. He said he could walk across Hogstye Bay out to we're here almost at the you'd call it black. Where the water changes to a really dark color.
Almost a drop off in a sense, huh?
Yeah. Nothing but lumber.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
Yep. Caller, we're going to go to that 10 o'clock news break. Folks, don't change that dial. Please stay tuned. This continuous coverage on Radio Cayman will continue after our news break.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Low Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
For today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
This is Radio Cayman Late Night News. The biggest stories right now.
With your latest news, I'm April Cummings. The latest information now on Hurricane Beryl, 18 degrees north, 79.2 degrees west, moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. Minimum pressure, 961 millibars, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is expected to pass just south of our islands overnight. Beryl remains a Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 miles from the center, with tropical storm force winds extending outward up to 185 miles. Her Excellency Governor Jane Owen is feeling optimistic about Cayman's readiness.
I think we are well prepared. I've been really impressed by the amount of resilience and resourcefulness that I've seen among all the people of Cayman, all three islands, and especially the kindness and the caring that's been reached out to others. And I can see that in action when I'm seeing what my colleagues across Cabinet have been doing to go out into the community, and I know everyone has been trying to look out for each other.
The governor says the UK is in the loop and a ship is offshore in the event we need it. Premier the Honourable Juliana O'Connor-Conley says the islands are in as strong a position as possible considering the circumstances.
The quality of our construction is commendable anywhere in the Caribbean and compared to first world countries. So that takes a lot of pressure off any country, and we're happy to see that our people here may not be 100%, but a large enough percent that we're confident that they will act reasonable. They will remain in their properties, provided it's not close to the sea or in the flood-prone areas, to allow space that's there. But we are a jurisdiction, and I can speak from personally, my own house is now being filled with persons there. As the owner of the house and other hurricanes, I've come out of my bedroom and put the elderly there. And that's the Cayman kind that we're talking about. We do whatever is necessary.
Premier the Honourable Juliana O'Connor-Conley. The Water Authority has pushed back the time for service interruption now to 11 p.m. for Grand Cayman, and in the Brac say the water will only be cut off on the south side of the islands west of Gerard Smith Avenue intersection. Updates on when service will be restored will come once the all clear has been given. Earlier today, there were some service interruptions for customers of C3 and Logic. However, at last check, the folks I spoke with said service was back. As we wait and watch, Health and Wellness Minister the Honourable Sabrina Turner says the Health Services Authority is in good shape for the storm.
I have been informed by the HSA senior management team that the facilities are secured with backup generators and they have ample supply of water. Staff are already at work during and after the storm to ensure continuity of care. HSA also keeps a 3-month supply of on-site, and they have also arranged for vendors on hand if backups are required.
Of course, all outpatient clinics and pharmacies are closed now, and elective surgeries were canceled. HSA will provide updates on when services will resume once the all clear is given.
We're asking persons who will require any medical services unless it's dire emergency, accident and emergency room will operate 24 hours. but we're asking persons to stay at home unless it is deemed a true medical emergency. Now, during tropical force winds, 911 emergency calls are responded to on an individual basis and depending on risk assessment. Emergency medical service vehicles will not be able to operate in tropical force winds, which are deemed unsafe for our first responders. Treatment should be sought for medical emergencies only.
Minister Turner says if you have a medical concern and it's not life-threatening, you can call 949-8600 and ask to speak to a clinician. Tourism and Ports Minister, the Honourable Kenneth Bryan, is not only a minister, but of course an MP as well. He gave us an update just a few minutes ago on how his constituents are doing.
Things look pretty good in the neighborhood. I done a few circles just after 6 for the staying in place mandate. I've been calling around to many of my seniors in my community, double checking to make sure everybody's all right. Spirits seem good. Most people, almost everybody I've spoken to seems to be all buttoned up and prepared. So things are good. No severe weather at all. A little light breeze, but it's early times. The weather probably not going to come in until most people are asleep, which may be a blessing in disguise. But things are good. I think we were all pretty good prepared. Most of us have had a lot of time to prepare, knowing that the storm was all the way from the Eastern Caribbean, so it gave us many days to prepare. So things look good in Georgetown Central, and let's make this through together.
We checked in with Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Joey Hugh. He says it has been a very busy few days.
Hi, good evening. We have spent the last couple of days preparing, and as usual, the community came together and we were able to fill sandbags and get those to those who need it the most, including plyboard as well. We are all bunkered down now, and I've encouraged those in the low-lying areas to make the necessary precautions or move to the shelters, as we expect some hurricane force winds and rains over the next couple of days. But as usual, we've seen our community come together, and I have to recognize the efforts of all those in the hazard management office and the government for all of the help and information that have been provided to us over the last couple of days in preparation. So now we are ready and praying for the best, and I wish God's greatest blessings over our 3 islands tonight.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Joey Hugh there. Cayman Airways and Cayman Airways Express fleets have been flown overseas now for safety reasons. It is part of the airline's strategic hurricane preparedness strategy. Fabian Worms is President and CEO of Cayman Airways.
We sincerely thank all of our employees for coming together so swiftly and professionally over these past few days as we concentrated our focus on planning and implementing evacuation flights on behalf of the Cayman Islands government and the local tourism industry. We particularly thank our pilots and our flight attendants, as well as other key staff who have volunteered to travel overseas with our fleet, with or without their families, to help ensure the business continuity of our airline after this major hurricane.
Mr. Worm says the airline is looking ahead to the other side of the storm.
We are already coordinating with the Cayman Islands Airports Authority to ensure the earliest possible return of our fleet to the Cayman Islands after the passage of this hurricane. Cayman Airways stands ready to assist the Cayman Islands government with further evacuation and supply flights after the passage of Hurricane Beryl if it becomes necessary, while our regular flight schedule will resume as soon as possible after the storm.
Cayman Airways CEO and President Fabian Worms. With the last-minute buying over the past few days, will our supermarkets be able to provide what's needed in the days to come? I spoke with Art Isaacs from Foster's today, and he said the answer to that question is yes.
People should not be concerned. We really want to urge the public not to panic buy. That seems to be something that everyone kind of like automatically leaps into whenever a hurricane is coming. But at Foster's, one of the things that we definitely focus on is just being proactive, and we're preparing for the anticipation of any natural disaster that comes here. So one of the things that we're doing is that, we'll always coordinate with overseas vendors. We want to ensure that we have product on hand and also product that is coming in after the storm. Currently, we have some ships that are waiting to come in, and they're sitting outside of the storm. So they won't be affected. And, once we get the all clear from the government, they'll come in with any necessary product that we need in order to replenish our shelves. Beyond that, we are always planned. We're always prepared. So we're also working with hazard management because we want to stay ahead of potential disruptions. So even though this storm did kind of, it's very unexpected, we're prepared for the unexpected. So we're always going to have items on the shelves. If you don't see the brand that you like, if you don't see a brand that you're super familiar with, we do have alternatives that are both, brand name alternatives and also everyday brand alternatives. So we want people to feel comfortable that there is a selection there and there's nothing to worry about. We're always going to have something. We have a ton of water, ton of paper, ton of baby supplies. We even have dairy products that are, ready to go once this chaos is over.
That said, Art tells Radio Cayman it will be important for people not to buy more than they need. That is your news at this hour. I'm April Cummings from Radio Cayman's newsroom.
You're listening to Radio Cayman. We have continued live coverage of Hurricane Beryl, and our studio time, it is 13 minutes past the hour of 10 o'clock. We now go live to Jevy Ebanks, standing by in the Government Administration Building in Georgetown.
Good night, Jared. Thank you so much. I am in the Government Administration Building where the National Emergency Operation Center is set up. Of course, the Cayman Islands government will continue to be monitoring the progress of Hurricane Beryl throughout the night. I am joined now by the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, the Premier, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Education, District Administration, Lands, and the Cabinet Office. Madam Premier, good night. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good night. It's my pleasure to be joining you.
Tell us a little bit about what has been happening with your office since the 2 p.m. press briefing. What have you learned, and what are the outlooks at this time?
We've been very busy trying to put together and draft our press releases, do interviews. I just got off, the governor and I, with the interview with Fox News out of America. And because we have a duty to our people here, obviously that's of paramount consideration. But because we're a global village and our services, our financial services and tourism, we have to ensure that the outside world is kept abreast of whatever is happening in Cayman. Because we're shuttered down and we are as prepared as we've ever been before. I'm confident of that. Prayers are going up, so I'm also confident that, our God would deliver yet another time. But we are expecting a hurricane, make no mistake. The sister islands are already being affected with it. The latest update I got was that they're now experiencing winds from 39 miles per hour, gusting to 63 miles per hour, and it's still a ways off from them. There isn't a lot of rain yet on the Brac. We had some earlier this evening, but we expect that the waves are going to still be quite high on the south side, as well as going to be coming in at high tide. For us in Grand Cayman, we expect the worst of it around about 4 o'clock. I mean, it's subject to change. It's a storm, but those are the current forecasts. As far as the Brac's concerned, I understand that their electricity is off on part of the island. Little Cayman still has power. So those are things that we can anticipate in Grand Cayman as well. I want to thank also the utility companies who are very sensibly offering their services to our communities until it's no longer safe to the infrastructure. So we would advise people to ensure that you have your water all prepared because at 11 o'clock in Grand Cayman, the water will be cut for the Water Authority.
Wow. And can you give us an indication as it relates to the shelter-in-place order? What has the compliance been like from your standpoint as the Premier, as well as the rest of your NEOC team?
Well, I have been extremely proud. I mean, really, really proud to see the magnificent response. After I finished my last meeting here, I had cause to go home to obviously get a shower and get a little bag so we could all hunker down together in the Government Administration Building. And I can tell you the roads were clear. You would never think Cayman had a traffic problem. And I just kept thanking the Lord that people are being responsible and that they are working together. Because just as we've said that tourism is everybody's business, surviving a storm and a challenge is certainly everybody's business. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart that they are listening to the official sources and that they are truly protecting themselves and by wider extension, the community.
Can you speak to us a little bit about what will happen in the damage assessment phase? I understand that there will be a period where utility service providers as well as first responders will traverse onto the streets to view damage. What will NEOC's team be looking for in particular, and are there key areas that they're going to be targeting first?
Absolutely. As soon as it's safe to do so, which will usually be subtropical winds under 45 miles per hour, they will begin traversing the various landscapes on all three islands. Obviously, the priority areas will be the southern course and part of the western course of all three islands because of the approach of the storm. They will be ensuring that the roads are still intact, that there are no fallen lines, fallen trees. The first priority is try to clear the roads. We have decentralized our heavy equipment throughout all three islands to ensure that we are able to efficiently and expeditiously get it cleared. We would also check the water lines. When we had Ivan, we had a tremendous impact on our water infrastructure, and that's one of the reasons why they're deciding to close down as they've done with their notices. I've just recently come up with an update and extended hours. A lot of our roads obviously are close to the sea. Our forefathers built them that way because they didn't have the heavy equipment that they do now. And so they're often inundated just in regular northwesters, much less a hurricane. So we can expect and anticipate some intrusion, some road breaches, and we can also expect there are going to be quite a lot of fallen trees. Depending on when the storm gets closer, then we can better anticipate and forecast. We would know whether it's going to be a major hurricane, how close it's going to come, whether it's going to still be tracking south. I'm praying and believing that it will still track south, but we can see that because we've had so much rain, Javi, we can expect a lot of foliage damage. And of course, we have been, the minister have been really working with the farmers to build agriculture, so I can expect that there will be tremendous loss. I know from my own farm, it grieves me to even think about the mangoes and avocados that are going to be just flying somewhere. We'll just have to do the next best. You know, properties can be replaced, but we want to ensure that our people are safe. Danny and those have a well-prepared plan, not just in preparation for the storm, the duration we've gotten the word out, but we will go right into gear for recovery. Certainly, because Beryl have impacted several of our Eastern Caribbean countries, and I've had an opportunity to speak with them, Jamaica as well. The recent word I got from Jamaica that they did get hit, but it wasn't as bad as I going over it, which is wonderful news. We will not only go into an emergency cabinet here once we've assessed the damage to see how we have to reallocate funds and how we can get help to our people, but in exercise and in the modus operandi that we've operated, we come not just from a biblical background, but we want to lend a helping hand to the Eastern Caribbean, because when we were in trouble, they came forward and they assisted us. This is the beginning of the season. We can get through this, but together.
Madam Premier, I don't want to shift too far from your official duties, but being a long-standing member of Parliament, persons do not only know you in your official capacity, but they know you in a personal capacity as well, a capacity that they have been learning more, especially during the press briefing when you mentioned, for example, that this is your first time being away from Cayman Brac. Talk to me from a personal perspective. What is going through your head as a resident? What do people, you know, maybe not see or understand about what you're going through at this time?
Well, for me, it's a quite different experience. Once I'm on the Brac, obviously we do the same preparations as Grand Cayman, but once we hunker down, like the period we're in now, I'm busy in my kitchen cooking up a storm, pardon the pun, because from many years ago, I noticed that our uniform branches were out, restaurants were closed, and so they were having to eat corned beef and all those things. So I've started a tradition where we cook and we take it out, or a lot of them will come to the house and share. And usually it's what people call rundown, but I'm a Brac, we call it coconut dinner. Usually salt beef or ocean turbot or fish, escovitch, or one of the things, because of the number of people who have the spread, we'll take corned beef and make corned beef soup, which I never grew up with, but since hurricane it's become a specialty. And it's just a camaraderie. And then my house, because we have limited capacity oftentimes, it ranges from 85 to 100 persons in my house on the bluff. And I will come out of my bedroom and give it to those who need more privacy. And because most of the time I don't sleep during a hurricane. And I have my chart up, and I am charting the storm because I'm an avid weather fan in my next life. Perhaps I can do that. But the thing that I found this time when I left yesterday, the reality really hit that, my daughter and my son, who's been there with me, with my dad, they saw all of the precautions. They go out, they help me board up. When it's raining, it's blowing, there's always somebody that forgot, or there's something you need to do. And I had quite a bit of worry, I'm not going to be there, and people will still be coming to my house. Will my daughter and my son be able to do it without me there? And I can tell you that I was just absolutely delighted when I received WhatsApp from them saying, Mom, the windows are all locked, shutters are down. Do I boil water now and put in the kettle so they can get their tea and coffee? I've done this, I've done that. They know that I like collecting china and stuff for the royal families. I have a fairly nice cabinet there, and so my daughter sent me a photograph saying, Mom, it's empty, I've taken them down, I've wrapped them up, I put them away, and so you don't have to worry about that breaking up. Just little simple things like that just reassured me that what the Bible says, you train them up when they're young. And I think this is my eagle experience, where I'm not there as the mother, guiding them and protect them, but they obviously have understood, and I was sending her the updates from you guys and from thing, and lo and behold, she started sending them to me. So I believe that this is a good opportunity with our children at home when some of them are young and they're probably fearful and they're with the uncertainty. Use this as good quality time and train them. Tell them the experiences that you've been through. Tell them that they can overcome. And one of my favorite songs that Radio Cayman play is Till the Storm Passes By. And that is the operative word. It's going to come, but it came to pass. The important thing is that just as the Hebrew boys, there were 3, but because they were obedient, there was a 4th man in the fire. Tonight we're not alone, Cayman. We have the 4th man in the fire, and he will bring us through. I have no doubt about that.
Javi, if you could ask the Premier for us. She spoke about her interview with the international press and how important that is to be talking to the international press when we reflect on Hurricane Ivan, and after Hurricane Ivan, so much disinformation had been circulated in relation to the Cayman Islands and the number of deaths and everything. So how important it is for us to be communicating now with the international press.
Madam Premier, I'm being asked a question from Mr. Connor in the studio asking about the importance of speaking with the international press during Hurricane Beryl. He's made reference to, of course, Hurricane Ivan and the amounts of misinformation that was percolating at that time. Speak to us a little bit about the importance and what information you and Her Excellency the Governor were able to convey in that interview to Fox News earlier tonight.
It is extremely important. Like I said, our 2 main industries is financial services and tourism, but the Caymanians are known to travel. And we have students that are overseas. We have Caymanians that are in Florida, southern United States, Canada, all over you find a Caymanian. And they do listen to Radio Cayman, by the way, because they call in and say that they're listening. We want to convey that we are prepared. Number one, we want to convey that the government is committed and continues to be committed to the well-being of our people. We want to convey that our visitors can feel safety in knowing that our partners in the tourism, those that were on the coastal, they took the necessary precautions. And so that when you're in this territory, we have the sun, the sea, and that's always promoted. But the other S are storms. It's a part of the Caribbean life. And so we are resilient, we are vigilant. And so it's not a part of the Cayman experience that we advertise, but we believe that the best form of advertisement that's going on right now are those visitors who are here to see that we build good homes, that they're strong and they're structural, because we model them after the Florida Building Code, but they can see Cayman kind, up front and personal. So I would ask them to look at the not half glass full philosophy, but the full glass, half empty, but the half full, and use this as an experience that most other tourists would not get, to be in the most beautiful islands in the Caribbean, if not the world, with some of the most friendliest people. I still am an avid believer that our people are our greatest asset. And so this government, certainly under my leadership, have committed to do whatever it takes to build back this country, because it has been the best kept secret for too long.
And Jevi, another question that people are asking, why is it necessary for the Water Authority to turn the water off at, is it 11 o'clock now, I think, or 11:30?
Madam Premier, a point that you touched on earlier, but there is a question from the general public. Can you speak to the importance of why the Water Authority needs to cut off water?
Well, there was a communication that went out earlier today that caused a bit of consternation, both in Cayman Brac as well as in Grand Cayman, because water is one of those things that we become very accustomed to. And I am proud of Water Authority. They produce excellent water. It's an excellent team under the leadership of Julia, and she just got back to territory today, and also Tom. Out of interest of the protection with lessons learned from Hurricane Ivan, they lost a lot of their infrastructure on the southern coast of Cayman. Of course, this is expected to have the most damage or impact. They were taking the precaution out of the interest, because after the storm passes by, they still have to be up and running and producing water. We had a meeting with them in the Cabinet office later, early on today, and we were able to discuss, and I'm an avid believer that there's nothing too hard when you communicate. And so various points were put there, and we decided, once we got the latest update, that the storm probably would pass closer to Cayman at 4 o'clock. The facilities that they have aren't built for their staff to stay in, and some of them are not even air conditioned if they were built. And safety of our staff is very important as well. So they needed 2 to 3 hours lead time to go and physically shut down the various stations throughout the Cayman Islands, and we allowed them to go and do that. And once we got together, negotiate, they came back, and it was just an update. So it moved from the 6:30 and then 9 o'clock to now it's 11 o'clock. And there was a lull earlier, because once people heard that, everybody went and filled up, so that it led to low pressure. And of course, once,
so that was why Bordentown had that dip.
Yes, that dip, exactly. And because, and that's human nature. They hear you're not going to get water, so everybody go and fill up one time, because they don't necessarily know that neighbors doing the same thing repeated a couple of thousand times. And so it was a matter of perhaps the timeliness in the communication, and maybe I could have been a little bit clearer. But at the end of the day, water is still flowing. Everybody that wanted to get water is still there. They have given the undertaking, like other utilities, that once the all clear is given and it's safe, they have inspected the infrastructure, that it has not been inundated with foreign obstacles, whether it's the sea or other bacteria, because everybody will consume it. And it's a liability issue, so we want to make sure that safety comes first.
Part 2, does this also extend to the to consolidated water as well? Will they be experiencing a cutoff, or is this primarily for Water Authority customers?
Well, it would affect Water Authority more, because, Cayman Water Authority is on the West Bay Peninsula for the most part, and we don't expect that the storm will have its greatest impact. So what they basically said, that they will remain on until it poses a danger to their infrastructure. They will shut down at that stage.
All right. I'm going to give the team in the studio time for a few more questions before you depart. Mr. Connor, Mr. Ebanks, any final questions for the Premier?
Nothing else for now, Jevi. Again, we want to thank the Premier for making herself, available to the public in terms of, keeping everyone, updated. And I know she must be exhausted. Want to give her an opportunity for some rest as well, because early in the morning I'm sure we will be talking, with her again. But again, thanks for her for being so accommodating.
Absolutely. Madam Premier, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Just before you go, to end on a moment of hope and levity, what are you most looking forward to at the conclusion of this hurricane? What is that one thing that you can't wait to partake in or to do?
Well, besides getting on Cayman Airways and going to the Brac and make sure everybody's okay, including my farm and my family, I would publicly wish to acknowledge that once again God has delivered Cayman. I mean, there's a fine line between faith and foolishness, and I know that it's not in vogue for leaders in this day to talk about the Lord, but I talk from whence I've come. It's not a coincidence that our motto says he have founded us upon the seas. Well, and not only did he create us, but he has sustained us and he will keep us. He is not finished with Cayman yet. There's still a purpose. And I do believe that God sets up governments at his own appointed time, and we are called for such a time as this. It would be remiss of us not to acknowledge that he is still God. And as long as I have breath, I am not ashamed to declare that, because I have more evidence than you'd have time tonight to listen to. And so, and I'd also look forward to getting back to my kitchen so that I can cook. And I've promised myself that once we get through this, all of the staff that have worked to help the Radio Caymans, the Danis and stuff, I'll find some way that we can have, whether it's a potluck or not, but I think that I would like not just to test, but to share some of my Cayman Brac cooking with you. And that's not bragging. I just feel that that's the little I can do to give back, to show my appreciation.
I'm happy to sample anything that you put on a plate, Madam Premier. It would be remiss of me not to give you the opportunity to close this segment in prayer, as you would usually do should you want to take that opportunity at this time.
Oh, yes, I won't say no to that. In fact, when I spoke to Prime Minister Andre from Jamaica this morning, circumstances alter cases and things go through your mind. I was like, how am I going to say, can I pray for you? And I just said it, and the Lord really came in a marvelous way, and he was most appreciative that we had that opportunity to share personal prayer together. So absolutely, it's my pleasure. Can we pray? Father God, we come to you yet another time. We're so glad that we serve a God that do not weary of our petitions. And Lord, you have seen us long before we saw it. And Lord, we know that you're more than able. In fact, your word says that long before we call, you will answer. Tonight, Lord, we ask, Lord, for forgiveness. We repent for the ways and many methodologies that we have strayed from you. But we pray that as we call upon you tonight in your mercy and your wisdom and your faithfulness, which are new every single morning, that you would reach down, oh God, and put your protective arms around these Cayman Islands, these people, Lord. We know that there's always a remnant. And Lord, as prayers are going up, and I know because the many messages are coming in from around the country saying, we're praying for the country, we're praying for you, from around the Caribbean, as a matter of fact. And so we pray for all those at Radio Cayman, our comps team, our acting governor, all of the civil service, the Commissioner of Police and his staff, Her Excellency the Governor, all those in the shelters who are servant leaders, who are sacrificially tonight dedicating their time, removing ourselves from the comforts and the safety of our own homes so that we can keep our nation up to date with what obtains, that we can encourage them, we can guide them, we can reach out a helping hand, we can give them that insurance that do not fear, be of good courage, because the Lord who have taken you through many circumstances before. We went through Ivan, which was much worse than what we're facing now. We thought it was all lost. I remember stepping out of my door in Paloma and it looked like a bomb had hit my farm on the bluff, and yet you built us up to be more resilient, and we've got more stronger. Lord, we realize that in circumstances like this, you bring out the best in us and the worst in us. And it's our fervent prayer, our effective fervent prayer tonight, dear Lord, that you would bring out the best of this country. The characteristics that built us, oh God, to be loving, to be kind, to be forgiving, to be friendly, to forge on despite our circumstances. And Lord, may you remind us tonight that after having done all, we must still stand and declare the glory of God, because you are our creator. You have formed us for such a time as this, and I thank you for each and every one and for all that you're going to do. We know you're going to do, Lord. We just want to pause to thank you, give you all the honor, the glory, and praise, for we ask it in no name but the precious name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, and soon coming King, with thanksgiving. Praise be to God. Amen.
That is the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, Premier Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Education, District Administration, Lands, and the Cabinet Office. That is all for me at this time. I will continue to stay here at the Government Administration Building. Radio Cayman, and of course, the entire Cayman Islands government is advising that the islands are still under a shelter in place that started 6 p.m. this evening and will continue until the all clear is given. On behalf of Radio Cayman, I'd like to thank the Premier for taking the time, and of course more updates from senior civil servants and department heads will be coming throughout the night. Reporting from the Government Administration Building, I'm Jevy Ebanks.
And that is Radio Cayman's remote crew. Jevy Ebanks is over at the Government Administration Building and bringing us the message from the Honorable Premier. Radio Cayman's news continues at this time.
Access to information. Visit us on www.radiocayman.gov.ky. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Radio Cayman.
Your voice, your choice, your radio.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, no Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
If you're a parent, you know that providing your child with a quality early childhood education can be expensive. However, the Ministry of Education offers financial assistance through its Early Childhood Assistance Program to help qualifying Caymanian families cover the costs at registered early childhood settings. Visit our online application portal at moeapplications.gov.ky to learn more and get started. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education.
For the Record with Ort Connor.
Folks, I want to thank you for allowing Radio Cayman and, by extension, For the Record into your home.
Hear from your government and community leaders on issues and events concerning the Cayman Islands and its residents during Radio Cayman's For the Record talk radio program, airing each Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning from 7:30 to 10.
For the Record.
For the Record.
For the Record
is brought to you by JN Money, from abroad to yard. Fast, affordable, convenient. For more information, visit jnmoneyonline.com.
This is Ronnie Anglin. I work in the water sports industry. I'm concerned that our islands are at a high risk of coral bleaching and coral disease outbreaks. Rising sea levels, sea temperatures, and ocean acidification have caused catastrophic increases in the number and severity of coral bleaching events, disease, and death. Snorkeling and diving may one day not be an option. To learn more about climate risk to our islands, visit www.gov.ky/climate change policy.
Radio Cayman Bulletin Board, brought to you by UCCI. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today. And the Lions Club of Grand Cayman, serving the community for over 5 decades. The community calendar, also brought to you by Baptist Health International. Healthcare that cares.
In your bulletin board, everyone is expected to be sheltering in place at this hour. Shelters are open, and it is a good idea to identify a shelter in the event that you need one. Here's Radio Cayman's DJ Lynn with more on that.
There are 14 hurricane shelters on Grand Cayman. 7 of these operate as an emergency medical center, and 2 shelters also accept cats and dogs as pets. The following is a list of complete shelters in the 3 islands. In Georgetown, the John Gray High School Gymnasium, which is pet-friendly, the Georgetown Primary School Assembly Hall, the Red Cross Building on Huldah Avenue, the University College of the Cayman Islands Hall, and the Prospect Primary School. In Bontown, the shelter is located at the Bontown Primary School Multipurpose Hall. Shelters in West Bay include John A. Cumber Primary School Assembly Hall, John Gray Memorial Church Hall, and John A. Cumber Primary School. In East End, shelters include William Allen McLaughlin Civic Center and the Gun Bay Community Hall. In Breakers, the shelter can be found at the Breakers Community Hall. In Savannah, the shelter can be found at the Savannah Primary School Assembly Hall. In Northside, the shelters include Cradock Ebanks Civic Center and the Clifton Hunter High School Gymnasium, Frank Sound. Cayman Brac has 3 shelters. They include the Aston Reddy Center, West End Primary School, and the Multipurpose Hall Sports Complex. In Little Cayman, the shelter can be found at the Public Works Department building. For the full list of hurricane shelters, go to caymanprepared.ky/resources/shelters and continue to listen to your trusted radio station for the latest and up-to-date accurate news and weather information. Radio Cayman 89.9 FM and Breeze 105.3 FM.
You are strongly advised, of course, to visit caymanprepared.ky if you need additional information. A reminder that the water is expected to be off in Cayman Brac this hour and then at 9:30 this evening, although some communities have already been experiencing outages. So do what you can to be as prepared as possible. The National Roads Authority and Royal Cayman Islands Police Service urge everyone to stay off the roads, and please be sure that your vehicles are not blocking any emergency or NRA equipment. There is no curfew in place at this time. However, police have reserved the right to implement one should it become necessary. Stay tuned to Radio Cayman for updates throughout the storm, right here on 89.9 FM.
Come on, let me in. I can't cope with Karen in the office no more, man. Another day of her can drive me mad. I got so much laundry to do home. Oh, another message? Man, this traffic not moving today, or come on, let me in now.
Life is all about the choices we make to deal with the office Karens or sit in this long traffic, or a choice to pursue your dreams to improve your future. UCCI. It's not the classes, the grades, or a piece of paper. It's your ticket for the adventure of your choice. The choice to live your dream. Stop waiting on the path. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today.
Baptist Health International PET and CT Imaging is offering a screening program to patients at high risk for heart disease, the leading cause of deaths worldwide. Calcium scoring is a non-invasive scan looking at the amount of plaque in your heart vessels. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or had a heart attack, you might be a candidate. The cost is $99 CI during the months of June and July. Contact Baptist Health and schedule an appointment at 749-3304 or visit baptisthealth.ky. Please note that a physician referral is required.
Radio Cayman Bulletin Board. Brought to you by UCCI. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today. And the Lions Club of Grand Cayman, serving the community for over 5 decades. The community calendar, also brought to you by Baptist Health International. Healthcare that cares.
Radio Cayman, your #1 community station, would like to remind you that we are in the hurricane season, and in order to survive a hurricane, you need to be prepared. If officials' sources say a hurricane is imminent, please board up or shutter up windows in your home or place of business. Remember to use good lumber, as makeshift boarding may actually cause more damage. Also put strong bracing on outside doors so that they are not blown off or blown in.
This hurricane advice was brought to you by Radio Cayman, your caring community radio station.
The best foundation you can wear is glowing, healthy skin. The offices of dermatologist Dr. Wayne Porter specialize in enhancing your skin's well-being. Whether you're seeking advanced skincare, including any skin cancers, Botox, filler, cosmetic skin enhancements, or simply looking to reduce wrinkles, Dr. Porter offers a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. For more information, email drportercayman@gmail.com or call 946-9020. That is 946-9020.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
And once again, the latest, the 10 p.m. position of Hurricane Beryl is at 18.0 north, 79.2 west. It's 160 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. It's moving to the west-northwest, 290 degrees on the compass at 21 miles per hour. The pressure is at 961 millibars or 28.38 inches. Once again, at 10 p.m., the center of Hurricane Beryl, Category 4, was at 18.0 north, 79.2 west, 160 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman.
Hello, I'm Chris Barrow with the BBC News. Joe Biden has insisted he's staying in November's US presidential election, despite further calls from fellow Democrats for him to withdraw in the wake of last week's poor showing in a televised debate with Donald Trump. Governors who met Mr. Biden at the White House said he was in it to win it. Here's Peter Bowes.
The meeting ended with those governors saying, look, Joe Biden in the past has had our backs, now we have his back. If you love someone, you tell them the truth, is how one of the governors put it, but they concluded by saying that they fully support him moving forward. What remains to be seen is how the American people respond. They'll be scrutinizing Joe Biden over the next few days. He's due to give a major television interview that airs on Sunday. He's also due to appear at a rally, and they'll be looking at how Joe Biden presents himself.
Hurricane Beryl is hurtling along the southern coast of Jamaica, driving torrential rain and powerful winds across the Caribbean island. Meteorologists are describing it as the strongest and most dangerous storm Jamaica has faced in decades. Nick Davis reports on the latest from the capital, Kingston.
There's been a lot of damage, there has been loss of life, but we're very aware that it could have been worse for everybody who's on the ground here. At the moment, we're assessing how much damage has been done. The other thing which is going to be happening is actually trying to get the critical infrastructure back up and running as well. We've had power losses throughout the country, and we've still got this sort of continuous rain. I mean, you can hear it just coming down now. That's been a real problem, especially in low-lying parts of the country. And tomorrow we're going to see how badly some of those areas have been affected.
More than 12,000 people in California have been ordered to evacuate their homes as a huge wildfire rages in the north of the state. The California Governor, Gavin Newsom, has declared a state of emergency in the area. Kat Wiener reports.
The Thompson fire has tripled in size since it started on Tuesday, devouring more than 1,000 hectares of grass and woodland outside the town of Oroville near the state capital, Sacramento. The authorities have described the blaze as exceptionally dangerous. 400 firefighters, supported by planes and helicopters, are struggling to control the flames. California is in the grip of an extreme heat wave that is expected to last to the end of the week, with low humidity, gusty winds and soaring temperatures of up to 46 Celsius.
Hamas says it has submitted a new set of ideas to Qatari negotiators attempting to end 9 months of conflict in Gaza. The proposals put forward by the Palestinian militant group have been described by an unnamed Israeli official as sufficiently positive to allow some progress in the talks. This is the World News from the BBC. The United States and Venezuela have agreed to work together to improve relations as President Nicolas Maduro prepares for elections. He's been in power since 2013 and is seeking a third term. Here's Leonardo Rocha.
The White House said representatives discussed a range of issues during an online meeting, including Washington's demands for a competitive and inclusive vote in 3 weeks' time. The meeting took many by surprise. In April, the U.S. had reimposed sanctions on Venezuela's oil sector in protest at the government's handling of the electoral process. The leading opposition candidate, Maria Corina Machado, was banned from running for alleged financial irregularities, which she denies. Her replacement, Edmundo Gonzalez, is leading most opinion polls, but the opposition fears the government will intervene in the process to secure the re-election of Mr. Maduro.
A large-scale Indian study has shown that more than 7% of all deaths in the country's largest cities are linked to air pollution. The worst affected city was Delhi, where the problem was associated with more than 11% of all recorded deaths. The team looked at concentrations of tiny particles known as PM2.5. New Zealand's government is putting forward plans to deal with a long-running housing crisis. The housing minister says the proposed changes will flood the market with land for development, allowing more homes to be built and bringing down prices. Among other things, the reforms will scrap the ability of local authorities to set boundaries between urban and rural areas. Researchers are trying to boost the genetic diversity of southern white rhinos in Africa by harvesting the eggs of captive animals in zoos around Europe. They aim to create rhino embryos which can be implanted into surrogates, thereby safeguarding the future of a species that was, until recently, critically endangered. BBC News.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Traffic again? What in the world is going on?
Find out by tuning in to Radio Cayman's Traffic Report, brought to you 4 times daily during rush hours following the news at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 12 noon, and 5:15 p.m. And brought to you by Subway. Need a meal on the go? Subway has 7 locations at Anderson Square, West Shore Plaza, and Industrial Park in Georgetown, Centennial Towers, West Bay, Reef Resort, East End, Countryside Shopping Village in Savannah, and in the Owen Roberts Airport Departure Lounge. No matter if you're running late, need to cater an event, or a staff meeting, Subway keeps you fueled with sandwiches, salads, pizza, wraps, and snacks. Subway, eat fresh.
The 12 p.m. weather report is brought to you by Kirk Home Center. To see what you can save this month on kitchen gadgets, housewares, decor items, patio furniture, tools and hardware, lawn and garden items, and gift ideas, check out www.kirkhomecenter.ky.
In accordance with the Standards in Public Life Act, persons in public life must submit their 2024 declarations to the Register of Interest by 30th of July. Persons in public life include members of Parliament, senior public servants, members of governing bodies of statutory authorities and government companies, and members of commissions. Failure to submit a required declaration is an offence under the Act and can result in penalties. For more information or to file your 2024 declarations to the Register of Interest, visit www.standardsinpubliclifecommission.ky by 30th of July.
The voice of the Cayman Islands.
89.9 FM in Grand Cayman and 93.9 FM in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
Silver wings shining in the sunlight.
Radio Cayman.
Hello and welcome back to Radio Cayman's continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl. Our phone lines are open, 949-8037, 949-6990, or WhatsApp number 925-3261. Your hosts are Mr. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks from Talk Today, and my name is Orit Connor, and I do an occasional show on Radio Cayman called For the Record. Mr. Ebanks, or Sterling, the Premier spoke about her contact with other Caribbean leaders and those who have already been impacted by Hurricane Beryl, as well. And I wanted to take this opportunity to remind persons that collaboration and that, being your brothers and your sisters keepers, have always been the mantra, within the Caribbean. And I would remind persons that in 2010, when St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia had been adversely impacted by Hurricane Tomas at that time, that the then Premier, the Honorable W. McKeever Bush, spearheaded an effort, and Cayman Airways 737, we carried aircraft full of supplies for St. Lucia and for Grenada, along with monetary contributions, as well. And I'm not saying that to embarrass, the countries or anything, but to show the brotherhood that exists, and that brotherhood is still being demonstrated today. And we heard the Premier, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, talk about our intentions, once we're out of, once we're in the clear from Hurricane Beryl. Any observations?
Thank you. I mean, my mom always reminds us, good follows good, right? Mm-hmm. People these days talk about paying it forward. I always like when you remind us, and for people, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Monday's not a holiday. You tune in to For the Record, lively, informative, engaging discussion. I like the socio-political commentary and banter that happens, right? But that notion of being your brother's keeper, as you shared, the Cayman connections, as the Honorable Premier reminded us, extend not just in the region and the wider Caribbean. It goes across the high seas, not just in the US or wider North America, but into Europe. If we help when we can, who knows, we may be, the recipient in a time we least expect it, that we most need it. But even if that doesn't come, you give, and everybody has something. Somebody has more at that time. So I'm really, really grateful that she shared that and you reminded us of it. And as we take the call, just a quick reminder, we're broadcasting live, Radio Cayman, also on Breeze FM 105.3 and the Sister Islands 91.9, on YouTube, Facebook, on the Radio Cayman website and the Radio Cayman app. So tell your friends far and wide. So as the Honorable Premier made a point to speak to the international media, you can inform, your friends and family and the wider sort of Cayman connections. But let's take this call.
Sure.
Thank you for holding on. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, everybody. Again, Raymond here. I'm standing outside now. The sky is no more stars to be seen. It's all cloudy and overcast now, and we had winds, I would estimate, up to about 60 miles an hour at the west end. Now it's around 15 to 20 knots. The wind is 15 to 20 miles per hour, roughly, I would estimate. And there's lightning to the southeast. Sky is all darkened. And surprisingly, there is no rain, no heavy rain, at least in this area. I'm outdoors looking in the sky and don't even feel a drizzle. It shows that it's not carrying much rain with it. And we still have gusty winds coming and going like that. And how is it down there? Well, it's not reached there yet. Let's see, it'll take 5 hours, roughly 5 hours.
But before
4 hours to get down there.
Yeah. Before we talk about it here, I just want to ask, we have had reports of weather causing power outages on the Brac. What have you experienced in terms of power outages from the electric provider?
Yes, we had power outage, like I said before. At 9:10 was the first power outage, and now the power has been restored. It was off for roughly an hour and a half, and I'm in contact with someone on the bluff at the Seaman Center area, and it has been restored in that area a few minutes ago. So power is back on south side, west, south coast, headed toward Brac Reef and those places.
And then you shared there is increased winds.
Oh, yes. There's a huge gust just come through here, probably about 40 to 50 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy gusty winds.
Yeah. So it's picking up and it's more gusty. Would you say, how long can you say the winds are lasting as they gust? Just intermittent or are they extended?
Yes, intermittently gusting, yes, not steady.
Okay. And again, no rain as yet?
No rain in the location where I am, not even a drizzle. But the sky, all black, and there's some lightning now to the southeast. But when I talked with you earlier, there was no lightning there, but lightning is from the southeast, and it should be just about directly south of Cayman Brac now, south of the bluff, roughly 105 miles. That would put it roughly 100 miles south of when it gets abreast western area, the Brac Reef area, and Grand Cayman should be around, keeps up on that, around 70 miles south of Grand Cayman. And I can hear the sea, the roar of the sea on the south side, very loud, heavy roar, so that means big seas are pounding the south coast, and you all will be getting much bigger ones there because it's the power of the storm going to pass closer to you all down there on the south coast.
Yeah, I'll tell you our observations thus far, both from just stepping outside, but also the traffic jams. But from the Brac, as we're there, can you tell us the businesses and the homes, are they boarded up, shuttered? Does it look like people have heeded advice and put their places as best as they can in good order?
Yes, that is correct. From today, many places were boarded up.
Okay. And then what about movement along the streets? Under Premier referenced earlier that she went home and then came back here on Grand Cayman, and traffic was light. Not many people are venturing out unnecessarily. What about on the Brac? Are you seeing any movement about with vehicles or people?
Yes, minimal traffic because lots of people are staying in their homes and a lot of people are at the shelters as well. I passed by the new hurricane shelter, the multipurpose building this evening, and it was probably about, I would say, about 40 cars parked on the compound there this evening, the new hurricane shelter on the bluff.
Okay. And as you were referencing, asking about Grand Cayman, we can see just outside of the Radio Cayman studios a little bit more wind in terms of the trees. The traffic cams are also showing a little bit more. We called a couple of people doing a break in different parts, and they're seeing slight winds, but nothing noticeably, in a concern yet.
That's because 3-4 hours time before it will be reaching down there. That's why there's nothing there yet. We're having it here now, 3 or 4 hours time. Then you will see the effects down there, and roughly 5 hours, you would be getting great effects. And also remember the backlash of a storm after it passes by. Then the wind will twirl around and come back and give. After it goes to the northwest, the Grand Cayman, then the north coast, the Grand Cayman, Georgetown could get very high seas from it, depending on the turbulence and what wave action it's carrying. Also, the north coast of Cayman Brac, the south side, after the weather passes, the storm passes, rough on the south side, and after it gets past the island, the backlash will come in on the north side of the island, like come from the northwest. So that's how the hurricanes, that's their action.
Now, if, and we're getting a report from people who are listening overseas in Florida, just wanted us to convey to you all the very best to you, Mr. Raymond. Which leads us to want to ask, have you been in contact with passing ships in and around the area?
Yes, 2 ships. Most of them have avoided the area, but I'm very concerned about a large container ship that is trying to beat the hurricane coming from Houston going to Cartagena, Colombia, almost over 900 feet long, and the captain got it at full speed, 20.5 knots, trying to go south of the hurricane. And the last, I'm not at the radar to track it now, but the last I checked it, it was to the southwest of Grand Cayman, going southeast at 20.5 knots. So I would never have taken that chance. That ship should have came up north of Grand Cayman, north of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, and went southeast, headed to Cartagena, Colombia. I don't know if this captain's decision or the owner's, but it's a wrong decision to put the ship at risk. And there's another one that was coming loaded with soybeans from Houston going to Venezuela that were headed toward the area where the hurricane is coming. That path doing 10.5 knots. That's like a 600-foot long ship with about a 35-foot draft. So I wonder, in the wildest thoughts, why these ships do these things to endanger the lives. And they're probably Ukrainians, Indians, Filipinos, all kinds of nationality on board. So something needs to be done to advise these people. Many times I have done it. I've been doing this 45 years, and I know a tanker was going up north of Cayman Brac, and we had a hurricane bearing down coming north of Jamaica. And I ordered him to alter course and from Cayman Brac and go southeast and go up south of Jamaica. And I went on the bluff and watched that ship make a hard starboard turn. He followed my instructions and went about his way, and no problem. So that's things like that I have been involved in. Even during Paloma, this is the most interesting, I must say. I altered a ship's course that was going toward Paloma and directed it north of Cayman Brac and went up towards the south coast of Cuba. There were 12 Filipinos and 1 Ukrainian on board. Otherwise, if I wasn't doing what I am doing with safety of life at sea, that ship could have sunk in that hurricane, because I don't know why they do those things. But anyway, that's how it goes.
Yeah, well, thank you, sir, for keeping a watchful eye on the seas and giving us timely update as it unfolds on the Brac. Thanks very much, Mr. Raymond. We got to talk to you whenever you get a chance again.
Okay, I'm here waiting to give you updates. I'm going to be up just about all night.
Yeah.
I want to see what's going to happen, right? Like I said, I'm outdoors, standing talking to you, outdoors.
Yeah, man.
And the wind is just blowing, but it's no rain, so that's why I can be outdoors.
All right.
Okay, all the best until later.
And to you, sir.
Thank you.
What's that song?
Okay.
It's going to be all night. It's going to be all right. Be careful. Be safe, Mr. Raymond. Well, this is where people are attentive and sharing so others can be informed.
Certainly, yes.
So with that update he's hearing?
Yes.
All right. You want to give that, Mr. Cole? We can hear a different voice, or you want us to do it? Come on, join us in the studio. JJ the Iceman.
Oh, from the newsroom. Okay.
Do we want to go there? Okay.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
I'm April Cummings with your 11 p.m. update. Just to reiterate, Category 4 Hurricane Beryl pulling away from Jamaica, expected to pass just south of the Cayman Islands overnight. The latest coordinates we have, 18.0 degrees north, 79.2 degrees west, moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Premier the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Conley spoke live on Radio Cayman just a short time ago and provided an update. We are already beginning to experience some of the impact of the storm.
We are expecting a hurricane, make no mistake. The sister islands are already being affected with it. The latest update I got was that they're now experiencing winds from 39 miles per hour, gusting to 63 miles per hour, and it's still a ways off from them. There isn't a lot of rain yet on the Brac. We had some earlier this evening, but we expect that the waves are going to still be quite high on the south side, as well as going to be coming in at high tide. For us in Grand Cayman, we expect the worst of it around about 4 o'clock. I mean, it's subject to change. It's a storm, but those are the current forecasts. As far as the Brac's concerned, I understand that their electricity is off on part of the island. Little Cayman still has power. So those are things that we can anticipate in Grand Cayman as well. I want to thank also the utility companies who are very sensibly offering their services to our communities until it's no longer safe to the infrastructure.
Premier the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Conley. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, I'm April Cummings.
Find out about all the community happenings from non-profit, community fundraisers, church events, and more with Radio Cayman's Community Bulletin Board 3 times daily. Don't be the one to miss out on the latest information for events taking place every day on all 3 islands. Radio Cayman's Bulletin Board, brought to you by UCCI. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today. And the Lions Club of Grand Cayman, serving the community for over 5 decades. The community calendar, also brought to you by Baptist Health International, healthcare that cares. Radio Cayman's Community Bulletin Board.
The 6:15 Weather Report, Monday through Friday, is proudly sponsored by CG Brac. Insurance, health, pensions, life, where people come first.
Do you know that conditions may change suddenly in an emergency and you may have to leave at a moment's notice? When a hurricane threatens, you should have a grab-and-go survival kit. This kit should include your personal identification and other vital documents, which should be sealed in a watertight pouch or container. For more tips and information, visit the Hazard Management Cayman Islands office or caymanprepared.ky. This hurricane tip is brought to you by Hazard Management Cayman Islands and Radio Cayman 89.9 FM.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Brac. 1 small step for man, 1 giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us, and honored to sit next to Mr. Art O'Connor, that fantastic host for The Record. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We want you to tune in and be informed, be engaged. It helps to build a healthier democracy. And as we bring you continued coverage on here, 89.9 Radio Cayman, 105.3 on Breeze FM, 91.9 on our sister islands, our YouTube, our Facebook, the Radio Cayman app, the Radio Cayman website. Share that information with your friends and family, not just here in the Cayman Islands, but across the globe, so that they can have a sense of reassurance. It's amazing how, just as we were speaking to Mr. Raymond, how people are listening and they're messaging and say, hey, Mr. Raymond, we're wishing you well. That's, I think, Mr. Art, is the connection that Cayman has from the seafarers who traverse the globe and the stories that they tell these days. I believe the older they get, the less exaggerated those stories, and perhaps the more truthful. And it speaks to how that healthy respect for the sea and for storms. I listened to Mr. Raymond talk about those 2 vessels, a 900-foot long hidden 200 knots trying to beat the storm. Another going half the speed at 600 feet. He's worried about what would happen to the personnel on board, right, our crew. And here we are, maybe not a second thought. Maybe we're complaining, why the government lock us down from? Put us in, because the weather may not be what it might. But wouldn't you rather err on the side of caution, recover because there was no major aftermath, or be foolish? Now, at some point, you'll measure what happens just to ensure there's not an abuse of power in whatever capacity. But as the Honourable Premier reminded us, the sensibleness of the people here to say, listen, things are closed. Why am I out and about? Maybe it's a good time to play a game of dominoes, cards, read a story to your children. A friend of mine shared, and if any psychologist or trained expert, whether from DCFS or otherwise, disagrees with this, I was told that, we would talk to our children, as young as they are, to give them information that is appropriate, at the age, as to what you're doing. Why you're boarding up the windows, why mommy and daddy isn't going to work, why, we're doing this, so that they understand, and you keep them informed, you try to keep their routines, read their bed story, do that thing that you would normally. But also to any aging or elderly members of your family who may have some ailment, that they may have questions. They may not fully understand. They may have forgotten 6 o'clock what you told them, and now it's only 6:05. You tell them again. So it's all about doing for somebody what you hope would be done for you had you been in that, particular state. But, we are where we are, and maybe we'll get better because we're doing it together. Mr. Art, you had earlier talked about some of the trivia, and I was excited to hear because in listening to you in the mornings for the record, I learned a lot of tidbits. And there's a very, very interesting part of our history that is still somewhat oral. A lot of it is still recorded in other places that we have not probably official access and collated. Ray Bank and myself, when we did the See What I Was Saying show, did a show on hurricanes, and was it the 32 hurricane that may have been called the Cuba hurricane?
Yes,
we understand
the
impact
Cuba
of that.
hurricane. Yeah.
But I make sure I got my theory wrong. But I'm mindful that somebody said something that potentially might have been the same hurricane that was, further into the Caribbean. Now, was that a 44 one or the 32 one? But there's another one that came through that affected us that we didn't realize also affected other parts of the Caribbean. And maybe we don't appreciate
the 44.
I think it might have been the 44 as well.
Yes, yeah.
And I see that in deference to what the Honorable Premier shared in her invitation, that we be our brother's keeper. We recognize that once this passes, how can we reach out and help, however little, however lot that we can do? Because people may find themselves, in a need of an extra pair of hands. CUC's contingency plan calls on CARLEC or Fortis, but they also are positioning themselves through their staff to go into the Caribbean and assist if needed. So that is what makes us a stronger, healthier community. Mr. Hart, good people.
Yeah. Yes, and don't forget the tremendous support that we also received from Bermuda after Hurricane Ivan. Bermuda Regiment spent quite a bit of time here in Cayman, and I recall after the hurricane, we had a big bash for them on 7 Mile Beach, to show our appreciation and everything, and then we paid it back, later on, to Bermuda as well in terms of the support that, I think CUC had some part in that through CARLEC and,
If I might, and perhaps now and continuing, I wonder to what extent governments, but specifically the Cayman Islands governments to date, are able or do sufficiently sharing information to the public about what is transpiring, not just a historical record. I think back to Ivan, as I say that, when internationally we didn't say much, our recovery was swift, was robust, but to the world, we're okay, we didn't have any damage. To the country, it was like, really? The Honorable Premier said after Paloma was like a bomb went off. That's what it felt like, driving around Grand Cayman. People in the eastern districts probably didn't get electricity back for 4 months or more. So do you think that our governments have learned a lesson, and if so, are they willing now to say to people, hey, this is what happened, this is the truth? Or are we still more inclined to sanitize it, only share it in such a way that it's politically expedient, correct, a little bit less than forthcoming? What do you think? You hold on to that?
No, I'm going to ask you to repeat the last part.
Okay, yeah. No, I was just wondering out loud that historically we see data released in other jurisdictions maybe after that period of time has lapsed that allows government to not be able to hold on to information under some official secrets or whatever that is, right? And not just as a result of freedom of information requests. I'm talking globally, not just in the Cayman jurisdiction. I'm wondering, as a result of Hurricane Ivan, have we 20 years later come to a place where we need to tell the public as quickly as possible, as accurately, hey, this is what has happened, and instead of presenting information as somehow alleged, after Ivan we told the world media, we're okay, there was no damage, but our recovery was robust, it was swift, and had they understood what we experienced, they would go, wow, that's a resilient people, because it was, I wouldn't say miraculous, but it certainly was, memorable. All right, so we're told we have a call.
Yes.
All right, let's take that
Grab
call.
the caller.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining Mr. Art and myself.
Hi, good night. It's always a pleasure to be tuned in to Radio Cayman. Quincy Brown speaking.
Mr. Quincy, good to hear from
Quincy.
It's a combination. It's the dynamic duo of Talk Today and For the Record all in one spot.
Talking for the record, huh?
But you're keeping us informed, and I've been tuned in from you all, came on air.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, and I think it is good when we have the official broadcaster on air, the national radio station, the government-owned radio station, Radio Cayman, disseminating accurate information. We find that in this age in which we live, everybody's on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Social media is so instant, but we miss so much of the relevant, accurate information because anything can make a post these days. And a lot of times, I'm thankful that Radio Cayman, CIGTV, Cayman Compass, et al., led by the Cayman Islands government. A big thank you to the Cayman Islands government. I've been tuned into the press conference, which started at about 16 minutes after 2 this afternoon. I've heard our leaders speak, very informed, all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. I mean, we cannot be any more prepared. I really want to say that from the get-go. A big thank you for the leadership in our government and all those who form the hazard management, the weather service, fire officers. I mean, just the whole gamut, the whole crew, the whole teams that would first responders, because it truly is a team effort. And thank you, gentlemen, for being live on air. And I know you're going to go right into the wee hours with information. Radio Cayman has always been there for us. It's just what you do.
Yes.
You get to a shelter, or if you're at your home, you're secured, you got your supplies. We're prepared, but we always have Radio Cayman at our side, and it's always good to you realize that we are 3 months and 8 days away from Ivan's 20th anniversary. This brings back a lot of memories. I was there. I remember Hurricane Ivan. Oh God, it was quite. September 11th, 12th, and 13th, 2004. And I remember there was a point when Radio Cayman opened up the phone lines to allow people to call in live on air. And I'll always remember until the day I die, the calls of people in dire straits saying, please come to us. I'm a mother with a young baby in my arms. I'm standing on the kitchen counter. Water's up to my waist. Please come. And we're listening at the radio station, tears streaming down our faces because we couldn't respond. And as the government has made it quite clear, should you call 911 or any sort of emergency to come to assistance at the height of the storm, they cannot respond then. They're not coming out during the actual hurricane. But we are prepared, obviously. Thank God Monday was a holiday. Constitution Day gave us more time to buy supplies and get ready. And there's just a calming reassurance knowing that Radio Cayman is by our side, giving us accurate information. I was hoping that Mr. Tibbetts would have still been there, but Mr. John Tibbetts has obviously left the radio station. He was there a couple hours ago. I wanted him to help give us the definitions of the dirty side of a hurricane. You know, the different terms we hear. And I'm not trying to play a smart aleck here. I really don't know the answers. I guess I could Google them. But when we talk about the dirty side of a hurricane, we talk about the left front quadrant, the right front quadrant, the left rear quadrant, the right, and the different phases of a hurricane. I am not a weatherman. I'm a disseminator of information like you guys, but I've been learning a lot tonight just by listening. I always learn when I listen to Radio Cayman.
No, and you are right. I mean, there are many times when we speak in, and what we're saying is so commonplace for us, and maybe for most, but there's always someone who might not quite grasp what is being shared. and not just the particular vernacular or the particular idioms that may be used for those people that are speaking to an audience, but just commonplace, So, how does the hurricane move in that forward speed? What does that mean? Mr. Loxler called earlier and thought about, the barometer. Some people go, well, what is that? And it shows how maybe, as Mr. Art shared earlier, the importance of us asking questions, seeking information, and verifying its authenticity. But it's also to, that thing, natural intelligence. We rely too much on too many, to do too little.
I found it rather interesting, Mr. Sterling, when Mr. Banks called in, Mr. Loxley Banks, making reference to 80 years ago when the districts only had maybe 1 or 2 barometers. Quite fascinating, because it goes to show the importance of the barometer, because obviously what people knew then were looking at if this is dropping so fast and so low, something in the area.
Right.
That's all they had to go by.
But it also showed, as he tells our story often,
right.
To me anyway, it shows that the community was together. It may be only 1 or 2 in each district or a handful in the entire country, but it was something that was a community resource. It was something that people understood, as you shared. We pay attention to this, but it wasn't just for those people or for that one. It was something that benefited the entire country, district by district or area by area.
Right. Exactly. That's important. That sense of community. And again, Radio Cayman continues to offer that sense of community. And just like how we don't want to be walking about catching no gap seed or getting about catching no gap seed, in this day and age, why is it there are people who are putting false information out there? Unacceptable. Stay informed by listening to the official source. I would like to encourage all persons to continue to listen to Radio Cayman, CIGTV, Cayman Prepared, the official broadcasters in this country, because there are others who have popped up overnight, those who love scandal and those who like to perpetuate rumors. And it's dangerous because we all have to watch what we say, because once people hear it, oh, I heard so-and-so say it must be gospel. Not necessarily. Just because you hear hello.
But I hear you, and you are right that we need to be as individuals responsible, right?
Yes, sir.
But shouldn't that responsibility also extend to us? When we hear something, it could be, in a larger market from some seemingly credible resource, whether it's marketed or a press release or whatever. When we hear that, see that, to question it and go, well, is that so? It is, as you said, irresponsible and perhaps dangerous for us to disseminate information, whether we think it's a joke or not. But at the end of the day, maybe the individual needs to accept responsibility. And as much as you may listen to something, are you going to take it on whole, as by belief?
This is true. You make some salient points. And the important thing is to listen. A lot of times people only listen enough to respond. They're not listening and comprehending what's being said. Therefore, in listening to the Premier speak and in listening to the other ministers speak at today's press conference, if I'm to repeat what I heard, I have to repeat and quote what I heard, not what I think I heard, not what I want them to say. And the responsibility is on the broadcaster. It is on the person disseminating information to keep it.
I agree, but it's not only on the person, as you said, listen to understand, not just to respond, but in repeating what was shared, irrespective of who's saying it, it could be the person misspeaks. Maybe the person is misinformed, right? There could be many reasons that that person in that capacity is saying that thing. Trust but verify, my Russian is probably only slightly worse than my Italian, but dobanaya no probonaya, you trust but verify. Let me then ask you, and you can talk as you wish to share, and we invite others callers, but in the area that you're in now, what changes, if any, have you seen in the weather relative to breeze? Have you had any rains? What are you seeing? What have you experienced thus far?
Good question. Where I'm currently in Georgetown, I actually live near a Radio Cayman employee whose name I will not call. I'll protect their anonymity.
Is that you did?
Yeah, well, I'm a former Radio Cayman employee. I no longer work for Radio Cayman, but there's a current Radio Cayman employee. We live in the same complex.
Yeah.
Straight up. Within the past half an hour, the winds have picked up. I've listened to all your calls. I've listened to the 2 or 3 times Mr. Raymond Scott from the Brac called in. On the Brac, they've shifted now from being a starry night to now it's cloudy, yes. We picked up some breeze. We picked up some breeze here in the Georgetown area. And I'll be up with Radio Cayman all night because I remember back in 2008 when I was on Kim and Brac, Cafe Miller was on air in Studio Elgin Avenue. I was in Watering Place, Kim and Brac. I actually called in to give reports on Paloma, 2008. We'll keep each other up to date. Again, though, I am not a meteorologist, and I can only give you what I'm experiencing. We have to listen to people like Mr. John Tibbetts. We have to listen to the various persons in the field. And most importantly, we listen to the official source, Radio Cayman.
Yeah. Have you had rain where you are thus far this evening?
There's no rain. Very hot, humid, very humid. But now, within the past half an hour, there's been gusts.
Okay, so breeze. A little bit more wind picking up.
Breeze.
Okay.
Warm breeze, though. Yeah.
Right. Which is what Mr. Raymond said he's experienced. Been picking up, no rain so far.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, listen, we want you to be safe. All right. Certainly, I feel the invitation to share with us, and please be safe. Okay.
Absolutely, and thank you again for your service, Mr. Orrit Connor, Mr. Sterling Greeny, guys.
Thank you you very much, Quincy.
All right, Quincy.
If you can help explain to me the definition of what it means when we refer to the dirty side of a hurricane.
Well, I'll share what, like you said, you can Google it. So even though our man at the control knew about it before, he didn't have to Google it at all. He repeated it, to us. But the dirty side of a storm refers to the area of a hurricane or tropical system where you'll find the highest winds, highest storm surge, and the greatest tornado threat. Generally, the dirty side of a storm is the northeast side, or more simply put, the right side of the storm.
That could be the right front quadrant again. The right front quadrant. Yeah, I'm learning as I'm learning as I go. I listen. I learn. And you have a very knowledgeable producer on there tonight in JJ the Iceman.
Oh yes, he knew it. He knew exactly what it was.
As a matter of fact, you should ask him if he remembers back in 2004, that big tree adjacent to the glass house. Well, the glass house is now abandoned. Mr. JJ the Iceman and I stood in the lobby of Radio Cayman looking out through the glass doors, and we saw when that tree went down.
Mm-hmm.
That tree went down. And if you recall, for 10 years, they braced that tree.
Yes.
And 10 years after the hurricane, they removed the strappings and the brace and the wood, and the tree stands tall today as if nothing happened to it. But
I have a story, Quincy, about that tree as well. They wanted to destroy that tree. They wanted to take it out of the ground. And I contacted Sandy, I think it was, over at DARD at the time. And they came over, looked at it, strapped it up and everything. And that tree was preserved. I remember Kearney, Gomez expressing his displeasure at them, wanting to dispose of it as well, because I'm trying to remember why and by whom that tree was planted.
A lot of history there. Right. It is said that it may not be a silk cotton tree, but it's some relative in the plant world to the silk cotton tree, the cyber tree.
Yeah.
And you're not to cut them down. It's a very spiritual tree, but to see Mother Nature heals itself, it still stands. I'm going to close by saying thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
At some point, if you can tell us what the backlash, is that when the eye passes, or is that when a hurricane comes back? What does the term backlash mean? I'm Quincy Brown, staying with you as you stay with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Quincy. We're going to throw it back over to JJ. Oh, okay.
Oh.
So you want us? There's a call coming in on WhatsApp.
All right. Well, for those who are listening, just a reminder that you can join us on Radio Cayman here, 89.9. You can go to 91.9 if you're in the Sister Islands, 105.3 or Breeze. Of course, the Radio Cayman Facebook, the Radio Cayman YouTube, the app, and the website. We got a call, right, Mr. Art?
Yes.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yes. Good evening, and thank you to all of you for being there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Us.
Thank you.
How are you?
And that tree that Quincy was talking about and Mr. Connor was talking about, that was planted in memory of Mr. Wentworth Bawden, known as Bunny.
Mr. Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
Bunny, Mr. Wentworth Bawden.
Yes. He was the permanent secretary.
Information.
So what more?
And he was one of our first dialysis patients in Cayman.
Oh.
So that tree, I can understand why Mr. Gomez did not want that tree lost, because the tree should have a caption on it. It should have a dedicated plate on it for Mr. Wentworth, but it's never happened. And maybe it's high time for him to be recognized with that plate.
Well, there are probably many
in his memory
who didn't know that until now, and you are right. And as you share that, I'm thinking to what Mr. Steve McField has often talked about, the tree on Shading Road, that tamarind tree that would cut down where the men would gather for some very lively conversations, right? When you take away those spaces, you may take away a person's voice, you know.
The history? Yes.
Yeah.
So he still has a son here, Mr. Lyndhurst Bawden. And he has daughters. He has a daughter who's a teacher. I don't know what the other daughters do.
There's a daughter who was a lawyer.
As far as I know, it's 3 other daughters in Cayman.
But it has...
so we need to bring that name up again. Mr. Wentworth Bawden, known as Bunny. He was brother to Mr.
John Franklin.
Yes. And their father was Mr. the barber, Mr.
Willie Bawden.
Willie Bawden.
Yes.
Yeah, out on the waterfront by Comart, huh?
That's correct. Right next to Comart.
And then he moved up to Smith Road, moved his business up to Smith Road.
Yes.
And
that building
thank you
still
all
stands
so
on
much
Smith
for
Road.
being up and helping us to reminisce tonight. And I was so pleased to hear Mr. Loxley call in, because I was wondering if he was okay or if he was even on Ireland. I was missing his voice.
Well, God has been gracious to him. We're thankful. But Mr. Loxley got a lot of staying power, man, you know.
Yes.
And the only good thing with him. Yeah, so. But thank you for...
we need him.
Yep. So...
Okay, thank you all, and pray we'll all be safe.
Yeah,
Thank you for calling in as well and reminding us.
And thank you so much, Mama. And to people listening, they might say, well, it's a tree. Well, it's not just a tree, you know. And I'm not trying to be disparaging, but when you talked about reaching out to, you know, the DART group, the Westman building, there was a
Guinnep
tree
right there,
and it was removed and supposed it was going to be saved. Have you seen it since? What happened to it?
I don't know what happened to that Guinnep tree. Yeah. I remember riding by in the mornings, and the not the Arnold, what's the other? Ching Ching.
Ching Chings.
Used to, you know, by the hundreds, you know, in that tree in the mornings when we would ride by there. Yeah.
And if, I guess I put it this way, if something is going to be done for a particular reason, just be forthcoming. Don't send me a snow job. You know, most people like that because, you know, no, if you're going to be accurate and informative, do so and do so timely. All right. Take another call, Mr. Art?
Yes, we will.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
How are you? Welcome.
Yes, sir. Welcome. I called to sanction what a lady that was just on about Mr. Bonabod, and I know them good. I worked with John Franklin for 30 years. And that I think that the first dialysis machine that hospital had was the one that he donated, that he used to use. You were right. And they were good people.
Yes, they were.
And his daughters, he got 3 daughters. He got Andrea, Patricia, and Zelma Lee. and his son is Lyndhurst. Yes, that's right. I know a lot about that family. Because I work with John, and then sometimes when me and him fight, I used to go to Miss Billy Lee, and then he'll call me back. And I end up working with him, not this airport that they just construct, but the old one that they had with the big old wooden doors, and then the other one before this one. So they were good people. I worked with him for 30 years, from when he took the business over from his what he mean, thought with it, Mr. Clifton, wife Mary Connolly. He took the business over from her, and I worked with them. So what a woman says too, they're good people and still good people. Although they're dead, but they're still good.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And as that caller sharing, Mr. I was looking at it.
Could we ask her about the conditions in where she's living now, where she's at in terms of the weather conditions, if she's still there?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm in Farrell Road, Newlands, and that's why I just tell my daughter. She just called me from Florida, and I tell her I just went outside, and my yard is flooded out from the drain that NRA pumped out today. Because I told them they come here taking the grill to put it on, and I told them that they had take that grill off for me because what happened, the water table is very high up in here, and when we get high tide, my yard floods out in front. And then I have a chap that I normally used to watch it, because I tell him that was one of the cleanest drills in wells in Cayman, because I always went out there, and if I see anything going around it when it opened, I would take it and throw it away. And I had a little broom that I used to sweep down in the part that's cement, but what happened, the bush from the other piece of land in front of me had grown over it, and I couldn't go out there because I afraid I'd fall down, because I got bad legs, bad arms and stuff, and my gardener wouldn't cut it. I keep telling him must keep that section clear, and he's telling me that the people for the property in front supposed to cut that. I say, yeah, but you're not cutting all of their stuff. I'm paying you, and you gotten wrong the boundary line, and the stuff is coming over, almost blocking my front yard. So I had to call NRA, and they came today, and they drilled it out, and they cut a little bit of the bush, but then no water was, because we were flooded out up in here the other day when we had all of that pile of rain, but then my front yard had got dry, and then because of the tide with the well, one little bit of water had, the drain well, one little bit had come up, and they went the water today, but then now since that, the whole thing covered almost to the road. So now if we have rain tonight now with that water and then the rainwater, the whole yard done flood out again. So I tell them no, they can't put that grill back on top there, because I have to be able to cover it when the tide come up. I cover it so the water don't come in, and then if it rains, I open it and let it out, because not my front yard done be full up with water all the time. We not be able to walk dry foot once the tide is high and the water table up in here is high.
Well, I'm hoping that you don't have that, extended flooding. But thank you very much, and our prayers are with you and everybody else. That you be safe. Okay.
Yes, and I hope so, because I got sick husband up in here.
Yeah. Wow. See.
I hope nothing to happen to him, because he got cancer and his airways getting blocked, and he's supposed to do procedure by Sherry's this week, but by this thing, because the insurance company were giving us a runaround, and they're going to have to put a tube in his throat now, and I hope that he don't get that he can't breathe. I'm worried.
Yeah, I can understand that, and our prayers are with you guys, especially with that. And this is, where we realize this isn't just a passage of a weather. There are people whose lives are impacted and interrupted in ways that we don't appreciate.
Precisely.
Yeah. Well, we have, I'm told, Jevy E-Banks from Radio Cayman. As we go to Jevy. Hey, Jevy, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm coming to you live from the Government Administration Building where NEOC is set up. And one of the key person in these NEOC meetings is joining me. I'm joined now by Daniel Coleman, the Director of Hazard Management, Cayman Islands. Danny, thank you so much for taking the time.
Good to be here with you, Jevy. And again, great to have all the listeners listening in today and getting the updates that they need from the whole structure. I know you've had lots of guests on tonight, and I know they all have a bit to add to the conversation. And it's great, again, a lot of cohesion going on here in the Government Administration Building. So
absolutely. Tell me a little bit about what Hazard Management has been up to since the 2 p.m. press briefing and what you guys have learned since then.
Yeah, again, it's been, so just to take you back a bit further, it's been a good, couple of days of activation already, albeit partial and a sort of phased activation. We did start about 2 days ago about setting things up and getting the key players in at all levels. So we have the tactical, which is the National Emergency Operations Centre, as you say, NEOC. But we've also got the strategic and the executive, which of course the executive is the chair, co-chaired by the Premier and the Governor and all the cabinet members. So every layer has been involved in this whole response so far and will continue to be so. So NEOC, the tactical group, just met about an hour ago, and again, some of the key things coming out of that, it's all pretty quiet right now. I say quiet, we know it's the worst is yet to come, but again, a lot of the work right now is focusing on what happens afterwards. Whilst we have these quiet periods, we like to focus on what happens after the storm passes, what happens with the recovery, what happens with relief and so forth. So that forward planning is always happening, and of course as soon as we get the calls for evacuation or whatever that might look like, or any other issues, we go back into sort of response mode. So right now, again, we've been liaising with the sister islands. I understand they've had a few issues with electricity. But again, their shelters seem to be going well. They've got 3 shelters open over there, and again, a fairly healthy uptake in shelters. We've also liaised with all our shelter teams across the island here in Grand Cayman, and again, that's we've had some really good uptake over there. We've had 150 people here, and then 80 people there, and so forth. So it's really good to see that people are taking the storm seriously, and getting the actual assistance they need, and going to a place that's safe. With a wider team. We've liaised with the prison service, of course, making sure that Fairbanks, of course, and Northwood are secured and so forth, and that everything seems to be very smooth there. So lots of going on here. I know the governor's been in touch with HMS Trent, and just to see what kind of surge capacity, if we need it in the aftermath. And of course, that's always, as I say, we're always forward thinking. What do we need to plan now for afterwards? So yeah, lots going on. Again, the spirits are pretty high here at the NEOC, and again, some really productive stuff happening.
This is usually the time when people remember hazard management is around. Walk us through a little bit on the personal side. You're here for all of these major events that persons experience at times. How do you keep it in your mind that this is a big national thing? It is not just a job.
I think we're all here because we really want to serve the country, and we really do take safety very, very seriously. We've spent a lot of time in the last couple of years, obviously with COVID days. I think we were activated for 104 days in COVID, so we practically, ate, slept, and everything there in the NEOC. We've also been activated over the years for tropical storms, for big fires and so forth. We always err on the side of caution. I'm a massive believer, and we all are massive believers that we obviously go all out and then we can pare back. I think obviously in this scenario, it was a very good idea, because it's very difficult to tell what happens with storms. Again, they're so dynamic. We've seen Beryl do all sorts of things, wobbling around and changing this, and intensification, and then obviously just de-escalating. So it's really important that we are always on the front end of this and constantly ready to respond to whatever it holds. And I think, again, having been activated for, fully activated for the last, 12 hours, but more importantly, working on this for the last 4 days, we're well ahead of the game here, and we now, have the space to respond effectively. Should whatever needs arise, we're here to do that.
I'm sure our Radio Cayman friends back in the studio have some questions, but before we go to them, talk to us a little bit about what damage assessment will look like once the storm has passed, and what do you expect?
So, damage assessment this time, of course, is a little difficult to predict. Obviously, we are doing some mapping with storm surges. And, what happens is, as soon as we deem it safe to go out for the first responders, the damage assessment team will go out and make those assessments across the whole island. It's a very quick assessment because we have different types of assessment. The first one is a sort of a very visual glance assessment. And, of course, there'll be other assessments. It's 72-hour assessment and so forth, much more detailed assessment to determine what the relief needs are. So the damage assessment teams will be out as soon as the storm has passed to assess the damage. We'll also have the debris clearance teams out, so that's all part of NEOC. the debris clearance will just be clearing the roads and whatever we need to do, be it there's fallen trees, for example, or whatever that looks like. So those teams go out before they all cleared, so we can make sure that we can respond effectively. Also, of course, there may be medical needs, and obviously during a storm, we can't send the ambulance out. It's not safe for the ambulance itself. It's not safe for the first responders. So it's absolutely critical that when they do get sent out, they have a bit of space before the all clear is given. So there are a lot of variables that go into the all clear. Again, we're way ahead. Well, way before the all clear right now. We've got to get through the storm first. So, but that damage assessment will be ready to go. And again, what's the beautiful thing recently is that we've gone from a paper-based system to a proper electronic system, with the fallback, of course, if comms are down, that we can actually fall back on the paper-based system. But again, the teams go out with tablets and they feed back to the NEOC, so we can see exactly what the damage is in the NEOC. So those decisions on where to put relief items or where to target, for perhaps if there's any looting, for example, we can make sure that that's all coordinated and the police are in the right place. So it's that live feed from the field is really, really very important as well. And of course, the damage assessment also includes X-ray 1. With the visuals from the sky, because a lot of flooding might happen, and if roads are cut off, it's much easier to tell from the X-ray 1 vision, as opposed to the bird's eye view is a lot clearer than having to do the whole of the Cayman Islands. So lots going on to prepare for that as well. And again, as soon as the time's right, those teams will be going out and feeding back to us, so we can make sure the next decision of the next phase is well coordinated.
All right, I'm going to be checking with Mr. Connor and Mr. Ebanks back in the Radio Cayman studios. Do you guys have any questions for Ms. Coleman?
Yes, Jevy. Danielle mentioned some shelter numbers, and we know that there are constant calls about shelter space or the need for shelter space in Cayman. And, if you are data-driven, then I think it's important to know what the uptake is, because for quite a while now, we have never had such an imminent threat of a strong hurricane since Hurricane Ivan of sorts, and Hurricane Paloma as well, to the Cayman Islands. And it would be interesting to know exactly what the uptake for shelter space was, because at some point in time we're going to have to confront the whole issue as to whether or not we do need more shelter space.
A question
if people are not really, taking the opportunity to utilize them.
Yes. A question coming from Mr. Connor as it relates to shelter space. Can you talk to us about current shelter capacity, what the uptake has been like, and has there been any discussion as to future needs for shelter space in the Cayman Islands?
Based on the uptake.
Based on the uptake.
Yeah, thank you very much, OC. So what we do, again, in any emergency, we always open the shelters proportionate to the actual risk itself. Originally for this storm we were going to do a triage of one per district, and then we decided yesterday, just to be 100% safer, we'd open all of them. So the uptakes, again, these numbers were from maybe about 45 minutes to an hour ago, so they may have changed slightly. Of course, the shelter in place sorry, the shelter in place has been from 6 o'clock, and majority of people have been there since before then. I believe the odd person has turned up since, obviously, because they felt unsafe. But again, because the shelter in place is in place from 6 o'clock, majority, this number will be pretty consistent. So I understand, and this is excluding, by the way, the shelter management teams, which consist of, police for security, it'll be Red Cross for first aid, it may have a full, if it's an EMC, an emergency medical center, it'll have doctors, nurses, and so forth in there. So there's depending on the size of the shelter, the team stretches. So these numbers are excluding the shelter management team. So for Georgetown Primary, I believe there was 37. Breakers was 7. John Gray High School was 156. Northside Craddock Ebanks was 11. Savannah, I believe, was 34. East End Civic Centre, we had 57. Bodden Town, we had 37. And the sister islands, again, and this number for the sister islands includes the shelter management teams. So I believe that West End Primary was 30, the multipurpose hall was 68, and the Aston Rutty Centre was 201. So that's it again. They're the numbers I have. I appreciate this is not all the shelters. That's the latest update I had on shelter capacity. And again, I think for forward planning, that's exactly what NEOC will be doing right now in their little clusters, because of course shelter is one of those. So what does that need? If by chance we have a lot of destruction and people are without houses, there is a plan I know being discussed right now as to what that looks like for future, residing of those people. Obviously we close shelters down. One of the beautiful things right now is, of course, schools aren't in. So that urgency to close schools immediately is to close shelters immediately in order to open schools is not currently there. It's not one of the pressures that we have right now, which is great. But at the same time, we're always forward planning and making sure that what are the sort of Class B shelters, we call them Class B in the aftermath, we'll have to be planning for that. So that's all being done by NEOC right now. And again, it's it's a fairly good uptake. I was very surprised. I wasn't surprised, but I was very happy to see those numbers, because it does, as they demonstrate, people are taking this seriously. And knowing your elevation and knowing what the risk factor is of your own belonging, where you live, your residence, be it because you're on the coast or be it because you're at one story, is really, really important a factor. So for those of you who don't know this at this current time, please, I really do ask you to next week, or when we've gone through this, Beryl, find out what the elevation is and what your structure is and what it's made of, because all those things, and your roof and your windows, that all has a part to play in how safe your house is.
Sterling?
I thanks very much, Danny. And Jerry, through you, if we could ask, just follow up on the last point Miss Danny made relative to the uptake. To what extent is the shelters, hazard management, or whoever collecting demographic data on those who enter the shelters, presumably and specifically to identify where they're coming from, are they in rental housing, so that we can assess the quality of housing? She said, if I recall, 154 in Georgetown at the John Gray and 201 on the Brac. The population of the Brac is 204 people, so that's a significant percentage of the population and a significant percentage of the shelter. So do we know the people that are coming in and what areas they're coming from to see the quality of housing that they're leaving?
Mr. Ebanks is asking a question as it relates to the uptake. Is there any information gathering as it relates to the demographics of the persons that are attending the shelters, in terms of, do we know if they're primarily coming from one particular area, or do we know if they're primarily coming from rental properties, things that need to be discussed in terms of planning and structures? Is there any kind of information gathering taking place at the shelters?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. Obviously, one of the things that we are quite cognizant of is not prying too much into personal details, personal lives, because at the end of the day, we're trying to save lives here. And of course, it's important not to question too much about where people are coming from, because it makes people feel uncomfortable. But saying all that, I mean, we do get certain information, such as gender. Obviously, we always report on gender and the general district that they're coming from. Because, of course, whilst we encourage people to, and most people want to stay close to home, it might be that, if you live in East End, you may want to go to a different shelter somewhere else on the island. So we know where they're coming from, which district they're from, and what gender they're. And I think there are a few other identifying features that we take note of, but we don't pry too much into their personal lives, because again, I think that might be a bit of interference.
You're right. All right. Any final questions back in the studio for Miss Coleman?
No, at another time we'll have Miss Danny on, and we get to talk more about the legislation and the utilization of the assets. And Miss Danny has a standing invitation to always join. She's one of the few that can come without bringing gifts.
All right. Thank you so much to Director of Hazard Management, Miss Danny Coleman. Gentlemen in the studios, I am expecting to have an interview with Ian Yearwood of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service in just a little bit, so look out for that, and I'll be coming back to you live.
Okay, thank you. And back to the studio.
Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands, broadcasting on 89.9 FM and 93.9 FM. We now join the BBC. Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
From Radio Cayman's newsroom, I'm April Cummings. With the latest forecast under their belt, the National Emergency Operations Center is doing what it was made for, monitoring, preparing, addressing concerns and problems as Hurricane Beryl heads our way. Radio Cayman's Jevi Ebanks is there and has more on the role of NEOC.
I am coming to you from the National Emergency Operation Center here at the Government Administration Building in Georgetown. Throughout the duration of tonight and into tomorrow, members of the National Emergency Operations Center and other civil servants are continuing efforts to monitor the progress of Hurricane Beryl. NEOC is a cross-departmental government body that is activated in the time of a national emergency. NEOC is chaired by the Deputy Governor as head of the Civil Service and includes but is not limited to Hazard Management Cayman Islands, the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, the National Weather Service, members of Parliament, head of relevant department and ministries, the Cayman Islands Cadet Corps, as well as the Office of the Premier and the Office of the Governor. Currently, NEOC is being chaired by Acting Deputy Governor Mr. Eric Bush, and members of the government continue to monitor the progress of Hurricane Beryl. I will continue to bring updates from the Government Administration Building as they become available. Jevi Ebanks, Radio Cayman News.
Hazard Management Cayman Islands' Danielle Coleman, meantime, has an update for us on conditions in the Sister Islands.
The whole District Commissioner and the Sister Islands Emergency Committee are very much part of the whole national response structure. So we have been speaking to the District Commissioner recently, about an hour ago, and he provides us with regular updates. We've seen a very healthy uptake on the shelters over there.
Okay.
But again, everything seems to be going very, very smoothly. We have since heard, obviously, they've had some electricity cuts and so forth. And again, we're getting the extent of what that looks like, whether it's full or partial. But again, the conversation seemed very, very, on top of things over there.
So a quick big picture look at the infrastructure situation. Water Authority Cayman has turned off the water on Grand Cayman and in specific areas in the Brac. While there have been some power outages in Cayman Brac Power and Light says for the most part the power has been restored. There are a few homes without power. They are posting regular updates on their Facebook page. A shelter in place is, of course, in effect on all three islands. Power on Grand Cayman is working at this hour. The internet is also functioning for all three providers after some issues earlier today. Hurricane Beryl remains a powerful storm. You're encouraged to stay tuned to Radio Cayman and other official government sources for the latest. I'm April Cummings from Radio Cayman's newsroom.
It was Delhi. The team looked at concentrations of tiny particles.
Is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
If you're a parent, you know that providing your child with a quality early childhood education can be expensive. However, the Ministry of Education offers financial assistance through its Early Childhood Assistance Program to help qualifying Caymanian families cover the costs at registered early childhood settings. Visit our online application portal at moeapplications.gov.ky to learn more and get started. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
And we go now back live to the Government Administration Building, where Radio Cayman's Javi Ebanks is standing by to give us an update.
Thank you, Jared. I am coming to you live from NEOC here at the Government Administration Building. Another member of NEOC joining me now. It is Inspector Yearwood of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. Many will know Inspector Yearwood as the police inspector in charge of community policing, events planning, and operations. But today, he is here in his capacity as emergency response and cluster management. Inspector Yearwood, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thanks for having me.
Tell me a little bit about what it has been like for you since the announcement that Hurricane Beryl is making its way towards the Cayman Islands and what you.
So what has happened to us so far is that, of course, where there is a hurricane like this, the emergency response cluster, which involves the evacuation committee, this is headed by the Cayman Islands Airport Authority, so they would have been carrying out evacuations pre the natural disaster and will continue to do so once the all clear is given. So pre and post the evacuation committee looks at getting residents who want to leave the Cayman Islands as well as visitors who would not have been able to get off pre the storm. They can now post get out and they look at the evacuation. We also cover in that cluster CERT, which is the Community Emergency Response Teams. And these are teams of volunteers that they go around and look at the vulnerable persons in our community, making sure that they're taken care of, if they need to get to shelters, and if they need any sort of assistance, before or after the natural disaster. That's their role. We also have search and rescue, which falls on the Cayman Islands Fire Service and the Cayman Islands Coast Guard. So obviously they'll be looking at search and rescue both by land and by sea. And then we have the emergency response or security and law enforcement, which would be that of the police, and then of course humanitarian aid, the Cayman Islands Regiment.
Has things been going as you guys have been planning, or have you guys been meeting unexpected challenges that you have been finding ways to work around?
So far things have been going as expected, and of course we are still waiting, and so it's more like a wait and see what happens. We expect that now post Hurricane Beryl, we will have to do some sort of emergency response, service delivery, calls for service, that type of task.
Earlier today, the government announced a shelter in place. Can you speak to us a little bit from the RCIPS perspective? What have you guys been learning? Have people been compliant with the shelter in place? Have you been having pockets of difficulties? Can you shed a little light there?
Generally, people are compliant with the shelter in place, and we'll make a plea to you to please stay off the roads, not only because of the shelter in place, but for your own safety. Okay, we've got hurricane coming. You want to make sure that you're off the roads and you're safe. So if you're at the shelters, stay at the shelters. If you are at home, stay at home until the all clear is given. This can hamper our response if after Beryl has passed, this can hamper our response and more than likely add to our response if you find yourself out on the road.
I know that just before Hurricane Beryl was approaching, the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service announced a gun amnesty. Has that been put on pause? Can you give us a slight update as to what is happening with that, considering Hurricane Beryl and its approach?
Well, obviously, Beryl is going to take the priority right now. This is where the entire island, or in all three islands actually, we need to look at the response, looking at making people safe, looking at protecting those persons who need protecting as it relates to this natural disaster, and that will take the priority.
All right. I'm going to go to the studio now to see if our friends in the studio, Mr. Orrit Connor and Mr. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, if they have questions for Inspector Yearwood. Gentlemen?
And they are on a break at the moment, Javi, so it's all you.
Completely understand. At this time, Inspector Yearwood, no further questions at this time. We want to thank you for taking the opportunity to come and speak to our listeners, and of course, you and the entire Royal Cayman Islands Police Service Command team are welcome on Radio Cayman anytime, and we look forward to receiving updates from you in the future. Coming up in a little bit, Jared, I'm expecting to have an interview with the National Weather Service, hoping to get a good update as to the actions of Beryl and what we can expect in the coming hours. For now, this is it for me. I'm Javi Ebanks, coming to you live from the National Emergency Operations Center at the Government Administration Building.
And thank you very much, Javi. And the advisory we had from 10 p.m., the location of the storm was 18.0 north, 79.2 west, some 160 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, with wind speeds of 130 miles per hour, moving towards the west-northwest, 290 degrees at 21 miles per hour. The barometer was at 961 millibars. Once again, the 10 p.m. advisory, it was at 18.0 north, 79.2 west, 160 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, with winds of 130 miles per hour, moving to the west-northwest at 290 degrees on the compass at 21 miles per hour, and that pressure was 961 millibars. Once again, Hurricane Beryl continues to come towards the island of Grand Cayman and has gone over Jamaica, brushing the south coast, and is now between Jamaica and Grand Cayman.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, no Cayman, Cayman Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
The Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office remind all students traveling to and from school overseas to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country. Passports should be renewed at least 10 weeks before departure, and any necessary student visas must be obtained. For passport services, contact the Passport and Corporate Services Office at 649-7678. For Ministry of Education scholarship inquiries, contact scholarships@gov.ky. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office.
The Health Services Authority has over 120 world-class physicians offering the most comprehensive range of specialist services on island. Our dedicated team of professionals provide the highest quality care in orthopedics, interventional radiology, women's health, geriatrics, and a host of other specialist areas. We are a JCI accredited organization with a proven record of excellence. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you. For more information, visit hsa.ky.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands. since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Listening to Radio Cayman and our live coverage of the approach of Hurricane Beryl to the Cayman Islands. We now go back live to the Government Administration Building, where Radio Cayman's own Javi Ebanks is standing by.
Thank you, Jared. I am here with Chief Meteorologist of the Cayman Islands National Weather Service, Mr. Kerry. Good morning. Is it? Yes, it is early morning. You've been up for quite some time. Can you give us an update as it relates to Hurricane Beryl?
Okay. Hurricane Beryl has moved away from Jamaica, and it's on its way to becoming the closest point of approach to the Cayman Islands. The latest estimates, and I said estimates because the full update comes in within an hour, but the estimate of position is now at 18.2 north, 79.7 west, and that's an estimate. And that puts it about 124 miles east-southeast of Grand Cayman, right? From our projections, over Grand Cayman, we should start to see the tropical storm force winds. So outside, you may see the winds picking up as the storm gets closer to us. Over the sister islands, they should be experiencing these tropical storm force winds already, and it's coming around the closest point of approach for them. So it should be lasting a couple of more hours, and around 6, 7 in the morning, those winds should subside. But at that time, it should be potentially the closest point for Grand Cayman. That's around 5:30 in the morning, and that's essentially when we should be expecting the strongest winds impacting us. Rain should also start coming across the islands. The sister islands could potentially start or see some of the heavy
hurricane season is upon
showers and lightning, and that is expected to also move into our area. Perhaps a little later on, early morning, and then continue to deteriorate as it gets closer and hopefully moves away rather quickly through the rest of Thursday.
You talk about that closest point of approach and you talk about high winds. Can you also tell us for the sister islands as well as for Grand Cayman, what they can expect in terms of flooding, and then also address the path of the hurricane. Is it going in the way that we want it to go? Have there been any shifts? What is that looking like?
Okay, based on these estimates, right, the NEOC seems to suggest that Beryl has taken more of a westerly jog as opposed to the west-northwest projection that it's been having for quite some time. Going on a more westerly direction means that it may not get as close to us as was previously anticipated. That's a good thing, but other factors need to be bear in mind. Maybe the wind pattern around the storm may change, but so we may still be feeling the same or expect the same type of conditions, even if it moves further slightly to the south of us, right? In terms of seas, they're rough and will continue to get even rougher as the storm gets closer to us, and storm surge becomes an additional factor that adds to the already heavy wave action, and that could cause problems for near shore with battering waves crashing on shore, and possibly even some run-up onshore from these waves.
Now, talk to us later in the morning when the hurricane has, as we hope, passed Grand Cayman as well as the sister islands. What will the weather and forecast look once it is past us? What can we expect in terms of possibly waves, height, winds, storm surge, anything that we can expect once it is relatively past us?
Okay. Once it's relatively past us, storm surge is no longer an issue. Storm surge is technically associated with the system itself. So what would be left in the wake of this storm would be the heavy wave action still, right? So if we're looking into Friday, we're still potentially looking at 5 to 7 foot waves with higher swells. So the seas will still be rough, and a marine small craft warning would be in place at that time, warning mariners to be extra careful out there. Preferably they should stay in harbor, but after Friday, things should subside quite a bit because of the rapid forward movement of Hurricane Beryl.
Now, tell me a little bit, or explain to our listeners, as we look on the National Hurricane Center map, there is that yellow X. Disturbance 1 is noted at a 10% chance of cyclone formation. Tell us a little bit about what causes a disturbance like that, and what is this anything that you think we should also be keeping an eye on?
Okay, these disturbances are basically start off like tropical waves coming off the coast of Africa and traversing the Atlantic. At some point in time, environmental conditions become a little more favorable, and they start to do a little bit of turning, and potentially could develop into a depression or a tropical storm or a tropical cyclone or a hurricane. In this instance, we've been watching this system. Previously, when it was in the center of the Atlantic, it had a much greater chance of developing. It had as much as a 60% chance of developing. The conditions now have deteriorated, so those chances have decreased. And it's the close proximity of it to being behind Beryl. Essentially, Beryl is taking all the good stuff. So this system behind don't have all the necessary ingredients to continue to build. So it is expected to be in our area potentially like Saturday evening, Sunday, and there are discrepancies in the models as to what shape or form it'll be when it gets to our area. But for now, we're kind of leaning on some strong winds, maybe 25 to 30 knots, and potentially another bout of some showers, maybe 1 to 2 inches of rainfall at that time.
In terms of what we're seeing with hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin, obviously the first name Hurricane Beryl in this area, a major cause for concern. Talk to us a little bit about what you see for the rest of the hurricane season. Do you see more hurricanes developing to this strength, or is this an indication that maybe we will see some developing but not quite to this strength? What are you thinking?
Well, one of the driving factors is the warm sea surface temperatures. Temperature projections through the summer are going to be high. So that sea, it will also maintain that energy. You've seen the predictions, and they're, well, way above normal, to put it. Pretty much across all forecasting agencies have put out a forecast of more cyclone activity or tropical cyclone activity. So it poses a concern that we need to consider. In previous year, for example, in the Eastern Caribbean, you had systems that came almost back to back, right? That was one of the real concerns regarding that disturbance that you were talking about, when it had that high probability of development. It would have been essentially, if it had come true, we would have had Beryl to deal with, and about 2-3 days later, we would have had to deal with this other system. So if Beryl would have damaged us by any means, then we won't have that much time to do a proper recovery before we have to prepare for the following storm. So in terms of your mindset, I don't want to alarm the people. You know the figures. You need to make your own preparations. As you know, HMCI has paperwork and documents that could help you define your plans and your preparation plans. But you need to bear in mind that we just started the hurricane season. It's all the way through November. So we may have, by chance, have to experience maybe another one. And it may not just be one. So it might be another one behind that. We don't know. So preparation is key. You plan for one, and then see what happens, make your adjustments to those plans, and prepare for the other one. So preparation is key to help reduce stress on the public. But at this point in time, we don't know exactly what this hurricane season will have in store for us.
Let's take off your hat a little bit as chief meteorologist. You know, when it's a sunny day outside, most people might even forget that the National Weather Service, exists. They're going along because it's bright and sunny. But when something like this happens, like a hurricane, the National Weather Service is at the forefront of everyone's mind. But talk to me a little bit personally. What are you looking forward to once Beryl is all over? What is that thing that you just can't wait to do? And please don't say not come on Radio Cayman.
It's decompressing, put it that way. The level of, as you mentioned, the level of demand placed on the National Weather Service doing inclement weather, it's raised to a different level, put it that way. So bringing back to normal levels would be nice. So maybe even just be able to wake up a little bit later than usual and don't have to go so early for a morning shift would be good.
I would have assumed that you would have been asking for a 2-week vacation, but you're only asking to just to wake up a little bit later. I think that shows the testament to the hard work and dedication that comes from the staff of the Cayman Islands National Weather Service. Now, I'm going to just double check with our friends back at the Radio Cayman studio to see if there are some questions that they may have. But we want to thank you in the meantime for coming and giving an update. Jared, or...
I think all the questions have been covered. A very thorough job.
All right. So no questions from the studio at this time. Of course, another update coming from the National Hurricane Center in just a little bit. I think expected near 1 a.m., if I'm not mistaken. And of course, we will be bringing you that as soon as it becomes available. For now, this is Jevy Ebanks broadcasting live from the Government Administration Building, where the National Emergency Operation Center is in full swing as the Cayman Islands government watches the development of Hurricane Beryl.
Thank you very much for your excellent coverage. Radio Cayman's live broadcast continues. That is from the Government Administration Building next door. We're waiting for the next advisory on Hurricane Beryl, and we did get an update there from the weatherman here on Radio Cayman, which is intermediary, I guess you'd call it. Tentatively 18.2 north, 79.7 west, and that puts it about 124 miles to the east-southeast of Grand Cayman. The official report at the 10 p.m. was 18.0, 79.2. This new one is 18.2, 79.7. And now the storm is 124 miles to the east-southeast of Grand Cayman. And their wind is definitely picking up in Georgetown, as we can see a little more movement in the trees. Radio Cayman will continue our live coverage in just a minute here on your number one, Radio Cayman, your official radio station, 89.9 FM, 93.9 FM, 105.3 Breeze FM, and 91.9 Breeze FM on the Sister Islands. Also streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Radio Cayman's website.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Radio Cayman, your number one community station, would like to remind you that we are in the hurricane season, and in order to survive a hurricane, you need to be prepared. If officials' sources say a hurricane is imminent, please board up or shutter up windows in your home or place of business. Remember to use good lumber, as makeshift boarding may actually cause more damage. Also put strong bracing on outside doors so that they are not blown off or blown in.
This hurricane advice was brought to you by Radio Cayman, your caring community radio station.
Hurricane season is upon us. As a reminder, CUC will only turn off the power if there's actual damage to the grid and it's unsafe to keep the lights on. Stay safe, Cayman.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands. We are Radio Cayman.
Covering Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman.
1 in a million.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. As we have 12 minutes to the 1 a.m. hour, in excellent company of Mr. Art Connor. I was looking at Little Kaiso just then, and not to encourage people to go out anyway and dancing, but if you're home and you want to shake a leg,
exactly,
you can do it safely and sensibly.
Yes,
and nothing wrong with that. I mean, what I say, the girl from Venezuela. All right,
dance and still have a hurricane watch.
Yeah, what is it? David danced before the Lord. All right. So we want you to be safe and sensible. To keep you informed, honored to join Mr. Art Connor. And for those who want to share with their friends, Radio Cayman is live here on 89.9, on 91.9 in the sister islands, on Breeze or sister station 105.3, or YouTube or Facebook channels, as well as Radio Cayman app and website. And now we take this call for those who want to join. Well, we'll share that with you as well. Hey, thanks for calling.
Hello, Mr. Dwayne and Mr. Connor. Man, it's raging here now in Cayman Brac. I would say close to hurricane force winds.
Tell us about it.
When I give you the estimate earlier of 60 miles per hour, and then I heard our premier came on and said they got a recorded wind velocity was 63, so that was very accurate. I estimated 60, and it was 63, and I figure it's around very close. What gust I see here now is close to 75. We had another power outage, and they restored power in this western area, and now it's off again.
And
it caused the outage on the South Coast Road at 9:10. It happened again twice, and now it happened the third time. I think it's the same problem of maybe wires hitting one another. That's what I think that is, or a branch somewhere. Anyway, where I am now in the western area, we're in darkness, so. But I'm watching outside, and the sky is very clear. Just a few little spots of clouds and lightning far to the north and lightning far to the southeast. But there's no thunder. Just flashes of lightning, but no blast of thunder.
And still no rain you had shared, huh?
Since we talked, we just had light drizzle rain and in the western area.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely no heavy rain tonight. Only this evening we had about 10 or 15 minute scud rain with a heavy squall. But the wind has increased since we talked last significantly. I mean, I would say very near to hurricane force winds. What I'm watching now, twisting up coconut tree leaves and bending the tree down. Another tree is in the area.
All right. Well, we do have the 1 a.m. advisory that we'll share in moments. Unless JJ wants to do that for us now. Always good to have another voice,
That'll be fine. The new update just in, 18.3 north, 80.1 west. It's 110 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, and the sustained winds have fallen to 125 miles per hour. Once again, it is 18.3 north, 80.1 west, 110 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, with sustained winds of 125 miles per hour, and it's moving to the west-northwest, 285 degrees at 21 miles per hour, and the pressure is 965 millibars, or 28.50 inches. And that is the latest that just came in from the Hurricane Center in Miami. 110 miles away from Grand Cayman. It is approximately, from the satellite photos, it's approximately due south of Cayman Brac at this time.
What do you make of that, Mr. Raymond? That's the official information.
Yes, approximately. You said 18.3 north. That's 18 degrees, 18 minutes, and the south coast is roughly 19 1940.
So with that, no, you're
1818, 1918 is 60. And 18 and 2 is 20, 22, 60, roughly 82 miles due south of Cayman Brac now, 82 miles.
And yet...
2 miles, and that means it will be coming when it reaches Grand Cayman. If it's 82 miles south now, when it reaches Grand Cayman, it will probably be 70 miles south of Grand Cayman. I mean, it is raging here now. I'm standing on the porch looking out, and now it's starting to rain.
So you're getting the rains now?
Light rain, yeah.
Okay. But the winds are more, from your perspective, they're picking up and they're more sustained.
Yes, and more constant instead of intermittent blows, heavy blows, squalls, like it's almost maintaining.
Okay, looks like Jamaica has discontinued their hurricane warning as well.
Very good. And I got a report from Jamaica where a man lost his life going to salvage something that was being washed away, and he got washed away. That's the news I heard from Jamaica. Quite sad.
I think that was early, some 20 or 22-year-old.
I didn't hear the age of the person, but he was in an area going to get a tub or a bucket or something that had washed away, was washing away, and he got washed away.
Mm-hmm.
How sad, terrible, yes.
Very
They're saying it was a total of 6 in the Caribbean islands. I know it was 2 in Grenada and 1 in St. Vincent, and then 3 others somewhere else. I'm not sure. More lightning is increasing now as well, so you all going to really have some heavy weather down there, some heavy wind. If we got it here, close to hurricane force winds, and it's coming closer to you all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we appreciate you making time to share with us, but we want you to, be as safe as you can, as you stay where you are. Anything else, Mr. Raymond?
Again, for everybody to be safe and secure, and I wish everybody all the very best to go through it.
Thank you very much, sir, and we'll talk to you, I'm sure, a few more times, but be safe. Mr. Art, as I listen to Mr. Raymond, and recognizing that this storm is moving fast relative to the speed of Ivan, 4 times fast. I think Ivan lingered like 5 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is going 20, 21, 22.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Mr. Raymond, for joining us. And for people, it may be an intense storm. I mean, gladly, thankfully, it's starting to reduce. It's now at 125. And then by moving faster, that could serve to our benefit?
I think the slowing down now is really more to our benefit. And that will allow it to continue to move more towards the west.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, as we look at, and hopefully, we are thankful of the impact on us. Mm-hmm. We got parts of Mexico that could be affected, so that it still could present, some danger to others as it moves its way, through the region.
Yep, it definitely can.
Well, for those who are inclined, your fervent prayer, as the Honorable Premier reminds us, doesn't go unanswered. So we saw it coming into the region. It skirts, and it may shift, it may wobble, it may bob, but it can be, at times less impactful. Maybe that's the hand of God from the power of prayer.
Yep.
People might say otherwise. Some people might, fervently agree. That's the case, right? With that in mind, though, Mr. Howard, I think back to Jevy's discussion earlier with the Hazard Management Director and then the assessment in the aftermath. Hopefully, every opportunity is a learning opportunity. Hopefully there isn't any major damage, any loss of life, but we can do things. I gather from observations from others that they saw something that was quite evident. One of our colleagues shared a similar story. People were helping people. It wasn't, people just going about, sort of blindly, but they were consciously doing for themselves and reaching out to help others, making light of work, for some who were challenged in some capacity. So hopefully that'll be a good benefit, a good outcome. We will be reminded to help each other. Sadly, it takes these sort of opportunities, right, for that to happen. And it would appear, from what we're hearing from reports off air, we know that the Hazard Management Director gave us some numbers earlier. I did a slight calculation, and from what I'm hearing off air now, we got 738 people in this shelter. So it would seem that some have left where they were and are now using the shelters. Is that how we would calculate that? Do the math quickly, Mr. Hart, but it wasn't.
You're the man with the figures.
But the only problem I got to read what I wrote. But we had, the highest numbers were 21 in the Brac and 156 at the John Gray, right? And then, a paltry sum here, 57 there. So the numbers were relatively small. They're probably about triple now relative to what we're being told. So maybe people are starting to feel, hey, you know what, let me leave this space to get to the shelters. It's unfortunate that it is at this hour, if that is what, hopefully it's not the case of the reporting and the tabulation coming late. That would be better than people deciding to leave at a late hour.
Yes.
Being safe is much better than, what I say, better to arrive late than not at all.
That's true. Yeah. I was wondering what this figure would have been comprised of, whether or not people made late decisions, to go. Quite possible that where we are and where some of them, may be, that the conditions may be quite different.
Yeah.
Weather conditions, that is.
Yeah. I mean, we know people have shared with us that they're starting to see changes. Here, we're starting to see a little bit different sort of the breeze intensity. Still nothing, but certainly noticeably different than it was, 5 hours ago. So I wonder with people around the space, how they noticing the changes. What is it like there? And the Brac, Mr. Raymond, is saying, it's starting to feel a little rain. He can feel the winds intensify. What is it now? 1 o'clock now, and 3 or 4 hours time anticipated to feel a little bit more of the effects, the increased winds. So hopefully people will not drop their guards and think, oh well, that's it.
Yeah.
I know. All right. So we go to our news team for the update.
You're right.
1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
From Radio Cayman's newsroom, I'm April Cummings. Let's begin with the latest on Hurricane Beryl. At 18.3 degrees north, 80.1 degrees west, moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour, with maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. The maximum sustained winds have decreased with some higher gusts. Beryl is now a Category 3 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Some weakening is forecast during the next day or two. However, Beryl is still forecast to be at or near major hurricane intensity while it passes by the Cayman Islands. We do remain in a bit of watch and wait situation, tracking Hurricane Beryl, hoping for the best. Radio Cayman's Jevy Ebanks spoke with Cayman Islands National Weather Service Chief Meteorologist Carrie Powery just a short time ago about how the storm is progressing.
From more projections over Grand Cayman, we should start to see the tropical storm force winds. So outside, you may see the winds picking up as the storm gets closer to us. Over the sister islands, they should be experiencing these tropical storm force winds already, and it's coming around the closest point of approach for them. So it should be lasting a couple of more hours and around 6, 7 in the morning, those winds should subside. But at that time, it should be potentially the closest point for Grand Cayman. That's around 5:30 in the morning. And that's essentially when we should be expecting the strongest winds impacting us.
Now, bear in mind, Mr. Powery was speaking to us just before the top of the hour, but he did seem to see some positives in how things are unfolding.
Beryl has taken more of a westerly jog as opposed to the west-northwest projection that it's been having for quite some time. Going on a more westerly direction means that it may not get as close to us as was previously anticipated. That's a good thing, but other factors need to be bear in mind. Maybe the wind pattern around the storm may change, but so we may still be feeling the same or expect the same type of conditions, even if it moves further slightly to the south of us.
So positive, but also cautious. Keep it locked to Radio Cayman throughout the night, as well as other government channels. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, I'm April Cummings.
If you're a parent, you know that providing your child with a quality early childhood education can be expensive. However, the Ministry of Education offers financial assistance through its Early Childhood Assistance Program to help qualifying Caymanian families cover the costs at registered early childhood settings. Visit our online application portal at moeapplications.gov.ky to learn more and get started. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education.
Do you know that conditions may change suddenly in an emergency and you may have to leave at a moment's notice? When a hurricane threatens, you should have a grab-and-go survival kit. This kit should include your personal identification and other vital documents, which should be sealed in a watertight pouch or container. For more tips and information, visit the Hazard Management Cayman Islands office or caymanprepared.ky. This hurricane tip is brought to you by Hazard Management Cayman Islands and Radio Cayman 89.9 FM.
The Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office remind all students traveling to and from school overseas to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country. Passports should be renewed at least 10 weeks before departure, and any necessary student visas must be obtained. For passport services, contact the Passport and Corporate Services Office at 649-7678. For Ministry of Education scholarship inquiries, contact scholarships@gov.ky. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office.
The Health Services Authority has over 120 world-class physicians, offering the most comprehensive range of specialist services on island. Our dedicated team of professionals provide the highest quality care in orthopedics, interventional radiology, women's health, geriatrics, and a host of other specialist areas. We are a JCI accredited organization with a proven record of excellence. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you. For more information, visit hsa.ky.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
And a reminder that the storm is approximately 110 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman. Winds are at 125 miles per hour. That's 18.3 north, 80.1 west. 110 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman, moving to the west-northwest, 285 degrees at 21 miles per hour with a pressure of 965 millibars. And for those in the sister islands, remember that the tropical force winds can be extending outward up to 185 miles from the center, and hurricane force winds extend outward about 45 miles from the center. That's the latest on Hurricane Beryl, and we're going to go right back now to Radio Cayman's live in-studio coverage of Hurricane Beryl's approach to Grand Cayman. And to let you guys know, the traffic cams are showing the trees are starting to blow around a little bit.
Welcome back, and the trees are blowing. That sounds almost like a song to be sung at Christmas. Thank you.
Blowing in the wind.
Answer, my friend. Is that The one known as Bob Dylan.
Yep.
All right. Well, joining me is Mr. Art Connor. We want you to be reminded to invite your family and friends across the globe, not just within the Cayman Islands. They can listen on 105.3, our sister station Breeze FM, or on the sister islands 91.9, or here in Grand Cayman at 89.9, and of course the YouTube and Facebook channels, as well as the Radio Cayman app and the Radio Cayman website. I would imagine that there are people who are, for the most part, a bit exhausted mentally and physically from all the prep. They want to go to bed. They're probably cognizant of the coverage, but they're probably saying, "Oh, when is this thing going to come?" Mr. Raymond is reminding us on the Brac he's seen winds picking up noticeably here in Grand Cayman. Jared has said the traffic cams are indicating a little bit more noticeable winds. I'm hopeful people can catch a little shut eye for a little bit, rest their minds for a bit. If they feel safe in the structure they are, then just close their eyes. In a couple of hours' time, who knows? It'll be past and they will slept through.
I think what people want to do is, get some sleep and wake up around about 4 o'clock in the morning, when they have been told that that's when the action really is going to take place to a certain extent.
Well, King would say action over inaction. From the Cayman Airways perspective, it was good, as we heard from their press release, that this occurred when some of their fleet would already be stationed to overnight, whether it was LAX or JFK. But for me, it's unfortunate that tomorrow isn't a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, because then they can get a dose of OC in the morning and come back to talk today. But you can't have all good things, right? So they can join me in the afternoon, God's willing. You come back?
Oh, definitely.
People won't leave. Oh man. But you are right, though. People might just close their eyes and hopefully that would be, as Mr. Poirier from the chief meteorologist at the weather service has reminded us, he's seen a positive movement to the west, so that takes it away. We've seen reports that the wind is now at 125, so it's coming down slightly. The speed is at 21, so that's a fairly fast. I mean, I know you can ride faster than 21 miles an hour, but that's a pretty good speed, Mr. O.C.?
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good clip.
Yeah, you clipping, boy. Even Sir Alan can get that almost that fast. People good thing he's sleeping.
Yeah.
No man, but that's where I think as I listen to you. Yeah. All right, so we are advisably informed that the Honorable Premier in 3 minutes or thereabouts will give us an update. So we'll take that as at in about 3 minutes time. So don't close your eyes just yet. Stay tuned and we'll bring that to you as the Honorable Premier addresses the nation. Mr. Connor, there are some people who they enjoy weather. They're not amateur weather enthusiasts and meteorologists. The weather is part of their lives. They work on the boats, and from a squall that could impact their day to a severe threatening weather system that could affect their livelihood because it'll destroy their boats, for argument's sake. Weather plays a significant part in the lives of all of us. That food on the shelves may be interrupted because the plane or the boat or however you get it mightn't come. But the commercial farmer as well as the avid backyard farmer, Honorable Premier shared, okay, you can replace those things. You don't want to lose a life, but it's evident that when you lose a tree, you see your work, being taken from you. There's a time before that tree can now, reestablish or be reestablished to bear fruit. So in our preparations, I wonder to what extent some of us are also concerned about those things, and not just the plight of the farmer, but our arable lands and the food supply.
Yeah. And bearing in mind also that the predicting of weather, it is not an exact science. I believe as we progress, more technology comes along, that they're getting much closer towards it being an exact science, but it isn't. So, and that is why, there's this give and take. I again, I remember Hurricane Ivan and Mr. Sambula. Everyone was looking at him for answers, not realizing, or maybe realizing, but still, having expectation. There's absolutely nothing that he can do, nothing he can say that is going to change what is actually happening out there.
Yeah. I appreciate you share that, and for me it was Hurricane Allen, sort of rite of a passage, different things, but two things immediately emerge. It's not an exact science. It doesn't matter how much, we always, Mother Nature doesn't do what Mother Nature does.
Mm-hmm.
But two things immediately come to mind. To what extent man's impact on the environment is affecting things. That road that is now built up over a particular area, how does that affect the flow?
Mm-hmm.
The development, the other little things, maybe not appreciating that the older people, and this is the second thing, had a a perspective that was passed on through the years that's been maybe ignored, maybe not passed down as much now, maybe because we're not interested in it, but also maybe the things that they relied on. We might see this folklore, but for them, the loss of a particular habitat, the disappearance of a particular bird or crab or whatever it is that they, will mark a change in weather. Some might laugh, but I wonder to what extent, those things didn't help to inform some people. Maybe not as timely as a satellite in the sky, but then they didn't spend billions of dollars either.
That's true.
So
true.
It's something to consider, the impact that we have on each other.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows, right? All right.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
At this time, we have a message from the Honorable Premier.
My fellow Caymanians and residents, good evening. As you watch or listen to this message, you should be safely off the roads, sheltering in place with your family, friends, and loved ones as you prepare for one of the most unprecedented hurricanes we have seen. I must express my sincere gratitude to each of you for doing your part to prepare for it. I am deeply moved by the way in which you have listened to official channels and responded to our guidance and information provided. The unity, the organization, and the preparation has contributed to the collective sense of calm. Yes, while we all remain concerned, we have done everything possible that we could have done to face the various challenges ahead of us. And having done all we can do, we are reassured by the Word of God that in times like these, we can indeed rely solely on the goodness of Almighty God, in whom we place our hope and faith. I therefore take great comfort in the scripture verse Isaiah 43:2, and I quote, "When you pass through deep waters, I will be with you." Unquote. It is a reminder that God has always been faithful to us, especially in difficult and worrying times like we face now. We are truly a blessed community. We know many people have been previously traumatized by storms or have already been facing anxiety, depression, or mental health challenges. Again, I implore you, reach out in kindness, offer support. I also want to remind anyone who is struggling that we do have the mental health hotline available to offer professional support. Now, a word to our visitors. Many of you may never ever have experienced a hurricane before. Rest assured that your needs have been duly considered, and many of our tourism partners have taken precautions to enhance your safety. However, This is definitely not a time to go out and take unnecessary risks. Please follow all directions, remain indoors until the all clear is given, and most of all, stay safe. Storms can be hard on all of us, but especially take a great toll on our children. Your children, our future, may be feeling to start scared or worried. Please remember to include them into your emergency plans to help them cope with the storm anxiety. Utilize this situation to spend quality time with your children and perhaps share your own experiences of how you prepared and how you navigated through other such challenges of life. As the Cayman Islands also approach the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Ivan, I am reminded of the resilient spirit of the Caymanian people. I am also reminded that we are our brother and sister keepers, a people who deeply care about others and who respect the power of nature. Let me now take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Her Excellency the Governor, Mrs. Jane Owen, with whom I co-chair the National Hazard Management Executive Committee. Together, we work in a continuous fashion to ensure that safety and the well-being of all of our people are of paramount consideration. I also want to take time to thank my fellow cabinet colleagues, many of whom could not join me today because they were diligently working in their various constituencies. I want to thank all of our parliamentary secretaries, the leader of the opposition, members of parliament and all, for your partnership and non-partisan focus to ensure that our people receive the help that was necessary. Long may this unity and synergy continue. Kudos to our own Honorable Acting Governor, Mr. Eric Bush, and the entire civil service, our statutory authorities, our government-owned companies. You truly have been brilliant, absolutely wonderful, and indeed have displayed a dedication and a level of commitment, I dare say, second to none. To all of our partners and friends in the private sector, thank you from the bottom of our hearts on behalf of my government for the role that you have played in getting us prepared and will no doubt continue to play during our recovery process. My fellow Caymanians, residents, visitors all, do not cease to pray for God's hand of protection over our beloved Cayman Islands, praying for a speedy recovery for our neighbors who have been impacted by Hurricane Beryl. Like Joshua of old, let us be strong, let us be courageous, let us not be afraid. This hurricane will pass, and God will bring us through it all. May the master of the seas, the stiller of the storm, take us safely through. May God Almighty, in His infinite wisdom, continue to bless these wonderful and beloved Cayman Islands.
And that was the latest message coming to us from the Honorable Premier.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Radio Cayman, your #1 community station, would like to remind you that we are in the hurricane season, and in order to survive a hurricane, you need to be prepared. If officials' sources say a hurricane is imminent, please board up or shutter up windows in your home or place of business. Remember to use good lumber, as makeshift boarding may actually cause more damage. Also put strong bracing on outside doors so that they are not blown off or blown in.
This hurricane advice was brought to you by Radio Cayman, your caring community radio station.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
And once again, the 1 a.m. advisory on Hurricane Beryl is located at 18.3 north and 80.1 west. That's 18.3 north, 80.1 west, 110 miles to the southeast of Grand Cayman. Winds are sustained at 125 miles per hour. It is moving to the west-northwest, 285 degrees at 21 miles per hour. And the barometer is reading 965 millibars. And once again, the Cayman Islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac remain under a hurricane warning. And we're going to go back now to Radio Cayman's crew standing by for live coverage of Hurricane Beryl.
Welcome back, and thanks very much for joining us, and we appreciate each of you. And just during that update from the Honorable Premier, I think Mr. Cole on the other side reminds us that from the traffic cams you can see winds picking up, but a few individuals have also messaged in to say that they can see the wind speeds. One of our listeners says at least 22 knots in the West Bay area. I'm inclined to ask people if they're up and about still in terms of moving about their houses. What are you seeing as you look out the windows? If you can see out your windows, is the wind noticeably more? Give us a call and share with us 949-8037 or 949-6990, or you can WhatsApp call using the app, the WhatsApp 925-3261. Tell your friends and family that whether YouTube or Facebook, whether the Radio Cayman app or the website, they can listen to us as well as on the sister islands at 91.9 and 89.9 here in Grand Cayman, and then Breeze FM on 105.3. So it's all being broadcast at the same time.
Yeah, and also, Sterling, if we would be interested to know from various points throughout the island, let's say, in the various districts, East End, North Side, the Bordentown area, South Sound, what's the wind like there, as well. It'll be important to know all of those. We continue to get information out of the Brac, so we can't certainly complain, about the Brac. And I believe Mr. Raymond has just joined us again. Tell us what new news you may have for us, Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir. I had to call you back to tell you the wind is maintaining persistent, severe wind near hurricane force. I would say just under or could be slightly above hurricane force winds here at West End. And it's steadily blowing. It's not blowing and weakening and go back. It's just keep on coming and blowing. It's around hurricane force winds here now at West End. I'm almost sure of that. I wish I had a winometer or somebody to record it because it's really strong. And light rain and not much clouds in the sky. You can see pieces of clouds traveling, but then you can see the brightness in between the small pieces of clouds. Is not a total cover of clouds, overcast and raining. Just a light drizzle of rain. But there is heavy rain squall, looks like to the southeast of Cayman Brac, moving this way.
And as you shared that, Mr. Raymond, this is a comparison. We shared earlier someone in West Bay saying about 22 knots. Someone at the John Gray High School said there's no wind in that area yet, and they're all just up awake and waiting.
Wow.
Yeah. So we want to hear from people to see how things are, and what more do you have to share?
Right now, I looking more to the southeast, and I can see a big squall of rain. Heavier rain is starting to come from the southeast. And like I said, the wind is impressive, how it's maintaining almost a constant blow of around the hurricane force winds.
Well, and this is, I think, what their projections are, and that as we listen and watch, that we're not, lulling ourselves into complacency. And as prayerful as we be, give thanks for the answered prayers. If it turns out not to be as bad as may have occurred, but when in your projections, Mr. Raymond, do you see this thing passing given its present trajectory? We're not only speaking to you in your official capacity, other than as Mr. Raymond Scott,
Yes, go ahead with that question again. I was.
No, I was just thinking, as you monitor this and as you experience the storms, from the information that you have, I'm always mindful, that others may take it a little bit too formal, but at the present path, how long before you think Cayman Brac would be out of the weeds?
It is moving at 21 miles per hour now, and it's 80.1. Actually, 80.1 is south of Little Cayman. 80 degrees, 6 minutes west, and is moving at 21 miles per hour. That would give it just a little over 3 hours to reach in abreast, 4 hours to reach in abreast Eastern Grand Cayman.
Mm-hmm. I think it's at 80.3 now, possibly.
Okay. Yes, because it's moving fast at 21 knots. So you're looking at reaching south of Eastern Grand Cayman in about 3.5 hours' time from now.
Mm-hmm. And then,
all right. So with that,
I would say it's going to be a lot of wind damage with uprooting trees and breaking trees off, because it's going to be a lot closer. And what I'm standing watching here now, you see pieces of birch tree limbs flying in the air and branches being broken, and it's quite intense.
well, and this is what potentially could cause an impact, down the road, yeah?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So people not, heeding warnings to stay indoors until all clear. There's a reason why that process takes place.
And that's going to be a good reason for people, for wanting to have people to stay off the roads also, especially in Grand Cayman. And the temptation is always out there. We've seen people now talking about being storm chasers, and all of those things. Really don't want to get themselves involved into that at this stage.
Yeah, my mom would say, "Follow fashion, bring broke neck." Boy, the foolishness that we pick up. But anyway, that's our story for another time.
Yep.
All right, what else, before we come back to subsequently, Mr. Raymond, what else you want to share with us now?
Yes, I've seen several trees have been toppled over. I've seen a large lime tree just down on the ground, so things are being taken down here in Cayman Brac, certain types of trees. And probably be a lot when you go out and look around tomorrow. There'll be a lot of trees that are being affected from it.
Yeah, and as Mr. John Timmons reminded us earlier, that the tropical storm force, the higher winds that are not hurricane force winds, extend out, he said, 185 miles, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So you may not get the hurricane force wind, but you can still get a significant amount of wind that could affect you, knock the trees down. The ground is already saturated, I would say, in some areas as a result of the rains for the last few weeks.
Yes, sir. And what I'm seeing here, I'm constantly watching and observing. And we are like 82 miles. It passed 82 miles away, and they said the tropical storm winds were 185, and the hurricane force winds were 40 miles from the center.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hurricane force winds were 40 miles from the center. But I'm seeing just about hurricane force winds here at West in Cayman Brac.
Well,
the light pole is swaying with the transformer on it, and all the wires are swaying from left to right. Just slightly bowing the light pole up at the top. I'm looking at one here right now. So we have really strong winds, hurricane force winds, I would say.
So you're seeing an intensity then?
Yes, intensity in the last 20 minutes. A large intensity, yes.
And that probably bodes with it getting closer into the area. And I guess in short order then, as we're told off here, the eastern districts, eastern in particular, might start to feel some more of the weather as it moves along the south coast.
Yeah. I think what we may want to do at some point in time, Mr. Tibbs should still be over at the NEOC.
We may go wake him up.
Yeah. Get Javi.
All right. As we chat with you a little further, Mr. Raymond, before you go, you good for now, or is there something else you want to share?
That's about it.
Okay. But thank you for taking
the power is off now, and I don't have any charger no way to charge my phone. So could you call me back and say the next 20 minutes? I can give you an update then. That will save energy on my phone. If I call you and talk to you, it's taking more energy than you call me, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll definitely reach out to you, at some point. It may not be 20 minutes, but, we'll definitely be reaching back out to you because we want to be able to continue to be informed of, what is actually happening underground over in the Brac.
Yes, sir. And I got a good view of it here. I'm looking at it standing on a porch, looking at the wind doing its destruction, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, just be careful, Mr. Raymond, right? But thank you for sharing with us. Do not put yourself in harm's way, but thank you, sir.
Yes, correct. Yeah, okay. I know that. Definitely, yes. I'm away from any harm, yes.
All right.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Undercover.
There's a joke there too, but let's leave that one for now. Take care, sir.
And it's whistling. The wind is whistling off the light pole now, screeching like. I mean, it's really intense.
Yeah, well, it may get more so. So just be careful.
Yes, sir. I know you all down there going to house some very strong winds. It would appear to be more of a wind hurricane than the sea, because the last I checked, the south coast seas were about 10 feet high. I was expecting them to reach 15 feet or more, but 10 feet. And this would be like, I would say it's similar to Paloma had the destruction with the wind. It didn't have it with the sea. This one is 125, and it has the wind, and it doesn't have the sea.
Yeah.
That's my assumption of it.
And that's consistent with the way that it started out as well.
Mm-hmm.
The prediction was then a lot of wind, but not a whole lot of rainfall.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thanks again, Mr. Raymond. Talk to you soon.
Yes. Okay.
All
fine.
Right.
Good.
All the best.
Right,
all the best.
All the best.
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Well, hopefully people listening would call as you shared from East End all the way through Grand Cayman and give us a perspective. Even though Mr. Raymond is talking from the Brac, maybe there's somebody on Little Cayman who can give us, how they see it, how they feel it, what they're experiencing.
Yep. JJ, any idea when we can get something back from the NEOC, whether or not Javi can pull someone from the National Weather Service, to give us not only a synopsis of what's taken place, but also to, how should I say, dissect it and put it in plain language for us in terms of what are we to expect here in Grand Cayman and when, and and where too.
We'll do the famous WhatsApp thing.
Yeah, I was just thinking how it works. I just need to ask JJ, you know, do you get some fish tea? Is that doesn't work that way? Yeah. All right. No, all jokes aside. I mean, as the Honorable Premier said, different times. This is the first time she was away from the Brac. She would be in her kitchen preparing something. I think Jevy was able to snag a little invite to get some of that serving, But hopefully people are doing what you shared, get a little shut-eye. In a couple hours' time, when things start to pick up, they might waken or they might set, the internal bottle clock to get up and to know. I think your request to have a proper analysis and dissection of what does this later data, mean for us. We've seen it move in that direction. The speeds have come down in terms of now at 125. That's 40 miles an hour less than what it was, a few days ago, right? Which is thankful. It's now at 21 miles an hour, but what does that mean? Is there anything out there that could potentially affect it? And if so, would that be a positive impact for us or a negative?
Yeah, because again, we've seen the speed increase again.
Yeah.
And yesterday they did speak to the fact that this hurricane is hard to figure out. It wasn't behaving itself.
That comes back to it not being a science, right? There's a lot of stuff, moving parts. All right. Was that a call?
Yeah, that's a WhatsApp call. I think Miss Susan is.
So things working now then. All right, joining me in the studio is Mr. Art Connor. That's the famous host on the Radio Cayman's For the Record on Mondays, on Wednesdays, and Fridays. And we're here, hopefully, making you feel welcome and not feel so alone. If nothing else, maybe you'll sleep or rest a little bit more peacefully.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna.
And things will lively up later on as well. They're gonna get lively.
What's up, Bob song? Lively up yourself.
Yes.
All right, let's take this call. Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Sterling.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you doing?
Oh, I am great, and to all your family, it's good to hear you as well.
Can you believe I'm up so late?
I don't want to say anything that people might get a wrong idea, but not surprising. I think you are still young and full of energy and recognizing the interests of the country.
No, that's because I took a nap earlier. So I'm nice and party. And anyway, I would also like to say hi to the rest of the panel. I think Mr. OC is on there.
Yeah, just ma'am, right here.
Just the two of us.
OC.
Hi, how are you?
Arthur, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Who else is?
Well, we believe in his spirit. It might be here, but physically present in the studio on camera is just Mr. Art and myself.
Wonderful team. Couldn't be a better team for this, right?
Oh boy, you could save.
Well, you know why I'm calling in. I heard you say something earlier, and I thought, let me put my 2 cents in this. As a Caymanian coming from Caymanian, that is generations, and that goes way back. My mother, she taught me a lot about signs for these hurricanes, and even though people might say that it's folklore, I really, really believe absolutely that there is some truth to it all, because I have proven that. You remember when Hurricane Ivan was going to hit us a few months prior, there were thousands. I would even go as far to say that there were millions of those little red shank crabs. They were climbing the walls in some areas in North Side. The road was like a carpet. When you were driving, you couldn't help but drive through, over them. And it was really, really amazing to see this migration of these little crabs. And I'd never seen anything like it. That was one of the signs, because, of course, I called Mama and I asked her, I said, Mama, can you please say to me, what does this mean? She said, Sandra, during the 1932 hurricane on the Brac, I remember that people said that they had seen that, and that was a sign. Another sign for me was when I had my house in Borden Town, there were scorpions. Scorpions, too many to count. They were coming up from everywhere. They were outside and inside. That was also another sign, because these insects and animals, they know way ahead of time. And these things, the crabs I saw was in February. That hurricane hit us in September. The scorpions I saw in maybe June or July. And then the other sign prior to that storm was the little, they're called needle-eye snakes. They're tiny little snakes, tiny. They're blind, and they look like a needle. And whenever you see those, that's also a sign as well. Yes.
Yeah. I guess this is where, as you share that, this is where if those habitats are displaced, or those, snakes or crabs or the like, as much as we may not like them to bite us or bother us, but they're part of nature, part of the ecosystem.
Yes.
They respond, right?
Have their own ways of communicating.
Yeah. And maybe the older people, they lived closer to nature. They understood, what happened. Maybe things were not as disruptive then because of all of the development. But you're right, people might dismiss it as old ways and folklore.
Yeah, but it's in my opinion, from what Mama always said to me as well. She said, whenever you see that sea calm like glass, in about 2 to 3 days, we're going to have rain or a squall. And if you hear a certain lizard croak a certain way, it means that the winds are about to change. Or if you see cockroaches flying.
Yeah, the rain coming.
No, that's rain.
Rain coming for cockroach fly.
Those pesky little peck, or ants, or a pile of biting ants in your yard. That means hurricanes as well. And they're bunching up in little hills. So, I just came on the air to share this, because I think it's very, very important to pass that down. Whether, like you said, some people might take it for folklore or whatever it is. It does signify something regarding to these approaching storms, and I honestly, whenever I see it, I mark it, and it always happens. I wasn't too scared about Beryl because I really only saw 2 or 3 of the little needle-eye snakes this time, and I only saw a small amount of the red shine, just a tiny small amount, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 of them. I didn't see any of the scorpions this time. So I wasn't really that scared, even though I did prepare, because I worked really hard preparing, So,
yeah.
So caller for tell us the nature of your preparedness. How much you had to go and do all over again, as opposed to how much was in place from the previous hurricane season?
All right. With Beryl, I took many lessons from Ivan, because Ivan was a learning experience for a lot of us. a lot of us didn't realize that we were going to be into such an extremely powerful and historical hurricane, and a lot of us learned the hard way as that storm pounded us. But I would say that I learned from Ivan in the past few days that I must protect my plants, my potted plants. Thank God we have some good storage, structures in our yard, and protected those. That took me, I would say, close to the whole day today, from 7 o'clock until 5 o'clock this evening. I worked, and my brother did the shopping. He got drinking water, and we had saved a lot of gallon bottles that in the event of the water going off, we had water to bathe and to flush, wash the dishes, cook. We do have a gas stove, which is essential, in these situations. We also washed a lot of clothes, make sure that everything was spick and span in the house.
Yeah.
When Beryl came to visit. And, just getting all the pet food, just getting our medications, which is very important.
Mm-hmm.
Those of us that age now, we're seniors now.
Mm-hmm.
And, whether we are or not, we should, it's vital and so important that we have our medication, first and foremost. And because at the end of the day, you can't run out to the pharmacy in a hurricane. And, we made sure our hurricane shutters were up 2 days before. And, like I say, one of the most important aspects of this is water. Water. We have our lanterns. We have a radio. Let me stress this, a battery-operated radio that is on Radio Cayman 89.9 FM, so that you can listen to OC and Sterling, get all your information.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And they're also keeping you company.
Yeah.
Which is, I want to say, thank you, guys. Thank you. That is absolutely wonderful. And I'd like to also, give our thanks to our Premier, Mrs. O'Connor Connolly. We appreciate very much that she comes on as many times as she possibly can, given how busy that she is, to speak to her island and to inform, her people of what's going on, of what's going to happen, and how everyone should be sensible to comply. And please, I'm imploring people, please don't be going out, running up and down, thinking that, it's all over. And it's not. It's very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I saw that in Ivan.
Well, thank you for sharing it, and also for keeping our company and calling and giving us your perspective.
Yes.
So, as you stay safe and the like, hopefully when you get a chance, you share with us. Now, before you go, if I might ask, before we take the next call, the winds in your area, can you tell if they're higher winds than they were earlier? Are there any winds at all?
No, actually, I just went out on the porch.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at all. No rain, no winds, no nothing.
Okay.
I'm in Westlake.
Yeah. Some of us might know.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, take care, and I hope your fruit trees, like all of them, are able to survive and weather the storm.
That's right. Okay, guys.
All right. Take care.
Okay,
All the
take
best.
care now. All the best.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
And the caller is right. We've experienced a lot. We were told there was another call potential. Is that call there?
WhatsApp caller still there?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Good morning.
Hey, morning. How are you?
Yeah. Good. And you guys?
Okay, man. Very thankful.
All right.
Hope you're feeling safe.
Yeah. Well, I tried a few experiments that I was thinking through for this storm, this hurricane, and it working out pretty good. But now I made the biggest regret and not check the fruit trees, and now there is a aluminum, like when you put the aluminum around the tree to prevent the iguanas from climbing. One of those just ripped loose just now, so I'm like hearing a bunch of flopping and things like that because the breeze is pretty heavy right here.
Oh yeah, that can
so
be
you're
irritating and distracting.
Yeah, when I thought I gotta get a little bit of peace and quiet because we have a little bit of wind that gets through the doors, underneath the doors especially. And what I did was just I stuck a piece of the pool noodles, those noodles that you use to float in the pool. I cut those in half, and I just literally wedged it underneath the door.
Oh, like a threshold.
Just so that it can,
yeah.
Just so that it can keep the wind out, hear the howling or any whistling. And so far, I don't hear a single sound except for the aluminum that is flapping on the tree outside.
And I'm mindful that I don't ask too much in terms of your privacy, but you're talking about that's an exterior door with that level of gap?
Well, it's just because they have around the bottom, they have like I used to put a piece of tube through it because I have an aquarium at home and I extract fresh air through that hose and it leads a little ways into the room.
Okay.
So it has a little gap there, but it's not that bad. It's just like a small little whistle, but I put I just put a little noodle that just a wedge through it in our whole entire noodle go through it, but it's just enough that it can just wedge right in the crack.
Innovative, man. Innovative.
Yep.
So winds are picking up.
It's just a back access door, so it's not really,
All
it's
right.
facing the opposite direction where the wind coming from, so it's not so bad.
All right. And otherwise, now you feel sufficiently prepared. You feel sufficiently safe.
Yeah, man, definitely. Right. I just wanted to, through the witching hours, I was saying you guys still awake. I don't know how much coffee you guys drink, but for me, I guess a little bit of adrenaline and excitement from what I missed during Hurricane Ivan, not really knowing what was going on, what to do, and some of the risks that I did take back then, and being at like 12 years old, I think at the time, it wasn't really too much of a fear. It was more excitement. I still have that kind of excitement, So staying up through the night, I think I'm well prepared. I'm actually in the more vulnerable spot in the place. So if that caves in, I know for sure, just like at least I know I can secure the more secured place.
Yeah. Well, just be be careful and understanding where you are and what you're doing. That in the event, don't deny yourself access to safety.
Right now with what I'm doing, I have a little view. I have a little view outside where I can see the wind and everything, all the trees, what it doing. And boy, I envy the avocado tree that haven't even put out no ripe avocados yet. But I still thank God that we were well prepared. And I just hope that people do find comfort that the fact that we might not get as much rain as anticipating. I'm not sure how it is, but from right now, what I see in is just like just breeze and
Yeah, man.
yeah. We're not getting nothing yet, but so far just
Right.
breeze.
Well, you just be careful, be safe, and as you stay up, don't ignore the opportunity to, what they say, catch the cat nap at the very least, right?
Yep.
All right, take
Oh,
care, my
well,
friend.
I got my little nap before the nightfall, and so
Yeah.
I
Sure.
kind of just staying up with the PTSD, if anything, if that what it would be considered.
Yeah. Well, just make sure to take care of yourself, okay? And as you shared, others do the same. So we'll talk to you hopefully later on today.
Yeah.
Definitely on talk
I'll
today.
be listening and stuff.
All
I'll be
right.
listening and stuff. Full batteries. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All the best, man. Take care.
All the best.
All right.
All right. And to our listeners, of course, the phone lines are there. We're gonna go to the 2 a.m.
Yep.
Headlines in 12 hours. I say that's the 2 p.m. headlines on talk today, but the 2 a.m. headlines are some updates from our fantastic team in our newsroom. When we continue the coverage with Mr. Art, as we bring you, the latest, most accurate and timely information on this impending weather.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
From Radio Cayman's newsroom, I'm April Cummings. People in West Bay reporting the winds picking up at this hour. Radio Cayman's Dion Englund has more.
Although there is barely any sign of precipitation, the winds have picked up significantly in the district of West Bay. You can hear the wind howling through the cracks of the doors and windows of the house. At present, most of the trees in my neighborhood have been severely trimmed in preparation for the hurricane, but the ones that have not are showing evidence that Hurricane Beryl has arrived and is already making her presence felt. Reporting for Radio Cayman News from the District of West Bay, I'm Dion Anglin.
To the sister islands now, where Cayman Brac Power and Light says all the power has been restored. However, if weather issues persist, CBP&L says they will have to wait for the system to clear before restoring some feeders. As to the conditions in the Brac,
Watching now, twisting up coconut tree leaves and bending the tree down. Another tree is in the area.
that's Raymond Scott calling in from the Brac this evening to share what he's seeing and experiencing.
But I'm watching outside, and the sky is very clear. Just a few little spots of clouds and lightning far to the north and lightning far to the southeast. But there's no thunder. Just flashes of lightning, but no blast of thunder.
The most recent coordinates as of 1 a.m., latitude 18.3 north, longitude 80.1 west. Beryl is located about 100 miles south of Cayman Brac, 110 miles southeast of Grand Cayman, moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds 125 miles per hour. The islands remain under a hurricane warning. Beryl is now a Category 3 storm. Keep it locked right here to Radio Cayman for the latest on the storm. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, I'm April Cummings.
Shaken yet standing firm. This is Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Okay, cool. Good morning and welcome back to Radio Cayman's continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl here in the Cayman Islands. We do have a caller, so we're going to the phone lines. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. OC. It's really bearing down on us terribly. It's very strong. And something to consider. It was at 18, and that was just a few hours ago. And now it's at 18.3. That means it moved north 18 miles. And Georgetown, south coast of Grand Cayman, is 1913. So that would put it to pass 55 miles south of South Sound. And it's continuing west-northwest, so it's going to get even closer than that. By the time it gets down there, it may be 83.4 or 83.5, which I hope not. But take that into consideration, that it's actually coming closer to the south coast of the island. as I look here now, a huge coconut tree that I've been watching, the breeze are twisting and folding the branches like how it's shaped like a mop. I mean, that's how it's folding it because the wind is so intense and it's no easing up. It's been going on like this now for the last half an hour.
Wow.
It's really bearing down, and I would say right here, we have hurricane force winds right here now, and they said it was only 40 miles from the center, and this thing passed like 82 miles south of Little Cayman, and we are having hurricane force winds here, so it's totally different than what the forecaster said of 40 miles hurricane force winds. It's a lot further out than that.
Mm-hmm.
It's past 82, and I say we having hurricane force winds here now, and has been having it for the last half an hour. And it's as it go west-northwest, it's edging closer toward the south coast of Grand Cayman, meaning worse times for you all down there. So all the very best, and I'll keep you updated with another report
Yes.
later this morning.
All right. I'm always appreciative. Mr.
Thank you.
Raymond.
Thank you.
So you've seen the winds picking up, huh? And then
Yeah.
bringing us closer now. Were we able to join up any of the other callers as yet? Not yet. Well, 925-3261 is the WhatsApp call. 949-6990, 949-8037. If you want to call the regular line, you can watch us on YouTube or Facebook. You can check it out on the Radio Cayman app or the website. And then, of course, 105.3 on Breeze, and then for Radio Cayman, 9.9 here on Grand Cayman, and then 91.9 on the Sister Islands.
Yeah. Can we get in touch with Javi in any way? If we can,
all right,
speak to someone at the NEOC, that would be good.
I'll almost joke and say, if you had something to feed him, you might catch him better. But, Javi's very gifted, so he might have a retort.
Promise them a mango or two.
No, with all the mangoes in season, he probably wants something better. Maybe a good marble.
Can you imagine the amount of mangoes that are going to drop off those trees now?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, there were already a lot on the grounds, and now with this, many more.
Yeah.
And that's could be discouraging for some who are just getting established, but also could affect the food security. And this is maybe one of the challenges. All right, so we have a call. We're going to take one and then the other.
Yep.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, hello, Dwayne.
It depends. Who's calling?
Sterling. I left the studio. I'm outside in front of the glass house and watching the wind pick up out here. It's definitely starting to really pick up. I'm estimating somewhere between 20 and 30 mile per hour wind gusts out here. So the antenna in front of Radio Cayman is also howling a little bit from the wind there. So a couple drops of rain, nothing to speak of, but it's definitely starting. If we're in the middle of town here and we can feel this breeze, I'm sure people along the south coast, South Sound and East End, breakers, they must be feeling it much better.
Are you sure that's the antenna or that's the dup is blowing in from South Sound? I mean, if you ask Ray Banking, he might tell you different.
Could be both,
Yeah. No, but this is where I think the lady who called earlier and you yourself are telling people, as Mr. Raymond has shared, because it doesn't look like there's anything happening, don't think, that it's potentially safe when it potentially could be life-threatening. What else are you seeing? And I'm kind of interested in how you calculated that. Mr. Raymond, I might believe, but I'm not sure about you. 20 to 30 knots. I don't know.
It said 10 to 20 miles per hour, but that big tree we were talking about earlier, the branches on her are starting to wave around a little bit again. So we're going to see it's going to get a little worse as it gets closer. So intensity will go up.
Okay. All right. Now, I know you said you were outside and in the luck we can close the doors, but do you want to come back in? He's like, man.
Yeah, part of the job, right?
Yeah. No, all jokes aside, man. Thanks for sharing. And as you go about your do this, thank you very much. Many don't see the team here at Radio Cayman, on standby. They're accounted for. They're present.
This is a live cam from outside in front of the glass house.
Okay. Yep, there it is. What else you want to tell us before you join us back later?
Just hunker down. It's going to start now.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, that's a voice that we enjoy in the evenings. I listen to Jared, man.
Yep.
He's sort of the prelude before the BBC.
JJ the Iceman.
That's him. Are we told there's another call in the start? Is that what we
Yes, there is.
All right. Well, let's take this next call. Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Good morning, guys.
Hi,
Good
morning. How are you?
Good. I'm good. I'm up. Can't sleep.
Oh, were we talking too much? Kept you awake?
No, actually, I enjoy hearing your familiar voices.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much for being on the air, and for Radio Cayman has always been there, and I have not really been listening to the radio. You know how technology is these days. You go to YouTube, you go to this, you go to that, and you get involved. But I'm at that age where I'm still listening to my radio when the storm is on, and this is Radio Cayman.
Well, thank you. And that's what is important, and we shared it at the very outset. Part of what we want to do in bringing this program and recognizing that many people may feel isolated, they may feel disconnected, they may still feel, and I'm not saying this dismissively, I'm hoping people would understand it. The storms since Ivan have caused a lot of people to have a sense of uneasiness. I'm not going to say anxiousness or any of those things, right? But they feel a little bit, uncertain, uneasy, trepidation. So if we can keep you company and you can laugh at me, that's okay. Yeah, well, that's
no, that. Listen, I really appreciate it. You guys are there. It's like almost like a little beacon,
Mm-hmm.
And.
So is that my nose you're talking about, or the beacon, or the forehead? Which one? What's the?
You ever feel like you're out there and you're not hearing anything, and you just hear a familiar voice?
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. But I live in the Bodentown area, and I just wanted to say that up here, the winds are kind of kicking up as well. Okay. It's not as strong as I thought it would have been. I'm more inland, not on beach side, but I can hear the sea from where I am, and it sounds like the waves is really out there kicking. Okay. It started actually from about, 45 minutes now, where I see the wind is starting to, there's an area in the back of my property, and the trees are kind of, that's how I can tell, because I don't hear anything like how Ivan was.
Yeah.
Remember, Ivan was
a tree song.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not nice. And I think like what you guys may have mentioned before with Ivan is a total different hurricane. And this Beryl is a total different hurricane. But what I can remember distinctively about Ivan is, the wind being like that and a lot more rain. I'm not seeing the rain though, unless like what you say, it's not get here yet. But I'm not seeing any rain at all. No, it's drizzled a little bit, but it's the wind that is really into this.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the characteristics of this particular storm of Beryl. From the onset, there was not that much rainfall.
Yeah.
And I think that's something to be, as little as I may understand about this stuff.
I guess in one way it's good for the low-lying areas that, because we've been getting the rain recently, and a lot of people and friends that I know, they were actually flooded out of their homes, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So it's reassuring to know that we're not gonna. So far, we haven't been getting a lot of rain, but the wind in itself is still dangerous. And I want to reiterate what you guys said earlier. Don't be complacent, Caymanians. Please think about safety first, and that's our main concern. Don't go out in this storm for any reason, and as well as our residents and our visitors that are here. You may all not know how it is in these storms or whatever. You may take for granted that, you know what, it's just not happening. My dad used to say, my mom as well, God rest his soul, say pass, be safe and stay inside the house till the storm pass. and all care is given,
Sensible. They were, people who understood the importance of personal safety. So that advice that they gave, you obviously have taken it on board, and now you'll pass it along,
Yes, and I pass it along to my kids as well, my children as well.
Yeah. Well,
My
I pray.
grandson, he's up with me, and I said to him, please do not open a window, do not open a door.
Yeah.
He said, no, I wasn't going to do that. I said, I'm just telling you, because I know you like to go outside. So please don't open anything.
Well, that's the thing. You're informing them, instructing them as to what to do, what not to do, and why, right? And that gives them a knowledge, gives them a sense of being involved, and they're smarter than I think many of us give them credit for,
Yes.
And then
yes.
good company as well.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Well, we're glad that you listen to us, and hopefully you'll get some rest as well and be absolutely safe.
Yes, I will do that, sir. I will try to go to rest now.
Okay. I think Mr. O.C. will probably
Thanks
sing
for
a
calling.
lullaby.
Thanks for calling again.
All right. Take good care of yourself.
Okay. Stay safe.
And I hope the caller would allow me to say that nurturing spirit, that kindness that you hear in her voice, it's soothing and encouraging. It's sincere, and it's reassuring. So
it is.
I'm so glad. And again, I was just reflecting on the comment that was shared with me earlier. People say they observed a lot more people helping each other, and that was good. Whether they were getting sandbags, whether they were running errands, putting up shutters, or whatever they were doing. I'm hoping that will be, what we'll see going forward. I think I give credit to Mr. Art's, constant reminder.
It becomes the rule rather than the exception.
Yeah. So we got someone else joining us, Mr. Art. I don't know. You recognize the fellow?
I seem to have seen him someplace before.
Huh.
Morning, Mr. O.C. Connor and Dwayne Sterling. Great to see you.
Sterling Dwayne. I was just about to give you a compliment, man. You better listen to John.
John.
Because I was trying to figure, is this kind of like a Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton kind of look going on?
Well, I know.
But no,
Rain Man coming in.
I'm not so sure anymore, man. All right,
on.
Mr. Simon Boxall, how are you, sir?
Doing good, considering, I think, doing well. And as you were saying, I think, it's sort of reassuring to see the people really coming together, getting prepared, and government and our volunteers just all pulling together and working so hard. I think Cayman always sort of respects the might of the sea and hurricanes, and they take it seriously, and just it's amazing to watch the country get organized and get ready for it.
Yes,
and I keep thinking, I can hear his voice now, Mr. Kirky, and it's that respect, right? As he, I don't want to say commanded his team or he summoned his team, as they were assembled and they met, they talked, they discussed, they decided, they acted, and it was that respect for life, that appreciation that together they might have a better outcome. And I think that has been a way to inform progress and formalization.
I think you're absolutely right. I remember him so clearly. I think he had such a good vision, and we'd gone a long time. I remember interviewing him as a reporter. We'd gone a long time without a direct hit.
Yeah.
But he sort of continued to say that we had to be ready, that we had to be organized. And the National Hurricane Committee back then, and people like Mr. Donovan Ebanks and Mr. O.C. Connor, they did have plans and procedures.
He didn't want people to know that he's in that age bracket. Where would you want? Again,
he had such an important role. You had such an important role, Mr. O.C., in guiding us through.
I'm proud of my age.
Hey. I hope. Sorry to cut you, but I'm hoping that you'll allow us to celebrate you and that.
You should.
Yeah, because I don't know about you, Simon, but I'm not going to get on a bicycle to keep up with Mr. Hart. It's what Arlen tried to do.
He looks incredible.
He does, man. He does.
Incredible. And parlayed his, reaching that pinnacle in the civil service, and then parlaying it into another important career where here we are tonight. And
Oh, you heard too? He's picked up a new podcast.
All by accident.
Oh, really? You got a new string to your fiddle? I didn't realize.
So, somewhere from the hazard management's perspective, I mean, the caller before was saying to people, please don't become complacent. We're starting to see slowly but gradually, as forecasted, wind's going to pick up, things going to happen. The official briefings, just two initial questions. What are they saying about expected rains now or even after the passage of the storm? Any sort of, if you're in a position and have that information.
I'm not sure when the last time you had the
1 a.m.
You had the weather people on the...
Oh, okay.
When did you last have the...
that was John earlier, right?
Yeah, John.
I don't know. That was sometime yesterday.
Right. So, I mean, I think, we could anticipate, the rainfall totals. Let me just see what I've got in my notes that I came with.
Right.
So I think the maximum they were looking at was sort of 6 to 10 inches from what I last received. I should just check my notes on that.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking more at...
but that's usually after, or were they thinking?
It's probably in the after. After.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to begin, I think, in about an hour and a half from now to, we can start to see the rain coming. If you look at the radar right now, you can see the approach.
Mm.
So I think we're going to start to see rain steadily increasing, and it'll continue through the day, at least, most of the day tomorrow for Grand Cayman. It may ease up a little bit sooner than that. But, I'd like to come back to rain after I just check on my notes.
Yes,
but
please.
I think, the seas continue to be, the primary concern, particularly as we reach the sort of sunrise hours. The wavelength, in addition to the wave height, could potentially be an issue. So, we do have to be concerned. And obviously the rain in the context of already flooded ground and, very saturated ground and high tides due to the alignment of the sun and the moon in relation to the earth. It's creating abnormally high tides. So that raises the water table up and creates a bit more of an issue with drainage. So, the flooding is certainly a hot topic at the moment and has been since that big rain event we had a couple of weeks ago.
Mr. Vauxhall, we understand, if I have it correct, Jevi is standing by with some interviews.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, Jevi, are you there, my friend?
Here, good morning. It is Thursday, the 4th of July. I'm coming to you live from the Government Administration Building, where the NEOC team is still in full operation as the government monitors the progress of Hurricane Beryl. I'm joined now by the Human Concern Cluster Manager, Jace Wilson. Good morning, Jace. Thank you so much for joining me.
Good morning, Jevi, and good morning to the listening audience.
Tell me a little bit about the Human Concern Cluster. What do they do?
Yes, the Human Concerns Cluster, we are made up of a variety of different ESTs. The ESTs we're made up of consist of medical relief, mass fatalities, mental health, shelter operations, and voluntary agencies.
And tell me a little bit now about some of the agencies that come into those categories that you were just mentioning.
Okay, so some of the categories, some of the agencies that come into the categories, let me just start with some of the most busiest. So at the moment, our shelter operations, by far, they are carrying a significant load for us at the moment. We know that across the Grand Cayman, we have 19 shelters. In Cayman Brac, we have 2 shelters, and in Little Cayman, we have 1. At the moment, you can imagine that all shelters are in full operation at this time, and we have over 500 persons that are currently sheltering in those shelters. The next agency or EST that will be quite busy is going to be our voluntary agency, which is led by our Red Cross. And Red Cross then liaises with a variety of different voluntary agencies from across all islands. So they are the two that are going to be the most busy at this point in time. And our medical relief EST, which consists of Health Services Authority, consists of Doctors Hospital, Health City Cayman Islands, and we also have the support from the Cayman Islands Medical and Dental Society. They're all stood up, ready to assist in the event of potentially a worst case scenario from Hurricane Beryl.
So you mentioned these agencies, how they fall into these, I believe, 5 categories of services. Tell me a little bit about where the team is now. You mentioned the voluntary group. Tell me about what you expect in the days to come and how the team that you lead will play into that.
So in the days to come, we're going to literally just see what Beryl does. We're obviously monitoring and we're receiving reliable information from the Cayman Islands National Weather Service as it relates to the potential impact or near impact of Hurricane Beryl. And from that, we will be able to put a plan in place if we were to potentially sustain any type of damage or flooding in particular areas. So at the moment, all ESTs, we will come together and we will collectively make decisions based on what is going to happen to the country. So essentially for us right now, it's kind of a wait and predict and see what's going to happen.
All right. Get our listeners to understand a little bit more about you. Take off the official vest, if you would, or the official hat. Tell me a little bit about what it has been like for you so far, being an essential worker here for the Cayman Islands government in Hurricane Beryl, and what you're most looking forward to at the end of it all.
For me, this is what we train for. One thing I can say, yes, I am the cluster manager for the Human Concerns Cluster, but I can speak for all clusters and all ESTs. We are working extremely hard. We are well prepared to ensure that we provide the highest level of service, the highest level of care, if needed, to the people of our islands.
All right. I'm going to check in with our friends back in the studio at Broadcast House on Elgin Avenue. Sterling Dwayne and Art Connor, who are there, just to double check, see if they have any questions for Mr. Wilson.
Jevi, no, you've done a fantastic job as usual.
Covered everything.
Yeah, Jevi makes us very proud, and so does Jace as well. So, I can imagine both of you after this are probably longing for some fish tea and a little rest.
I see that the early hours of the morning are making our Radio Cayman host quite flirtatious. Thank you so much.
Hey, Bobo, you don't take the early hours in the morning.
Thank you so much to Mr. Jace Wilson for joining us. At this time, we're going to have another cluster service manager who will be joining us. This time, it is Mr. Robert Tatum from the Support Services Cluster joining us. Mr. Robert, thank you so much for taking the time. Tell us a little bit about the Support Services Cluster.
So the Support Services Cluster is made up of 5 emergency support teams, or ESTs as we call them. One is Joint Communication Services. That would include all of the communication that is coming out of the government, including what you're listening to right now. There is also the Continuity of Operations, as well as Economic Continuity, which is essentially private sector, and then Government Continuity of Operations in 2 different ESTs. We also have resource support, which provides more internal support for the rest of the NEOC. So should they require any additional goods or services, they are on standby to essentially procure and distribute those. And then we've got relief aid management, which is the kind of aftermath management, if you want to call it that. And they are responsible for ensuring that the distribution sites are identified, set up, and communicated so that individuals that are in need of support after the storm or event occurs are able to get what they need. And hopefully we do not need to use that, but it is something that is obviously very important, and they spend quite a bit of time planning that out.
Now, your cluster blends both the public sector and the private sector as well. Walk me through some of the agencies that make up the cluster and their various roles.
So the private sector EST, if you will, the economic continuity EST is actually chaired by a member of the Chamber of Commerce. So they're very well connected into the private sector. A lot of the messaging that you would see coming out in relation to the extension of hours, for example, for stores prior to a storm, a lot of that's coordinated through them. The shut-off times for things like gas stations and stores as well, making sure that the public has more than enough time to get what they need. For example, this was a very good one in terms of there being a public holiday right in the middle of this. They had to make some adjustments to hours. A lot of that is coordinated through them. The public sector, side of that is chaired by a member from the portfolio of the civil service, and they make sure that government operations are stood down in a manner that allows those operations to ramp down slowly as to not have too much of an impact, but also to ramp those back up as soon as it is feasible for those non-essential staff to come in, while the essential staff, not that all CIG staff are not essential, but in this particular case we were referring to things like emergency services, ensuring that they also have the resources they need to be operating essentially around the clock and in a little bit more demand than usual.
And then what does your team look like as the days progress? What teams will sort of be transitioned out, if you will, and what teams will become active?
So it really depends what phase of the event we are in. So the continuity of operations teams, both public and private sector, tend to be most active pre-storm and then post-storm. Obviously during the storm they are more or less stood down in a standby sort of pattern until we get more information about the impact and what condition we are left in and then what resources are available for us to operate. The Joint Communication Services team is pretty much stood up the entire time. They're started up the earliest because they would start those communications from as soon as we are even close to a hurricane alert. And they will continue those communications all the way through, including anything to do with the utilities being shut on and off. They do those communications as well. They issue those. They issue the shelter in place. They issue these all clear. And then even after the storm, there may be some additional advisories in relation to marine safety, in relation to disposal of items that maybe have been destroyed or thrown around during the storm. So they are probably stood up for the longest. Relief aid management is pretty much in a holding or planning pattern for the entirety of the storm event until the all clear is given and we are able to then decide if relief aid services are necessary, and that is dependent on the level of impact. So that relief aid service is the one that we never want to have to use, but is probably the most important should it need to be used, as it makes sure that the members of the community have a location to go to get the essentials that they'll need to carry them through in the short term while the country kind of returns to some sense of normalcy.
All right. So that is Mr. Robert Tatum of the Support Services. I have a few more questions for him, probably best for off air, but again, I just want to double check with our friends back in the studio to see if they have questions for the Support Services.
Jerry, if Mr. Tatum could tell us, in order to keep his team sharp and focused, what type of training do they undertake? Talk about tabletop exercises and things of that nature. Could he speak to the importance, of those types of exercises?
A question coming in from the studio, Mr. Tatum, as it relates to training for your team. Tell me a little bit about the training that your team undergoes to provide the services that they do and sort of how they keep abreast, if you will.
So the HMCI team, hazard management as they would be affectionately known, do a very good job of providing training. They've provided training specific for hurricanes, as well as other major incidents unrelated to hurricanes. They've provided training very recently in the manner in which we take notes, in the manner in which we assess risks, in the manner in which we brief upwards to the decision makers. And that is the type of active training that I think has been very helpful for all of the team members that we do have. We have, for example, Joint Communication Services is essentially led by the Department of Communications within the government, so they are already, fully equipped and ready to go in an instant. So I think the job that they've done in terms of pairing the persons leading the ESTs and the clusters with their kind of day-to-day jobs and things that they're already very good at helps in terms of not needing to train in every single aspect, but to keep that training focused on emergency response, keeping a cool head, note-taking, things like that you may not otherwise have known in a regular day-to-day setting.
Mr. Connor?
Sorry about that, Jerry.
Any follow-ups?
No, nothing else from me.
All right.
Sterling?
Mr. Sterling, how about you?
No, not at this time. I don't want to be too flirtatious too early.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum, thank you so much for joining us. Before you leave, allow our listeners to learn a little bit about you. How did you get into this line of work, and what do you most enjoy about it?
So I kind of tripped into this line of work during the COVID pandemic. I asked what I could do to help, just because I wanted to make sure that I kept busy. That led me into the distribution process in terms of masks and these sort of things at that time,
right?
Which fell under support services. The lead at that time had left, and I was recommended to take that over. I'm actually the deputy cluster leader, currently acting as cluster leader, about to come off shift.
About to come off.
But this will be the last thing I do, hopefully. But my cluster, the actual cluster leader, or the substantive cluster leader, is waiting and ready. We do operate in a shift system just so that no one gets burned out. But I do quite enjoy this work. My day job is as a deputy director for the procurement department. So procurement, logistics, these sort of things are regular occurrences to me, and I'm glad to be able to extend that to these sort of situations where the country really needs it.
Completely understand, and I do appreciate you taking the time. Now, I don't mean to put a target on your back. You spoke about business continuity and relief. Which one the liquor stores fall in, if you don't mind me asking? Which is that business continuity? Who is this? You who decides that it's closed?
That's putting a target on my front. I don't even know if that's putting a target on my back. That's right on my forehead. It is.
We just want to know who is responsible for that. All clear.
That would be the responsibility of the individual owners of those establishments to determine when they open after the all clear, as long as it is after the all clear. And we do encourage them to encourage their customers to enjoy responsibly.
That takes a special level of training to dodge that question. That is Mr. Robert Tatum of the Support Services Cluster. Thank you so much for taking the time. That is all for me at this time. We'll have more updates coming in just a little while. I'm Jevi Ebanks reporting live from the Government Administration Building.
Thank you, Jevi. And just to give an update in terms of the coordinates of Hurricane Beryl, latitude 18.3 degrees north, longitude 80.1 degrees west. Its last location that was reported, 100 miles south of Cayman Brac, 10 miles southeast of Grand Cayman. 110 miles southeast of Grand Cayman, 100 miles south of Cayman Brac, moving to the west-northwest at 21 miles an hour, maximum sustained speed winds of 125 miles per hour, pressure 965 millibars or 28.50 inches.
Now, Mr. Boxall, thank you for staying with us, and as we listened, to Javi with those 2 interviews, as you share with us, we want people to be informed and to be, as Javi through their respective interviewees, understanding that people are prepared for the eventuality by doing a lot before, monitoring what's transpiring during, but also there are things that happen after.
For sure. And there's a lot of depth in all of these emergency support teams. Things like the economic continuity, which looks at ensuring that our economy thrives in the aftermath. We don't want to be giving out lots of free stuff, which might compromise our businesses. While we do set up things like relief aid distribution sites, if we're severely impacted, there's a point where you want to rekindle the economy and get it back up and running. So you're looking at everything you need to do to ensure that the Cayman Islands economy gets back up. The tourism sector starts to, people need to work. So there's so many sort of interdependencies, I'd like to say. Nothing really happens until the debris is cleared in the initial phase. We have the damage and economic impact assessment, so the helicopter will go up in the initial, to have initial overflight to see what's happened. Do we need to go to a break, Mr. O.C.?
No, go ahead.
So that's going to do the sort of initial windscreen survey, determine which areas are the most heavily impacted, where we need to focus our efforts. Then and then the debris clearance will begin, particularly of our kind of critical infrastructure, road corridors and things. If people are injured or needing medical care, our first response agencies kind of follow in very closely and behind the debris clearance. So that's why we're always encouraging people to kind of hold on, wait for the all clear, if there are down power lines and so on and so forth. More specifically in relation to the emergency support teams and clusters that Mr. Jace Wilson was talking about, and also Mr. Tatum, the shelters are critical. A lot of people in the shelters now. Have you heard about the numbers a little bit?
The last report we had was 738.
738, and I think again it just shows that people are taking it seriously and so on. So,
do you know? Sorry, Mr. Vauxhall.
No.
With that number, was that since or storm, or has it been that it's only being reported now? Are people running there? And
I, from what I'm aware of, they came prior to sort of the warning that we were putting out that people really need to be kind of hunkered down and in their safe refuge. Sort of later, around 7 o'clock, I think most of the people. There may have been a few people that came in a little after that, but
yeah. So prior to that, that's
it's a good sign. I think that people, are, heeding the warnings.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So, and just to continue on looking at the economic continuity, and then obviously the government's critical functions, this continuity of operations. As Jevi and was discussing with Mr. Tatum, we want to make sure that government's services, the downtime is minimized, that we get these functions restored as quickly as possible. There are some functions that, have to continue. And so, they're working, each individual government agency is tasked with looking at what it's going to take for them to be able to deliver these services. So there's lots of people involved in something like shelter, the shelter emergency support team. Obviously, it involves hundreds of volunteers and people, working way behind the scenes to make sure that they're stocked, that the generators have gasoline, that there's water, that they're in good condition and ready to accept people. That the police officers show up, that the doctors are there, that the mental health professionals are there, the Department of Environmental Health workers are there to help ensure cleanliness. It's a big operation, and so while at the National Emergency Operations Center itself, in the government building right now, there may be only 40 or 50 people at any one particular time in the NEOC, and Jace was talking about the shift system. So there are people who are standing by to come on at 4 a.m. There's a whole nother group of people, but it's a big operation, and each one of these emergency support teams, as I said, has a lot of people, like Joint Communications Service, Miss Anisha Richards' team, which ties in with hazard management's communications as well. There's a lot of people working on that. The graphics are going out, the information gathering, putting together the information to keep our people informed, to answer questions when they have inquiries, and so on and so forth.
And as you talk about business continuity, that economic impact, recognizing Cayman's space, in the financial sector, there are many businesses here who may have business continuity operations, either for moving staff when necessary to other jurisdictions or operations. But while they're here, many in the financial services sector presume they're still required to, where possible, service their clientele, access the internet, working remotely, ensuring that transactions and the like with their clientele are still ongoing. Maybe some of us don't appreciate that work doesn't stop.
No, I mean, we're a world-class financial services. We're in the top in the world for financial services. So, 24/7, and people are working different time zones and so on. So, there are requirements for certain types of banks, for instance, that they have certain plans in place, the Class A banks. I'm sorry, my chair is squeaking a bit. Is it?
Yeah.
What is it?
I thought,
I'm sort of wobbling around, maybe.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't
maybe
like
I'm moving my arms a bit too much. Is that what it is? But then,
so what you're saying is, if you tie your hands, you won't talk. I'm just wondering, man. No.
Do you think the squeaking is making onto the microphone? It is a little bit.
Only if you pay attention to it. Don't worry about it.
And we switched out chairs.
Yeah, we switched chairs already.
It could be worse, man. It could be worse.
It could be worse.
It could be a Cheech and Chong movie.
It's funny. You're driving around West Bay. There's a little bit of odor of Cheech and Chong going on beforehand. People were pretty relaxed.
And luck, it wouldn't just be West Bay, but anyway, we'll see what happens. But that's where I think, as you talk about the hundreds of people who are engaged in these activities to keep the economy moving, to keep the people safe, from the shelters and operations to the communications to go out to that level of personnel at any time. For the National Emergency Operations Center, if it's okay, for the public who perhaps isn't quite aware, how is that structured? And is it the same people and then the shift system applies to others, or is it, who's the core group within the NEOC?
That's a great question. And I think, yes, there are people that are there year after year, and it's helped because going back to Mr. Connor's, O.C. Connor's question about, practicing and training and exercising together, we have quite often the same people. We've always got new people coming online, obviously, but they're working together over and over again, not just in activations like today, but in training sessions and exercises, and not just exercises for hurricanes, but all these different things. So you have 18 to 19 emergency support teams looking at all these different critical functional areas. We mentioned debris clearance, mass fatalities management, economic continuity, and so on. Emergency services, obviously. So they're all working together in unison, and there's a very good sort of sense of awareness, a good operational awareness, because we're all in the same room together, and there's interdependencies. So some will not be able to function without the support of others, and maybe they have communication requirements. If there's issues with the internet or the water's going to be switched off at a certain time, we have the infrastructure emergency support team there. People like Miss Julia Frederick Van Genderen, who's head up one of those ESTs for years, utilities.
Yes.
I mean, she's been a stalwart. So she's providing that information, which goes to the communicators, the Joint Communication Service. Information goes out to the public, and it stops the concern. If people suddenly don't have water, they get alarmed, they get stressed. But if they have that warning, it's easier for people to plan and manage the situation, make sure they have their water stored, and so on. I don't know whether that fully answered your question. I think I diverted myself off.
That's fine, man.
It's 2:00 in the morning or something, isn't it? So
almost three.
It's a Hugh Lewis song. It's 2:00 in the morning.
So one of our listeners shared with us that. Well, first of all, they say that Javi is their own West Bay child. And then they say that here in Bosun Bay, which is West Bay North, that their front window is facing the west, and they can see outside. The winds are starting to pick up in that area as well. And kudos to us here at Radio Cayman for doing such a sterling job. So they did mention you in there, Sterling.
I like the play on the word, man. No, but that's I appreciate that. But that's speaks volumes to our team, to you, Mr. Orrit, to the people like Simon coming in, and although we don't see her much, but people like Miss Norma. I mean, she wasn't here, we probably would be playing somewhere. So she keeps us in check.
Got us all together.
She's a good
it's
producer.
Amazing that Radio Cayman and it's a continuation. I'm sorry, my words are not coming out quite as easily. Hurricane Ivan, it was such a. People will never forget Radio Cayman following that storm and hurricane. So this is it's so good that people do have this opportunity to have access to people like Mr. Jace Wilson, Mr. Tatum, right there in the NEOC. You're providing information at the government's nerve center, really, basically, as we approach the possible impact phase of Hurricane Beryl. It's amazing, I think.
Yep. Another listener saying that they are in the Windsor Park area. That's around about 2:31 they sent us in. And it was starting to rain at that point in time. At around about 2:30, 2:31. So interesting to know.
So we're still sort of looking at the closest point of approach, I think, for Grand Cayman at about 60 miles at 5:30 in the morning in Cayman Brac, 109 miles away, Little Cayman, 104 miles away, and I think that's what was at 1:30. So that may have passed the end of tropical storm force winds. Have you been providing this data? I'm sure you have. Cayman Brac 6:30 a.m., Little Cayman 7 a.m. Here in Grand Cayman, just after midday tomorrow, 12:30 p.m.
That's when we expect those winds to have passed.
Right. That's not indicating that the all clear will be issued there, obviously, because we may have to send the people out to clear roads. And
but we're seeing winds picking up, as you said, Windsor Park. We're hearing, Bosun Bay, Tree Hill in the West Bay Peninsula. We wonder what it's like in other places. I mean, Mr. Raymond in the Brac was sharing that, he was getting higher gusts and more sustained winds.
Yeah, they got it earlier than Grand Cayman, so I think we're about to start feeling it. Little Cayman, I heard, was without power for I think.
So we heard for a bit as well.
Yes. Intermittently, a few times they had it go off as well. Yeah. So we are hearing that heavy rains and winds just started in the Spots area as well. And someone else indicated wind and rain just started in West Bay. That was around about 2:45. Bordentown also. So
it's coming now.
Yeah.
And you were sharing that those rains were expected more after, because that was. I just want to make sure I did not misunderstand.
So I think when I managed to look at my notes, 4 to 6 inches. But I think we're going to start to see it come in, but it's not going to stop. Much throughout the day tomorrow, probably too. We can expect rain to continue. So yes, you can see that band starting to pull towards us, coming out of the beginning to approach the east end, but the beginning of the rain starting to be felt.
And Simon, as you referenced earlier, the grounds are already saturated, from rains of weeks back. So that may, with any wind, make trees much easier to topple over.
That's right. And I'll never forget Hurricane Mitch as it passed, and we had about a period of about 12 days straight of rain before it. It was amazing. And even though that passed 180 miles away, and then went on towards Honduras, it made for trees coming out of the ground. Like you say, the soil is so moist that the roots really don't have the capacity to hold on anymore, and they just topple right out of the ground. I don't think it's really at that point for us here, but it's still it's a threat, and there have been reports of some trees went down in the sister islands already. So I think we can expect to see some of that, and that's
no question.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
If it would help, when the all clear has been assessed, of course, roadways and the like, what else is taken into consideration? Structural buildings? What about trees in certain areas? Are they assessed that they might topple?
Yeah, I mean, if there's, they're going to be looking, initially, some of the initial survey involves the CERT teams walking out in their community because it's possible roads may not be clear. So they have the ultra-high frequency radio, which gives them the ability to call in the initial damage assessments back into the National Emergency Operations Center. So we start to get a picture quite quickly. But obviously if roads are blocked, we're depending, though, on that helicopter assessment. So there's several phases for the damage assessment. There's, the initial one, as I said, then there's, then you have a more detailed one, but then it's followed if there is a big impact. We had, do you remember ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America
and the Caribbean? Yeah.
Yeah, they came down and they looked at the impacts to even the economic sectors, the agriculture, but there are certain sectors that are still going to have to provide assessments, like Department of Environment, what's the state of the beaches, agriculture I just mentioned. So we will get a pretty good picture. And in the aftermath, obviously, of Ivan, where many homes were flooded, things like switching the power back on to some of the homes was depending on these assessments, because the water went up above the electrical sockets in many houses. So turning back on the power is out of the question, because you can have fire hazards. So these assessments are very important. And again, we have teams of people ready and standing by, people in the planning department and so on, and even in the private sector. Like to help with the debris clearance, we have the Heavy Equipment Vehicle Operators Association. There's people connected to planning and development who will assist with these damage assessments. So it's quite a broad kind of operation.
We do have a caller joining us. As we welcome you, Mr. Art, myself, Simon Boxall sits. We take this call. Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I'm trying to reach Queen.
Sterling Junior Max. Yeah, we're live on the radio. So if you got my chocolate or custard cornbread, that is good. So yes, you're live with Radio Cayman. Mr. Art Connor is here with us as well.
Yes, okay. I was calling to Mr. Dwayne to say thank you so much for the kind remarks about my husband earlier. I tried to get you before, but I couldn't. Thank you so much for kind remarks about my husband. I'm just cutting this off. That's it there. It's so clear. Anyway, I'm really grateful for those kind remarks because I have such good memories of the Hurricane Ivan, because I was at the fire station with him, and we took 4 ladies with us that were very elderly, and he gave them shelter there, room, and he had me cooking for the public works and for the firemen. I mean, everything that I carried, I had to cook it, and we shared it. I don't know how I managed to do it, but I shared it, including the clothes, and he had me working there for 1 week.
Yeah. Well, you guys were a good team, and I think Mr. Hart, myself, and the entire country had a healthy respect for Mr. Kirky. I can just see that jovialness, man, and the gentle giant he was as he comes up to the glass house on the top floor and, shares his perspective.
He trained so many people as well. I mean, there was 100% Caymanian workforce in that fire service. He really recognized the importance of having a really well-trained, knowledgeable...
But he set an example. I mean, he not only set the bar high, but he left an example for us to follow in terms of public service. He also, I think, recognizing that his love for orchids, for instance, that hobby that we think isn't important, how that, becomes crucial, not just doing your work, but after. So I will always have the highest love, regard, and respect for him.
He was so loved and respected by so many people. A great man.
Yes,
and really
definitely
laid a lot of the foundation.
Made his mark in Cayman society.
Yeah. How are you, Miss Melba? How are you, Mom?
You wouldn't believe that you had to keep me awake. I've been up ever since early this morning, and in my kitchen for the entire night. I've been cooking for today.
Okay.
I figured that we might not have current, and I'm really scared to use my I have a brand new, not generator, but I was kind of scared to get it connected. So I said, you know what? Let me start cooking.
All right. But before you get it connected, make sure that you reach out to people that, will do it properly and safely. Okay.
Miss Melba, can I ask you one question before you go? Can you, obviously our National Emergency Operations Center now is in the government building. Things have changed, but back then you referenced being in the fire station in the NEOC during Hurricane Ivan. Can you talk a little bit more about what it was like? I don't know if you were so busy cooking but what was going on? What was it like for you in there?
Because we heard that the hurricane was going to Cayman, Brac, and I was on the road coming back from the supermarket, and my father from the Brac called me, and he told me he was talking to me until I got into the yard. And so Kirky was on the porch, and he was listening. He could hear, and he knew that my father knew about the weather. He knew about the weather. He was so accurate. And he said, whatever I do, he said, wherever I go, make sure that you don't get far into a building. You stay by the door, because he said this hurricane is coming, and it's coming very, very bad. So Kirky heard that, and he went in the house, and when I looked, he was coming out with his yellow raincoat and his briefcase, because he believed it. And as soon as he got out, I heard it being announced that the hurricane was coming here. That is the truth. That is the honest truth. And and there was like the governor, and it was Mr. George MacArthur. I'd never forget him. He held my hands and he prayed. He really prayed, because I was crying for a friend that needed to be picked up. And Kirky said, Melba, I would love to send the truck out, but this is ungodly. We can't. It was somewhere up on the North Sound Road where she lived. Unfortunately, she's passed now. And he said, we can't send the truck. So I was crying, and George took my hands and he held them and he prayed for me. And it was like, one big family. And then when I saw all these fish down in the fire station swimming, that's when I really became scared.
Squabs.
And all these,
It's crazy.
All right, well, our prayers are with you, Miss Melba, and thank you for continuing that level of service. With respect, Mom, we do have that 3 a.m. news update. So, as you stay awake, please, have a peace of mind. Okay.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
I'm April Cummings from Radio Cayman's newsroom. Hazard Management Cayman Islands is, of course, the lead agency responsible for the National Comprehensive Disaster Management Program. And as we well know tonight, it acts as the coordinating agency of the National Emergency Operations Center, fondly called NEOC. Director Danielle Coleman provides some insight for us into what's been happening through the evening as Hurricane Beryl approaches.
Obviously, there's constant work going on in there, but what happens in the National Emergency Operations Centre, we break every few hours to actually have a tactical coordination group meeting, so everyone comes together and actually does the updates. And again, that information is very much provided to strategic level as well as the executive level in the form of a sort of situation report.
Ms. Coleman says in the hours leading up to the shelter in place, the focus has been on ensuring readiness and preparation.
We're working closely with the shelters, and we've got shelters open across all 3 islands, but obviously in Grand Cayman, again, a very healthy uptake in shelters there, ranging from about 7 people in one of the smallest shelters to about 200 and so for the other ones. And again, that's excluding the actual shelter management team. So we have police, security, we have regiment, we have obviously SMT shelter managers, and a number of other positions in that shelter.
That's HMCI's Danny Coleman. Earlier this evening, Radio Cayman's Jevi Ebanks had the opportunity of chatting with Premier the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Conley about what happens after the storm.
Can you speak to us a little bit about what will happen in the damage assessment phase? I understand that there will be a period where utility service providers as well as first responders will traverse onto the streets to view damage. What will NEOC's team be looking for in particular, and are there key areas that they're going to be targeting first?
Absolutely. As soon as it's safe to do so, which will usually be subtropical winds under 45 miles per hour, they will begin traversing the various landscapes on all 3 islands. Obviously, the priority areas will be the southern course and part of the western course of all 3 islands because of the approach of the storm. They will be ensuring that the roads are still intact, that there are no fallen lines, fallen trees. The first priority is try to clear the roads. We have decentralized our heavy equipment throughout all 3 islands to ensure that we are able to efficiently and expeditiously get it cleared. We would also check the water lines. When we had Ivan, we had a tremendous impact on our water infrastructure, and that's one of the reasons why they're deciding to close down as they've done. A lot of our roads, obviously, are close to the sea. Our forefathers built them that way because they have equipment that they do now. And so they're often inundated just in regular northwesters, much less a hurricane. So we can expect and anticipate some intrusion, some road breaches, and we can also expect there are going to be quite a lot of fallen trees. Depending on when the storm gets closer, then we can better anticipate and forecast. We would know whether it's going to be a major hurricane, how close it's going to come, whether it's going to still be tracking south. I'm praying and believing that it will still track south.
Premier the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Conley there speaking with Radio Cayman's Jevi Ebanks. We are beginning to get reports that people on Grand Cayman are starting to see the winds picking up. We'll bring you more information as we receive it. In the meantime, I'm April Cummings from Radio Cayman's newsroom.
Shaken yet standing firm. This is Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Good morning, and before we throw it back to Sterling and Orit, let's take a look at the very latest on Hurricane Beryl. The Cayman Islands is under a hurricane warning. The National Weather Service will continue to monitor the development of Hurricane Beryl. It is advised that the public stay informed by keeping up with the latest weather updates. Here are the latest coordinates as of 1 a.m. Latitude 18.3 north, longitude 80.1 west. It's about 100 miles south of Cayman Brac, 110 miles southeast of Grand Cayman. It's moving to the west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds are 125 miles per hour, and the pressure is 965 millibars. Of course, Radio Cayman will keep you informed about the very latest on Hurricane Beryl, and we'll have a full forecast coming up at 4 this morning. Now back to Orrit and Sterling.
They were in the...
Hello, Ms. Susan, and to our listeners, thank you very much for joining us in the studio, Mr. Art Connor. Our guest for this segment is the continued discussion with Mr. Simon Boxall. As we're talking about the passage of Hurricane Beryl and the notion that people across Grand Cayman and the Brac are seeing winds pick up. There's an update within the hour at 4 a.m. our time. Hasn't seen much shift in terms of its movement. It's kind of on the same track. If you were a betting man, Mr. Simon, would you think that this would be pretty much on track?
I think the track does seem to be sort of holding that it's going to pass about 60 miles away at the closest point to Grand Cayman, and it's a very compact system, and it looks like we may get lucky that the kind of core of the hurricane force winds are going to pass about 20 miles away. There's still, like you say, there's another update coming, and that's going to give us a much better and clearer picture. Also, we also have to bear in mind that it's not just a wind threat. So, the wind can cause us a lot of problems too, but the waves, particularly because we're so low-lying on Grand Cayman and Little Cayman, and these waves can radiate out a long way. 2 to 4 foot surge is possible. It looks like the waves primarily are kind of got an easterly kind of aspect to them. So I'm hoping that it's just going to rake along the south coast as opposed to coming directly into the coast. And with the winds blowing primarily easterly, when it makes its closest point of approach, it's possible we could hopefully escape the big impacts. But it's still yet to be seen. I think the wavelength. We're not just looking at wave height. We see sometimes when we have these long period waves, it can create quite a tall wave when it comes ashore when it's shoaling. So I think we still have to watch and wait and hope for the best and pray for the best. And I think we can feel good that it does seem that our people have taken heed and prepared as best they could and sought shelter. But I think it's too early to tell, and I think we're still going to have to wait and see, particularly with the waves. But I think we may get away with it with the winds to a degree.
But again, it's the aftermath. Until the all clear is given, to ensure that it's safely to move about, not just reopen businesses, but to move about. Those trees that may,
I think certainly we're going to lose some trees, and we'll be looking at some work to do to get the roads, and people have to clear up their yards. It's always a little bit depressing in the aftermath. Initially, people kind of it looks kind of disorganized. Quite often the salt spray will cause the leaves to drop off the trees, and but we clean up, we get ourselves back ready to go again, and then that's what we'll do this time as well. And we have a lot of people standing by ready to support that effort and assist, and our families, our people, our residents. And a lot of visitors care about Cayman so much that they're standing by as well, wanting to help us if we need the help. But I think Caymanians are clearly very determined, very resilient people, and they'll find a way to get us back up and ready to start welcoming tourists and get back to business, and we'll get back pretty quick, I think, hopefully.
Yep, I'm sure we will. Yeah.
I think so, Mr. Hart. I mean, that's that sense of resilience it's not just evident in the resourcefulness, but the importance of the people recognizing how we work together. We're not want to be the first. We want to be safe and sensible, but we will move swiftly without question.
I was going to ask, I mean, you guys recall that sense of community, neighbors helping neighbors. I wonder, I hope we still see that, you know.
Well, this is something I shared earlier. I was encouraged from individuals who say they experienced that. They were out getting sandbags. They were, needing help putting groceries in the car. There were people offering to help help them to shutter and put the plywood in place, different little things. And that was good. And it makes your community stronger. It makes it safer. But it reminds us that if you do good for someone, it may come back to you. But in my view, more importantly, it may come back to someone that you actually care about more than yourself.
So true.
And we, from what I've heard, a few wonderful, encouraging reports from people that experience that. And that's good.
Yeah.
That sense of community.
Yeah, and looking out for our elderly, I think, is in the frail, vulnerable, frail elderly. If we can just check in on them, if we don't have power, things like, a bag of ice, water's heavy, if we can do what we can to just go down the street, knock on the door, make sure they're okay, and ask them if there's something we can do.
But the Honourable Premier referenced that she was on the Brac, she would cook for those that are out. Miss Melba talked about cooking for people that were within NEOC, the National Emergency Centre at that point. And I say that again to remind us that there are people who, because of their jobs, they have to be here. They probably thankfully want to, but they have to be. They're those who opted to volunteer. What are we doing to help them after? They might just need a little attention to something that they didn't get to. Can we help them? Not just a thank you, but what kindness that can be shown them.
Plate of food.
And there you go. It goes a long way.
It
goes a long way. And I know sometimes some people will think, well, you're just being a little too positive, optimistic, but you got two choices, right? You can choose to be kind and nice, or you can choose something that's opposite. Which one would you prefer to receive?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So maybe you give what you get. And if you're getting something other than kindness, it's probably because of what you're giving. Just a thought.
Well, talking about giving, I see here where the Gleaner has said that Jamaica and other Caribbean countries impacted by Beryl, the United Nations has unlocked US $4 million to help. And it talks about the fact that the US 4 million, not 400, probably need that, 4 million will be made available from the Central Emergency Response Fund to kickstart humanitarian operations in Jamaica, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the wake of Hurricane Beryl. UN Secretary General, in coordination with the affected nations, is also considering launching an appeal to address humanitarian needs arising from the impact of the hurricanes. And the United Nations resident coordinator in Jamaica expressed the United Nations readiness to support response and recovery efforts alongside the government and other partners, and that the UN has positioned essential supplies and resources to facilitate a swift and effective response. We are also prepared to deploy technical experts to assist with damage assessments, needs identification, and coordination of humanitarian assistance amongst international development partners and international NGOs. And they have said that they have stand firmly with the people and government of Jamaica as well. That since he's in Jamaica, he made that statement as well. So, help is on its way as a start. At some point in time, I want to talk about the Caribbean catastrophic risk
just was what I was thinking as you were talking about that.
Yes, yes.
I wonder whether this is going to trigger. It's based in the distance away from the capitals, right? And a Category 4 could result in quite a substantial payout.
Yeah,
or Category 3.
It should. When they first started out, you could hardly get any payout from them. There were excuses everywhere where you didn't meet this, you didn't meet that.
We didn't get anything for Paloma or whatever.
Exactly. Yes,
It's in proximity to your capital, so if it's a certain distance, they have all these calculations, as you say, and then you go to them, you're like, what? Nothing?
But they have changed. I saw where what was it? Guatemala just received I forget a sum of money for,
and it's very quick. They hand the money out quickly.
Yes,
so it's helpful.
Yes,
and they may need that, in Jamaica, and I think given how close it was to Kingston, raking the South Coast, I'm certain that they're going to get a big payout of liquidity. And also talking about supporting, we're part of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, and we're part of that regional response mechanism. Cayman has signed up to it. If we come through unscathed and not too bad, and that's still obviously yet to be seen, we may be called up to provide some sort of assistance and support to our brothers and sisters in Jamaica as well. So that'll be interesting. And we've had a bit of a history of doing that recently, both in Dorian, in Bahamas, BVI, after, their impacts, Irma and Maria. So, yeah, I do think that these international and regional support mechanisms and international things like the UN are increasingly important as we see these big impacts, and I do hope that they get the support, because it looks like we're beginning to hear that the impacts have been pretty severe in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And while some pundits may criticize leaders, Caribbean leaders, and leaders in other developing countries as well, and say, why is it when there is a disaster we always have to look outside for assistance? Why aren't we able to take care of ourselves? And while there may be a valid criticism, at the same time, it takes a tremendous amount of financial strain.
We're quite isolated as well. We're small islands. If we get hit, it's possible all 3 islands could be hit. So we're with Paloma, Grand Cayman was able to help it and render big support and assistance to the sister islands.
If I might, one of our very esteemed listeners shares that Guatemala receives US $6.4 million for the CCRF because of excessive rainfall there.
Yes.
So that
they have different policies. Rainfall is one of the more recent ones. They got an agriculture one too, earthquake, and but obviously hurricane. I think we're paying $1 million
a year. Yeah,
for
premium.
That. So it will be interesting, and I'm thinking direct hit theoretically is within 50 miles, at least with the World Meteorological Organization, it's regarded as a direct hit. So we're 10 miles out at the moment. Not that we want it to come any closer, but it's always great to have money flowing in to support the recovery process. And even though we have a disaster recovery fund now in our legislation, which is great that we've got some money standing by to get the country back on its feet, any little bit extra helps in these situations.
Yeah, and we have to give credit to Kurt Tibbetts when he was leader of government business. I accompanied him to London, Chatham House, and this is where we first learned about this.
We were one of the first, right?
In its developmental stages. Yeah, we were one of the first.
One of the first.
Between Cayman and Bermuda, we also helped to pay the premium for some other Caribbean countries who couldn't afford the premium at that point in time. And
It's supported too by other governments like the UN, government of Canada.
Japan.
Is that why it's set up?
World Bank, all of those, yes.
Is that why it's set up in the Cayman Islands, the head office, do you think? Because you were sort of so earlier on in there, or?
Yes, I think that was definitely a part of it. And the ability to incorporate here,
be in the region
very quickly, as well. But yes, you have the World Bank, European Union, governments of Bermuda, Canada, France, Germany, Ireland, Japan, Mexico, United Kingdom, United States of America as the development partners and donors. And Sterling, you probably be more interested in this. They use something called parametric measurements or whatever it is to determine what your payouts would be. So very quickly I can say it was formed in 2007, so we're looking at now 17 years. It was formed as the first multi-country risk pool in the world and was the first insurance instrument to successfully develop parametric policies backed by both traditional and capital markets. In 2014, the facility was restructured into a segregated portfolio company to facilitate offering new products and expansion into new geographic areas, and is now named CCRIF SPC. It is owned, operated, and registered in the Caribbean. And then, of course, they just had one of their annual meetings here, and there was a photo. I'm trying to find that.
I attended that at the Marriott
with the premier.
Miss Juliana. She spoke at it.
Yes,
she gave
was
remarks.
That April of this year.
Yeah,
March,
I would say
April, somewhere around.
Somewhere in there. A few months back at the Marriott Hotel.
Yes.
It was very interesting, and they're actually doing some retrospective look at Hurricane Ivan 20 plus.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
But I think they recognized after Ivan passed islands like Grenada a lot as well, obviously Cayman, that countries are quite knocked down by these huge events, and they need the money to come out quickly. So there's no waiting around within like a week or so, and as you said, we didn't really give Sterling an opportunity to jump in, but I didn't realize he was kind of a mathematical kind of
no.
But it's sort of
going there
based on distance, height of the surge, height of the wave impacts as these mathematical models.
That's like geography to me.
Because sometimes the insurance claims can take a while in the aftermath. We saw that for people's homes and things like that, but they have these models that just like boom, there they go. They don't hang about.
So they met here in March 13th of 2024 of this year. The board and the CEO met here as well. I wanted to so here are some of the promises that they make to their clients, and they carry them out. They help to fill a gap in available insurance offerings for natural catastrophes, ensure speedy payouts when a policy is triggered, charge lowest possible premiums consistent with long-term sustainability, facilitate capacity building in disaster risk management and anti-risk financing. They are transparent and accountable, innovative, and provide new products to meet the needs of their members, as well.
They provided some training. We've had a couple of interns through them as well. Pretty switched on people came, and they've also kind of done some research. Sorry, you were reading, but so you'll probably come to that a little bit, where they do some research on the risks and the hazards and the assessment of analysis.
What's our premium? I mean, this is an insurance
$1 million a year.
So we pay $1 million every nation, or is that calculated based on GDP publish SNAs?
I think.
Good question.
Yeah.
I think it is based on the size of your economy, maybe.
Yeah, and the type of policy that you get. But I know initially when it first started, it was $1 million for for everyone.
Yes.
And some
That's right.
jurisdictions found it extremely difficult to to come up with that amount at the time.
Yeah, it's and initially it was just hurricane insurance.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I think they've even got something for the fisherman sector now. Don't they? Yeah, fisheries.
Yeah.
So it is an interesting thing, and it has got the support of governments and the United Nations, and it does serve a very good purpose. I think, in some respects, we possibly a bit more fortunate than some other countries in the region with our economic, we've had, the capacity to lower our national debt and get ourselves in a fairly advantageous position financially.
So far, they've made 65 payouts to this total sum of $274 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
So people are listening talking about the CCRF. That's the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Fund.
Yeah.
Which you say has the SPC added to its name.
Yeah.
You do know about this stuff.
No, I'm just learning, man. I'm paying attention. Just taking notes.
Sounding very knowledgeable there.
Oh, man. See, with confidence, you see.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, insurance risk transfer is important, and we saw it was actually very important after Hurricane Ivan. The high percentage of insurance, I think, in people, but we've seen the premiums go up. Obviously, it's become a lot more challenging for people.
Yeah.
And then the issue of underinsurance and so on. But
that's another policy initiative. But no, we start with that. I mean, we're looking, and here is where continuity of operations, both for government and for private sector. And this is where people. Well, let me hang on to that. We do have a caller, too.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Simon Boxhall joins Mr. Art and myself. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, it's Sterling, me again.
Yeah, welcome back, man. I'm glad to know that you're good.
Yeah, man. I keeping my eyes out. I see the wind gust kind of extended a little bit longer now. I've been counting by seconds I go by. So when I was calling in the beginning of the show, not the beginning of the show, but when I first called in, I was counting 3 to 4 second gusts. And now it's getting 9 seconds, 10 seconds at a time. So it's getting a lot more. It's doubling now.
Yeah, it's picking up.
So yeah, we gonna get it now. And I got one tree limb fall so far. I mean, not so bad. The rain kind of, it was a little bit of rain in the beginning, but it just pure wind now.
And as you share that, I mean, some listeners are saying, from sort of the Savannah area and the Lake Lower Valley, Borden Town, winds are picking up. You can hear the winds picking up. So we're getting more and more there.
Yeah. Listen, I'm in Georgetown, so just as a little update, it just wind I see so far. There's no I don't see any light poles or anything flickering or anything like that. The lights, I don't see any flickering or anything, so I don't see too much of a damage in sight.
Okay, but still, don't let your guard down, and don't. I know you won't, but to our listeners, don't become complacent.
No, I mean, if you look at the radar image now, I mean, for a while there, the bottom part of the eye, you could see it kind of opened up, but it's actually looking a little bit healthiher now. I mean, it's I'm
looking at it too. Yeah, I'm looking at it too. It looks like it has a little opening on the south side of the southern part of the hurricane now.
It is, but it's actually starting to close up a little bit more. So, I mean, they've been talking for a while about the wind shear increasing and hopefully the weakening, but I still think that this is a formidable system, even though it's so small and compact. And with
Yeah.
those bands now starting to close in, it's
Yeah. So that's the reason why I can't. I don't really too much go with the radar 100% all the time.
right.
When I feel like the breezes are consistent, like it doesn't stop, then I feel like we get in the most of it. And I just hope that we don't get so much of any much rain or anything like that, especially for the low-lying areas, because of we in high tide, and it already bad enough for the people with the low enough the shallow water tables and stuff.
True.
So I know of places in West Bay where the water tables are, inland, the water tables are actually salt water more than fresh. And just thinking about stuff like that, I just hope that we don't get too much rain.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yes.
And keep an eye on things that are right, but stay where you are. See if it's all right.
Thanks for calling in too and letting us, keeping us updated about what you're seeing and experiencing, where you're at. 'Cause we're in the studio, we can't feel it really.
To find people awake at these hours, I would be sleeping myself, but I got my daughter sleeping, so while she's sleeping, I gotta be awake.
Yeah, man. Well, you take care, all right? We'll talk to you soon.
Safe.
All right.
I understand, gentlemen, that Jevy, you can't say he's not earning his
keep. On it.
Yeah. Hey, Jevy, are you there, man? How are you?
Good morning again. I am coming to you live from NEOC, and now I am joined with Troy Worms, who is the Director of Public Works, but today he's wearing a different hat. He is the Cluster Manager for the Infrastructure Cluster of the National Emergency Operation Center. Mr. Worms, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Jevy.
Tell me a little bit about the Infrastructure Cluster and what you guys do.
So the Infrastructure Cluster is made up of many departments: the Public Works Department, the National Roads Authority, the Department of Environment, the Department of Environmental Health. We also have Off-Reg, Water Authority, and various other utilities such as CUC and the telcos that comprise our infrastructure network for the Cayman Islands. And what we do is we safeguard and ensure that we are managing before storms, after storms, and normal day-to-day operations that are related to these services to make sure that Cayman Islands gets the best quality and the best care.
And walk me through some of the activities that the cluster coordinates. Give me a little bit of an idea before Beryl, during Beryl, and then subsequently after Beryl.
So before Beryl, there's a lot of activities that are happening. So we're watching weather systems, staying tuned to our weather channel itself, and being able to take the advice that's coming to us and make our preparations. So as soon as systems are coming into our actual environment itself, we are activating our disaster management plans. So that can be from the 72 hours out, 48 hours, 36, literally 24. And there's various things that need to happen to assemble and communicate to the country what is happening.